Assalamu alaikum guys, I hope you can hear me. Can you?
Yes, we can, RK.
All right, so let's get started formally with 5th Annual Developers Conference DevCon V or DevCon 5. This is Rahil Khokar, co-founder of Code Movement Pakistan. I'm talking from Islamabad right now. So I would welcome you to the event that we have been waiting all for last so many weeks, and we have been preparing for it. I'd start myself with 5 to 10 minutes. I'll take of yours, and I'll just formally invite you and let you know how this day will going to look like. Can you make me presenter? And I hope you guys can see me as well.
Sure, you can share your screen, or if you want to, you can make a presenter.
I can share my screen. Right, let me check. I hope you can see my screen. Let me know when you can.
Yes, we can.
All right, thank you. So this is a brief introduction of myself. I started my career back with software development, and then I moved towards project management and things like that. So community talking and sharing my knowledge and experience with you guys is my passion. So what is the word of the day? Jim Rohn says, either you run the day or the day runs you. So I'm here. I'll take 5 minutes of our lives in and out of COVID. So weekends will come and go. Let's make this one special. I know everybody has family commitments. I know everybody's who has joined, they have joined from different time zones. By the way, I opted to talk in English because few of our people are joined from abroad. So otherwise, Urdu wouldn't be a problem. Either you run the day or day runs you. So we have to sit here, take 5 minutes, and we need to plan how we're going to plan our day, how this day will going to run today and tomorrow, and how this thing will going to shape up. In Islamabad, it's cold outside, it's raining, we showed up like 9 a.m. in the morning. Everybody had to get up, leave their families behind, and just here for the community work and share our knowledge and experience and these things with you guys. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for registering up for the Code Movement DevCon 5 event and helping us spread the word of goodness around you and your community, not only in Islamabad, Lahore, Karachi, or Pakistan. So you guys, this community has helped us spread this word across different geographies, different continents, and different countries. I'd like to thank our outreach partners and our sponsors, Tezos and JetBrains, for stepping up and introducing goodies and prizes for this event. So keep connected to the event and you'll be offered and given chance to win lots of prizes. Tezos is offering like 10,000 free hostings today. So in and out, in questions and otherwise, during our breathtaking breaks, you'll get a chance to win different prizes. And JetBrains, of course, they're offering thousands of dollars worth licenses for their applications. You might have known, but let me give you some very brief introduction of Code Movement Pakistan, what it is. It started back in 2013 with a passion to give back to the community. Most of us, we have been working in different industries. We are taking good salaries. We have good experience. We have side gigs as well. So life is fine. Life is giving good back to us. So what we are giving back to life and community. So that was the question, and lots of things were coming up from here and there in our friends' discussion, closed group discussion. So we thought to give back at what we are good at. Okay, so we have spent whole our lives not doing volunteer work in Africa or these third world countries, but we have experienced learning and teaching technology and practicing it day in, day out. So that is what we have been good at, and this is what we thought to start with and giving back to the community. So we started it with the technology. Code Movement Pakistan, it was a very humble beginning, very slow start, and for last 7 years we have been conducting trainings in different organizations, in different universities, even for the school kids, from kids age 5 to 12, and doing lots of different things. We have conducted different official Microsoft events, different PHP official events, things like that. And then we summed all of those efforts into annual developer conference. So this is one of the efforts. This will going to be our 5th one, and we have done 4 in the past. Even in this COVID situation, we have conducted 60 different weekly training sessions, and we didn't miss a month. So that is what about Code Movement and DevCons. The guys who know me and who got to hear my talks often, they see this slide on my screen very often. So this is there because I love it. It is here once again. This is to give you something something very important. We have been into our 4th industrial revolution the human history has experienced right now. So first one was, of course, steam engines. Second one was the invention of electricity, and third one is computer and internet. So computer and internet, we have already seen this revolution back in late 80s and early 90s and 2000s here in Pakistan. So things came late here, and now we are into pretty much into 4th industrial revolution, and this is the technology as a whole. We are blurring up the lines of software and hardware. We are blurring up the lines of written software, instructional software, and command-driven software to more autonomous, more artificial intelligence software. So this is what we have been into. So people like me who call themselves millennium and they're getting out of their 30s right now, they have experienced these 2 industrial revolutions on their watch. As of today, myself, I've seen computers who are disconnected from, they had computers like X286, X86, X386, those kind of computers. And then we moved on to internet, and our computers were started connecting with internet, and we used to wait for 5 days. I remember those days. We had to wait for like 5 days in order to download a 5 MB video, and I had to use different kind of download managers, right? So and today my 5-year-old kid, he takes my phone and he just download 2 GB or 3 GB worth of PUBG on this phone without any problem. So all of this I have seen, and I'm not pretty much that old, but again, now we are into this thing. it is happening faster than we ever thought. Like human beings took 10,000 years from writing on paper and writing on screens and writing on different kind of cloths and things like that to a printing press in 10,000 years. And from printing to writing emails through keyboards, it took us 500 years. And writing from emails to Alexa and Siri and all of those artificial intelligence, IBM Watson and whatnot. So it just took us 25 to 30 years. And this slot is getting slimmer and slimmer and slimmer and slimmer, and we're seeing whole thing, the whole world revolutionized very fast, faster than expected. So we got to get ready. We have to plan today. We have to sit down and get ready for ourselves. And we have to get ready for ourselves and for our kids. Our kids are growing up. Next generation is coming up. We have to get ready. And you know, that is my message for the day. And as far as future is concerned, there was a research conducted by Dell Institute for Future, IFTF. They said by 2035 or 2040, 85% of the jobs our kids will be doing, next generation will be doing, hasn't invented yet. As of today, like if you talk about the technologies that we are working on today, DevOps, clouds, artificial intelligence, deep learning, and this kind of stuff, most of us did not know about this like 10 to 15 years ago. We haven't even known these terms, this blockchain, these terms were not there, these technologies were not there all around us. So we can see it coming, right? And our kids, like my kid is 5 today, so after 15 years he's going to be 20 and he'll be working on something in industry. He'll be working on something that we haven't heard of. Like my father never knew about DevOps. My father never heard about cloud computing and blockchain. So same, our kids who are growing up right now, next generation, your younger brothers and sisters, like they will not be able to work on anything that we are working today. Like 80% of the stuff will be just out of the market and industry and become irrelevant. So I'll just move on, and last message from me, because I'm talking about age. So remember, there are 3 currencies in life. One is money, of course, that is a currency we know, everyone know. Time is another currency, energy is another currency. So we got 3 energies in life, and this nature has make its selection of giving different currencies in different slots of our age. So if we split our life in 3 slots, when you are 20 years old, you got a lot of energy and you got a lot of time. You got no money in your pocket. At least when we were growing up, people like me growing up, we did not have a lot of money in our pockets. So even kids today. So 20 years old, you got a lot of energy, you're running here and there, going out with the friends, going up on the mountains, coming down and doing lots of stuff, and you have a lot of time for video games and going out and dine outs and everything, right? When you become 40 years old, pretty much like myself, you got a lot of energy. You can get up early, you can sleep late, you can drive for 15 hours, you can work for 18 hours, and you got a lot of money. You'll be on a job, you'll be earning a lot. And when you get 60, what happens? You got a lot of time and a lot of money. You will be a guy who will be driving probably a bigger car and having a bigger home and got some deep pockets and heavy gun balance, you know. So, and you will have a lot of time, but no energy will going to be left. So know your time slot today, what age group you are in, and what is being demanded from that, and how you can get most out of it. I'm just winding up my opening talk for today. I welcome you all, and I'll request you to stay here, even if you are working at home, like doing household chores and different errands. Keep connected with your phone. Microsoft Teams will be on your phones, and keep it on hand-free. Go in and out. Keep listening to the sessions, and my last thing is for today. If you have to do something, if you want to do something in industry, trust me, you got no excuses at all. Like, everybody got a family. I understand. Everybody got to deal with different kind of household matters. I understand that. You know the term, the life and work balance stuff. I understand that, but if you got to achieve something, you got to do it. Everything will go into your back. You got to do it. You got to focus on it. There will be no excuses. Your friends, your family members, even your kids and wife, they won't be sitting and crying with you when you won't achieve something in your life that you have dreamed of. If you got to do it, you got to do it. Thank you very much. My name is Rahil Khokar. I appreciate your time. Welcome once again to the 5th Annual Developer Conference. Assalamu alaikum.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hello and good morning, everyone. I hope you can all hear me clear and loud. So I'm Kainat Kiani, Manager Special Event at Code Movement Pakistan, and with me today, my co-host is
Madiha Kharani from Zepcom.
And we will be hosting this conference today. I would like to welcome you all on 5th Annual Developers Conference of year 2020, and I hope you will have a wonderful, productive day. Thank you so much, Rahil Khokar, for sharing few words with us. So moving forward for the next tech talk and our first tech talk. So basically in our first tech talk, we will be discussing different implementation patterns to solve the most common big data uses, causes, and provide pros and cons for different cloud implementation and technology options. To speak on cloud data engineering, I would like to invite Muzma Zahid. She's a principal engineering manager at Microsoft Seattle office. She has been serving the tech community by being associated with the non-profit organization like Pakistani Women in Commuting and AnitaB.org community in Seattle, where she's serving as president and community leader and also leader at Pakistan Who Code and Women at Microsoft. Now, I would like to ask Muzma to continue with us with the topic, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me, and I'm really honored to be here to share in next 30 minutes cloud data engineering. As was introduced, my name is Masama Zahid. I hope you can see my slides and you can see me as well. If there are any issues, moderators can let me know if I'm audible and my slides are also visible.
Yeah, we can see your slides and you as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So let's begin. Let's dive into the topic. I'll start with my introduction. My name is, as I mentioned, Masama Zahid. I am a principal engineering manager at Microsoft Azure. I'm originally from Pakistan, Islamabad. I've been in the tech industry for over 13 years, which is a really long time. I'm super passionate about data, cloud computing, and AI. I've been a tech speaker. I have been volunteering at several organizations, as I was introduced, in Pakistani Women in Computing, which is a nonprofit. We have 12 plus global chapters. And also volunteering at several other diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, such as AnitaB.org, Women Who Code Cloud, Microsoft Women, and Women in Azure. I was recently awarded a Mentor of the Year award by Women Tech Network, so really humbled and honored to get that award. And I also participate in a lot of activities as mentoring a lot of remote girls and men and women in areas in Nigeria, KPK, and northern Pakistan and other areas as well. You can connect with me at this link, and I'll be sharing my LinkedIn and Twitter also at the end. So if you have any questions which I cannot answer in the next 30 minutes, please feel free to reach out to me. I'll be more than happy to answer those questions. So let's start with why I actually chose this topic. So some of you might have already seen this slide or seen this stats that has been shared around on the internet a lot these days. This is the amount of data that we are generating in every single minute, which means that right now in this conference, we are live on YouTube, maybe on Facebook, on Microsoft Teams, we are generating a bunch of data. There's chat, there is video, there's a bunch of other things, right? It has been said, and it has been there for over 2 years, that data is the new oil, which means that this is the most important commodity available to us these days. I also love this saying by Kate, who is the vice president of DreamWorks, which says that data is the new oil, AI is the new electricity, and IoT is the new nervous system. So how much data are we talking about? Let's talk about bits and bytes. So lots of you are developers, lots of you are geeks, and you understand this very well. Right now, it is predicted by 2025, there is going to be 150 zettabytes of data. I will let that sink in. So which is 150 trillion gigabytes of data. It's 3 times of data that we have as of today. Just imagine that. That means that if we have that much data out there, and organizations and people and advertising and marketing and everything is generating so much data, we need that much data, people who understand the data to actually make sense of it, refine it, distill its value, and get the gold out of it. So why I'm talking about cloud computing then? A lot of people ask me, where do I start? Terminologies like containers, serverless, IoT, hybrid cloud is really intimidating. But let's just start with the basics. So this is a very basic talk about introduction to cloud computing, how you actually start your journey in cloud computing and data engineering in cloud. So I would start with the definition of cloud computing. To me, cloud computing is simply put, a set of hardware and software over the internet that you can connect to, you can apply your software on, you can actually run your code on that, and then you can do something. For example, if you have an app today and you have 100 users and you want to scale that 100 users to 100,000 users, let's say there's a sale or something is coming up and you are imagining that you will have that many users on your app. If you were in a traditional on-premises world where you had to wait for a set of servers to arrive, it will take you 3 to 6 months to actually be able to support that kind of workload, to get them connected, to get them connected over a network, to get your software installed, maybe a DBA is involved, maybe an admin is involved, a bunch of rules and access and things that you need to know. But in the world of cloud computing, you can do so with a click of a few buttons, and within a few minutes, you will have your app scaled from 100 users to 100,000 users, and maybe way more than that. So that's very simple, oversimplified definition of how I put a cloud computing. If we want to dig deep into different types of services that are available in cloud computing, these are the 4 basic types. Before you dig deep into cloud computing, I would highly encourage you to actually understand the differences between this and decide which one is the best one for you and your job and application or whatever you want to run in cloud. The very basic one and the very first one, which most of the cloud service providers actually introduced, was infrastructure as a service, which is not anything but a set of machines which come with the default software. And then everything that runs on that machines is your responsibility. A good example of that would be Azure VMs, Amazon Web Services EC2 machines, or Google machines. So you can just bring them up. There's like either Linux-based, Windows-based, whatever is your functionality. You go there, over there, log into those, and then run whatever you want to run on those. So the cloud provider is only responsible for the infrastructure and making sure the infrastructure is available and you can connect to it. Everything else is your responsibility. The second one, which is, I would say, one of the most popular one, is platform as a service, where the cloud provider is actually providing you a bunch of services along with the hardware that comes with it. A good example could be an RDBMS system, where you have a relational database and you put your data in it. So you don't really need a DBA to actually do anything. They actually come with the default settings and everything. What you need is to make sure that you move your code, your data, whatever you need into that system. Good example of a platform as a service could be HT Insight from Azure, which is a Hadoop service. It could be another example like MongoDB and other DBs that you can actually get as some of the service providers. The third one, a lot of us actually use it all the time, just software as a service. Microsoft Teams is a great example of a software as a service, where you actually download a software and you don't need to worry about anything which is happening behind. Just a fun fact for you, Teams actually runs on Microsoft Azure. So every time somebody is connected, there is a Microsoft Azure backend that supports it. Google is also another example of that. So Google, when you sign into emails, when you upload your pictures to your drive, that's actually another example. The third one, the fourth one, which is actually gaining a lot of interest these days, and a lot of people are moving towards this, is serverless computing or a function as a service. It's a talk in itself, maybe for a separate time, but this is a concept where you are not even worried about where it is running. You're not even worried about how to scale it, what to scale it. What you're worried about is just your code. Everything that that code does is the responsibility of the cloud service provider. So these are the 4 different basic types of services in cloud. And before you actually dig into any of the cloud computing platforms, it is important for you to understand what your service is, where it is, and who owns what piece of it. Another visual that will give you more explanation of that is this one. So if you move from left to right, in an on-premise world, if you have your own data center, for example, you would actually own everything. So everything in blue is your ownership. So somebody in your company is actually owning everything. But as you move from infrastructure as a service, or containers as a service, or platform, or a function as a service, you will actually start losing the control of what you own, and the cloud provider will actually have more ownership. But as you lose the ownership, what you gain is the scale and the speeds and feeds that you will not get in an on-premise world. Please feel free to leave any questions in the chat. I will leave last 5 to 10 minutes on the Q&A section and would like to answer those if you have any. So looking at the cloud computing world right now, in terms of market share, this is a slide again taken as of the snapshot of this year, 2020 June, and it will give you a good idea about who are the main players in this space. So these are the top 8 main players in terms of the cloud services. Amazon Web Services is leading by 33% of the market share, followed by Microsoft Azure, Google Cloud, Alibaba, IBM, Salesforce, Oracle, and others. And you can look at that number. That is the amount of revenue generated in terms of last year, just with the cloud services. That's $111 billion. It's not million, it's $1 billion. So there's a big, huge difference between million and billion. So I really highly encourage you to look into these technologies. If you're, let's say, a startup, even if you're a big corporate, it can save you a lot of money also, can save you a lot of time also, and it can actually make some of your processes really good. So let's talk about some of the basic concepts before you actually start your cloud journey. Again, I'm oversimplifying it here, but I divide it into just 4 basic concepts. It's true for an on-premise world as well, but as you move to cloud, it's really important for you as a dev or a lead or a manager or a tech lead or whoever your role is to understand how these things work in the cloud world. So the 4 concepts are compute, storage, network, and security. Compute, what I mean by compute is a set of machines, is your CPUs, GPUs, all of that. How much compute you need to actually do the work that you want to do. It's very simple how I'm defining it, but when you actually are solving a problem, there are so many different ways of doing it in cloud, and every single day there are new services coming in. So it's really, really important for you to understand that. Second, with compute, you have a bunch of data. We are talking about data, and this talk is related to data engineering, data science, and I've been a data engineer, data scientist since my first job out of college. So really, really passionate about that. So where do you store that data? There are, again, as I said, hundreds and different types of data storage available. You can store in cold storage, you can store in a real-time database, you can store in SQL, you can store in NoSQL, and there are so many options. Then the third thing is, how do you connect all of this? Really, really important, right? If you have compute and you have storage, but you don't know how to connect to it and what's the best way to connect to it, there's no real actually usage of that. So understanding the networking principles around that, how these different services work in cloud, is again really important for you to understand. And last but not least is security. It's important in an on-premise world or your own data center to be secure, but once you move to cloud, it's actually 3 times, 10 times, I would say 100 million times more important to secure your jobs, secure applications, secure whatever you're running in cloud. And a lot of customers that I work with, they don't think about it. They think if they move the applications as it is, it's secured in the cloud. It's not. You have to really, really make sure that you write your code and protect your code in a way by using the right networking principles, by using the right encryptions, by using the right keys and other ways to actually secure this if you're moving to cloud. So just try to understand how these things work in cloud. And I would share some of the resources at the end for you to start your cloud journey also. Moving on, I'd like to give you some examples of applications that are currently running in cloud. A lot of you are already using them all the time, but you don't know how they're built. And they're all actually data engineering problems. And they're running at a huge, huge scale in cloud right now. One of the most common one is anomaly detection. So if, let's say, I am based here in Seattle, and all of a sudden my credit card is used in Kenya or somewhere, I would get a fraud alert in a few minutes, if not seconds, that somebody is trying to access your credit card. How does the financial institution actually knows about it? They have built a good data pipeline on the data of every transaction that's going in and out. And they're scaling it at a huge scale in cloud, whatever cloud provider they're using, to make sure that they can detect it in time and actually take action. Another great example of that is connected cars. A lot of cars here in the US, in Europe, and in other places, and even Pakistan, have these mobile apps where you can actually start the car even remotely as well. So at the back end, that's actually generating a bunch of data. There's a connectivity between your app to the cloud provider back to your physical device, which is a car. It's another great example of a data engineering solution that's been built on cloud. The third one, which is my favorite, and I think Rahil was mentioning it as well, with Alexas and Siris and Cortanas and Google Home and all of these smart devices that we all have in our hands all the time or in our homes, they are all super, super, super smart. And they are all near real time. So for example, my daughter goes to Alexa and says, Alexa, what's the weather today? It doesn't take 10 minutes for Alexa to answer. It doesn't take like 20 minutes or 1 hour to answer. Within a minute or less than a minute, Alexa gets back, even in some cases, a few seconds, that the weather here in Seattle is this. How does Alexa know that I'm talking about Seattle? How does Alexa know where to get this information within a few seconds? So it's actually a data pipeline built behind it that solves that problem. And one of the common examples that a lot of you do, I spend a bunch of time in online shopping, especially in COVID days, is let's say going on Amazon or wherever you want to shop, right? You go there, you buy stuff, and the recommendation systems over there are really, really smart. They know what I like. They know if I buy something, what else would actually make sense to buy with it. And all of this is actually AI models, recommender models that are built into a bunch of data that's been fed into it about myself to know what I'm going to do and what actions I'm going to take next. So these are some good examples, and there are like hundreds of other great examples of cloud data engineering that has been done at a huge scale. You can actually build a solution today with your existing app in cloud. If not, if not like few hours, in a few days. It's really, really that easy. And as Raheel was saying before me, there's nothing stopping us. There's nothing stopping you today to start your journey. Start your journey of learning, start a journey in cloud, start your journey in learning the technologies of the future. So I'm going to talk about one of the common architectures that is used in these cloud data engineering pipelines. Again, this talk is very basic and introductory, and I'm oversimplifying some of the concepts here, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions if you have afterwards. So all of the cloud data pipelines actually start with source systems, right? We all have data stored somewhere. Some companies have stored in an Excel sheet, some companies have CRM systems, some companies have databases, whatever is your source that's generating data. It could be an IoT sensor also, right? That's where you start your cloud data pipelines. You start generating a bunch of data. From that point, you have two ways to go. And that will actually depend on what is the problem that you're solving. This architecture that I'm showing you is called Lambda architecture, and it is one of the most common ways of how cloud data pipelines are built. And you can read about it just by typing Lambda architecture on Google or Bing or wherever you search for. So there you have two options. You can go the near real-time route, where if let's say you want to do alert on something, any anomaly detection, the example that I just gave, you have to actually know in near real time something is happening. So technologies like Kafka, technologies like Event Hubs, technologies like any of the bus type platforms where you have messages coming in at like billions or millions of transactions per second, you will store that there. And then you have technologies like Spark streaming, things like that, that are running on top of that and actually knowing and doing anomaly detection, things like that. So you need some kind of stream processing after that. This path is really expensive because you want to take actions quick, right? So this path is expensive, the storage is expensive, you need more compute, you need more power to actually solve this. But let's say you can wait for a day to get any of the results in your pipelines, then you don't have to do this. So a lot of customers can just start with a cold storage, a data storage in some kind of database, or a storage like S3 in Amazon, or data lake storage in Azure and others. So you go that route on the top, which is more of a slower path than the path on the bottom. And you can do batch processing. A lot of companies still do BI reports, year over year kind of analysis, batch processing, and they store the data in some kind of analytical data store like SQL Data Warehouse or Redshift in Amazon, or you can use a third party like Snowflake. And last but not least, you need some kind of reporting on front of it to see those pretty diagrams and see what's really going on in your business. So these, again, I've oversimplified it here, touched a bunch of things, a lot of technologies, names there. But starting with one or two technologies in this pipeline would be a good starting point to understand how you can build a good comprehensive data pipeline in cloud. Some of this is actually orchestrated by a bunch of tools like Azure Data Factory or Amazon Glue, where you actually don't even need to know any coding. You can drag and drop different components, connect them, and there you go. You have a good cloud computing kind of data pipeline up and running. Or you can use third-party open source softwares like Apache NiFi, and you can build these pipelines over there super fast without even knowing any coding. You just need to know how to use that UI and how to actually connect these different things. So when you're building these things, what are the top considerations? First and foremost is the DevOps. How do you deploy these things? CI/CD pipelines. You don't want to manual deployments. You don't want any upgrades to be done by somebody on the weekend and doing lift and clicks here and there. A lot of these cloud providers actually come with a bunch of tooling. For example, Azure DevOps, AWS has CloudFormation and others that you can use. And a lot of automation that you can use third party like Chef or Jenkins and others to actually do this. Security and networking, I cannot emphasize enough on that. That could be a talk in itself for some other time. It's really, really important for you to understand those concepts. When you are defining the network security groups, the IAM rules, whatever cloud provider, whichever you are using, it's really important for you to set that up in the right way so that you don't get hacked once you go live. And you know that's a very common thing that happens to the most sophisticated networks out there. The other thing that a lot of developers or companies actually forget about is high availability and disaster recovery. What if the data center in which you're deploying actually goes down? Something really bad happens there. Your application should be resilient to such updates, anything that's actually failing over there. And again, depending on how critical is that application, let's say if you're building a solution for a healthcare system and somebody's life is actually dependent on that, like 911 or something like that, you have to make sure that that solution is highly, highly, highly resilient. If something goes down, you have a backup there up and running in a few seconds. And cloud computing, again, has every cloud provider actually has a bunch of principles and guidelines around that. The other things, of course, you need to know is speeds and feeds, like how many users you have, how much speed, how much data you're storing, where it's coming from, all of that. And a lot of developers actually forget this is cost. With cloud computing, as I said, the scale is really, really easy. But with that scale, you can actually cost your company a lot of money as well if you don't understand how these work. So keep an eye on the cost and also build good monitoring solutions around whatever you have deployed, so you can get alerted if something goes down. Some of the key skills of the future related to this, SQL is not going anywhere away. So if you have SQL skills, definitely that's useful. But in addition to that, a lot of web programming languages in the data space are now dependent on Python, Node.js type applications. Any of the ETL orchestration type tools that I mentioned before, if you have that knowledge, that's really useful. Hadoop ecosystem in terms of big data. Again, it's still useful, it's still relevant. I know it's 6 years, 7 years old. There was a big hype of that. It's kind of settled down now, but a lot of companies are still using it. So if you're just starting off, I would still encourage you to look into that. So technologies like Apache Spark, Apache Kafka, they're really, really, really right now in the spotlight. So if you have those skills, it's really, really high in demand. You will get employed very fast as well. And then data governance, what do you do with this data? What do you do and how do you actually make sense of it? So a lot of tooling and things are available. So that kind of concludes my presentation. I have a bunch of online resources and things that I want to share. I'll keep that slides for a few seconds. So if you want to take a screenshot, I know these are recorded so you can come back to it. These are some of the online resources or courses that you can take to know more about cloud computing, starting your cloud journey. Look at the cloud basics over there. Cloudacademy.com is a great website. LinkedIn Learning, Coursera, of course. There are a lot of online resources today. And again, there's nothing stopping you to go and learn those. A lot of people actually look into certifications. So that's also a great way to start your cloud journey. And these are on the left side are the top certifications that are in the cloud world. And on the right side, I mentioned some of the guides that you can actually take to learn more about these certifications and learn them or get yourself trained on them. I will leave you with this slide, which is kind of the summary. And if there is one thing you take out of this is how and what is your role as a data engineer, data scientist, data analyst, or business analyst in the company is to connect those data points, connect them, make sense of them, connect them to knowledge, insight, wisdom, and eventually make an impact in your company. Don't think that if you can write the best code, you'll always succeed. It's important for you to understand what is the business problem that you're solving and how can your data solution solve that problem. So if you can do that, then you've done your job. So again, thank you so much for having me. The moderators can tell me we have a couple of minutes to answer any questions. This is my LinkedIn, Twitter, and Medium where I blog. If you want to reach out to me, feel free to do that, and can take a few questions if there are any.
Yes, Musma, we got 2 questions. So the first one is, how can one join Big 5 if she is from Pakistan? What's easiest route to it?
Yeah, I think that's a common question these days. Because of recent visa issues and things like that, a lot of companies are not hiring internationally, and especially this year with COVID, you know, that has been on a stop. But I know a lot of folks, even in Microsoft, Google, and other Facebook, they actually used to do hiring in Pakistan before that. So one easiest way could be wait for it. So if things get better in future, that could be that. I know in Pakistan, the startup ecosystem is really, really booming. In last 2 years, there is a lot of great work happening. A lot of venture capitalists are actually investing in Pakistan. So you can earn a lot of great skills being in Pakistan right now. But if your actual target is to get to one of these big 5 companies, then maybe not in US, you can start in Europe or Middle East and eventually get to it, right? Again, visa is a big issue these days. So that would be my suggestion on that, to look into some intermediate, get the skill set, get your training, get ready for it, and then eventually get to the point when once the visa issues and things get resolved. I don't think the problem is with the skill set from Pakistan. A lot of great folks like me and others that I know here are from Pakistan, and I'm really hopeful that things get better in the future.
Thank you. So the next question is, what about Azure Service Fabric? Does it comes under Azure Computer Services? If yes, then how?
Yeah, it comes under Azure Compute Service in a I would say in a umbrella of that. It is a combination of compute and network because it's a bunch of compute connected together. You can learn if you just go to Azure Compute and then go to the blogs over there, you can learn way more about the workings of it and how it's connected and what it does. A lot of internal Azure services actually dependent on the service fabric as well, because we actually have to scale and we actually have to make sure that these compute and stuff is actually available. So it's an umbrella, I would say, between compute and network.
All right. So there's another one. Hi, Musma. It was a nice talk. Thanks for it. You touched the word security, that we still have to protect our applications. Being still in the cloud, although we get to hear the claims of security from cloud services provides. So my question is, what's the type of security the cloud service providers provides us? Just curious to know.
Yeah, that's a really great question. Thank you, Majid,
Type of
for that
security the
question.
cloud service.
So I will give you an example, let's say, of storage, right? So storage by default comes with encryption. So even if you don't do anything in any of these cloud service providers, it comes with a basic level of encryption. But let's say if you're storing personal identifiable data in it, like PII data in it, then there is a lot of compliance that's up to the customer to make sure that they tag the data correctly and store it in the right way. A lot of common mistakes that companies or people do when they're moving to cloud is in their code bases. For example, in their automation, there are actually keys and stuff stored in the code. So they can get really, really easily hacked if somebody gets to their code. So if one of the very easiest thing to do is first foremost thing, make sure none of your code base has any of your passwords or keys or anything like that. Second thing, what you can do is make sure as I'm talking in the data context, any of the assets that you have, you label them correctly. That's why data governance comes into picture. And make sure if you have any PII data or any of the other data, like if let's say if you work with Europe, then there's a lot of GDPR where you have to delete the data in every 3 months and 6 months period, right? So if you don't know and you are not doing enough audits on your data, then there are actually other issues that can cause, and there will be compliance issues. So in terms of security, a lot of cloud providers come with a lot of basic security and they're the defaults. But beyond those defaults, anything that you are doing in terms of your code and application is up to the company's responsibility. A lot of these cloud providers actually have consultants that can help you, and there's a lot of guides and architecture principles and things that you can look into at. But security, don't never ever take that with the word whoever is saying that to you that you're highly secure and you don't have to do anything. No, make sure that you make sure what you're bringing to cloud is actually secure in terms of the code and application as well, beyond what the cloud provider is saying.
So the last one is here. How cloud computing helps the automatic engineer in script writing things?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I think depending on what you use for your automation currently scripting, there is a lot of automation tools that are available in cloud. For example, in Azure, as I said, Azure DevOps has a lot of integrations. Terraform is a third party. There's a lot of integration existing right now. If you go with the traditional world, those are the technologies you will use. Or if you go in, let's say, Amazon Web Services, you will use CloudFormation with Jenkins or some other tooling around it, right? How cloud providers are actually helping you is providing easy plugins where you can plug and play with different components as resources and you can deploy it in a large scale. So that's what they provide you. What you have to, again, bring in your code and make sure that works on the cloud provider. Or you can use a third party like Terraform. As I mentioned very briefly on the other side of things, a container as a service, that's another area that's gaining a lot of interest. So if you have Kubernetes knowledge, you would like, it's really the skill of the future right now. So all of the internal deployments actually using Kubernetes, and that's kind of another future where you can invest some time. So if you're an automation engineer, I would highly encourage you to look at containers. I would highly encourage you to look at the container solutions that some of these cloud providers actually provide. And some of them are really plug and play. So you basically use your code, you build that container, and then there's an image that you can go and deploy anywhere at any scale. And for example, AKS service, which is Azure Kubernetes Service, you can have n numbers of pods and you can just scale up and scale down at any point in time as long as you have that container that's available.
Thank you so much. That was the last question. Thank you, Uzma, for sharing your knowledge with us. And over to you, Madhya. Please
Thank you so much
continue.
for having me. Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anna. So, and thank you so much, Mazma. It was such amazing information that you shared with us over cloud data. So our next talk is about Tensorflow coding and CNNs. And we will know about neural networks like simple neural networks and convolution neural networks and how to solve problems using neural networks. So to tell us about this topic, we have Iram Zahra with us, and she's a data scientist currently working with a multinational company. She led the team responsible for developing artificial intelligence-based surveillance solutions, and she's leading Pakistan's first Google Developers Group, GDG Cloud in Islamabad, and also serving as the Google's Women Tech Makers Ambassador. Recently, she was selected in the gold tier I Am Remarkable Facilitators, which means she's in the top 100 out of 5,000 plus facilitators globally. I would now request Iram to please start her session. Over to you.
Hello. Hi, can you hear me?
You're audible.
Yes.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay, let me share my slides with you. Can you see my slides as well?
Yes.
So I hope these are in, I'm in a presenter view, right? Is it correct?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much for introducing me, first of all. Thank you so much, Puram, for allowing me to be part of this amazing event. And I think you've done a brilliant job for organizing this virtual event. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And next, I would like to move on towards my introduction. So my name is Zanzala, and I'm currently working as a data scientist with the entertainers, and I completed my bachelor's in software engineering from International Islamic University in 2016, and I have been working in industry for more than 4 years. I started my career with a startup as a core team member and a computer vision developer right after my graduation. And after that, I joined Red Buffer as a machine learning engineer, and recently I've switched to the entertainer as a data scientist.
Sorry
So-
for interrupting, Iram. Can you please put your mic closer?
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you hear me right?
Yeah,
Is it-
it's now. It's perfect.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just keep reminding me if I'm not audible or something.
Perfectly
happens.
fine. Sorry for disturbing.
Okay. No, it's okay. So outside my day-to-day job, I love to build communities, empower others, and take initiatives to bring diversity and equity in our communities. And to fulfill my passion of empowering others, I started working with Google developers as a lead for GDG Cloud Islamabad, and I'm also serving as a Women Tech Makers Ambassador, which is also an initiative by Google. And I'm also certified. I'm remarkable facilitator, and I recently got promoted to gold tier. I'm also a level 8 Google local guide, and other things that I love to do apart my deep into the CNN part of this presentation. So first, I would like to touch how basically our traditional programming works. So let's think a little bit about traditional programming and how, what it looks like from a very high level. If you have to create, we are just taking it as an example, that if you have to create a financial software, where you write code that gets data and does something new with it. So we're taking this formula, which is called analytic P to E ratio, and this is called actually price to earnings. So the code for calculating that would look something like this in the black box. So now think in terms of three things. There is data and rules that you write that act on the data and brings value because those rules provide some answers, right? So we had some data. वो data जो है हमने इस black box को या जिसको the formula, the rules, इसको हम लोग वो data apply करते हैं and then we get some kind of answers, right? That's how traditional programming work for us. So in summary, traditional programming looks like this in the orange diagram using previous explanation. You have rules and data that comes in and then you have answers that come out. But machine learning is just a reorientation of this diagram. So instead of us programmers trying to figure out those rules that will give us the answers, what we can find, what we can feed a lot of, we can do what is that we feed a lot of data with answers and have a machine figure out what those rules are. That's that's the machine learning is all about. So get a lot of data, know what the answers are to that data, and knowing the answers to that data is a process, and that's a process called labeling. And then we establish the rules that will match to the to our data. So I'll explain it with an example. So let's take an example of activity recognition, right? In activity recognition, you have to detect what kind of activity a person is performing. Like for example, if he's walking, running, or biking, right? So if I take the concept of traditional programming, what I will do, I'll set some kind of rules, right? And what are those rules? For example, I'll say if speed is less than 4, the person is walking. If the speed is less than 4, the person is walking. Then what if the speed is greater than 4? I say else the person is running. Let's say set the status to running, right? And but there are different kinds of activities, right? So what I can do is that if this, I can set another rule, like if speed is less than 12, then the person is running, else the status of the person is biking. What if you have to detect golfing, right? Golfing is another activity. So it's easy to see where this is really difficult scenario to implement with just rules. Your speed will vary if you are going up or downhill, and your walking speed might be my running speed, and so on. Sometimes you cannot figure out all the rules to detect complex behaviors like this. So this is the problem we can easily solve by machine learning. So how are we going to do that using machine learning, right? So this is the same activity recognition problem So what we have done here is that we can put some kind of sensors or attach some kind of sensors to each person doing certain kind of activities. And what we can do is that we can just, keep recording data at different points and at different angles. And then we will just label that data as walking, running, or biking, right? We don't know what the data is. For example, 11001, it doesn't make sense, but our sensor just gave this data when the person was walking, right? So we just took the data and we label it. So in short, we just keep gathering and capturing data, and then we'll keep labeling it. So that's the core of machine learning, right? Have lots of data, having labels for that data, and then programming a computer to figure out what the distinguishing parts of the data, how this data will actually fit to the labels, right? Now, that's just a hypothetical scenario. But the same concepts can be applied to computer vision as well, or NLP. Like you could apply these same concepts of gathering data, labeling it, and then using the labeled data to actually allowing a machine to figure out the rules, and then using that trained model to identify activities or anything, like we can say images, for the unseen data or unseen scenarios. So let's start with a very simple scenario. Consider it as a hello world of machine learning. Can you see the pattern on my screen? So take a look at these numbers. That's pattern that connects them. There is a relationship between x and y that holds for x-y pairing. So when x is equals to -1, y is -3, and so on. So can you see what the pattern is? I'll give you a moment to think about it and comment if you can see the pattern. If you can give me the answer or equation how our x's are relating to y. I cannot see the comments, so I'll need some help if the audience is replying back or not.
Sure, we'll let you know.
Yeah. So, or if they're not, if no one is replying, then just let me know. So I'll move on to the next slide.
Nothing yet.
Okay. So yeah, moving on to the next slide then. Okay. So the relation is that every y is 2 times the corresponding x minus 1. If you have got the answer, how did you get it? Like for me, I saw that y increases by 2 when x is increased by 1. So I guess that's y is equals to 2x or minus something, and then I took a guess that it might be -1 because when x is 0, the answer is -1, right? So I looked over all the numbers and found out that this relationship worked. So that's almost exactly how a machine learning model or how a neural network does it too. So let's explore this in code. And before going to code, I would like to touch the basic of neural network, like how what are the basic parts of simplest neural network and how it looks like, right? So if you see each of the columns in the pink color, they are actually, these are the layers. So we have here 3 layers: input layer, hidden layer, and output layer. So next is, if you're seeing the yellow blobs, these are the neurons. And in our first layer, which is our input layer, we have 5 neurons, and then 3 in the hidden layer, and lastly 1 in the output layer. And if you look at the neurons, every neuron in each layer is connected to all other neurons. And what this means is these layers have dense connectivity. So we call them dense layer or dense network, where all of our neurons are connected to other neurons. So this is our dense network. So here is the app that will figure out the relationship for us in code, relationship for the equation that I showed you earlier in the previous slides. So I know there are a few new concepts here, so I am going to unpack all of them one by one. So first line, it is Keras.sequential, and we have two parameters, keras.layers, and input shape, right? So keras is a framework within TensorFlow for making the definition of training and using machine learning models easily. Sequential basically tells us that we are going to define a sequence of layers. And in this diagram I showed you earlier, we had 3 layers. And so what do you think, how many layers do we have now, right? We have 1 layer here because we have 1 line of code within the sequential. And the what kind of layers are these? So as you can see, this is a dense layer because Kerastos layer to dense, right? So this is the dense layer, and it is the simplest type of layer with 1 neuron in it. And input shape parameter tells us about the shape of the input in which we are going to train our model, and it is just 1 value. So we have a very simple neural network with 1 neuron in it. This neuron can actually learn to match the data with the labels. In second line, model.compile. So this is the code of how the network will learn is in these 2 parameters, the optimizer function and the loss function. So these 2 parameters are actually where all the maths in the machine learning comes from. We are not going deeper into the maths right now, and we will just stick to the implementation part of the TensorFlow. So basically, the neural network has no idea about the relationship between the data and the labels, right? So it has to make a guess. It then looks at the data and evaluates the guess. So the loss function is a way of measuring how good or bad the guess is. The result of this is then used by the optimizer function to make another guess. The guess is then measured against the loss function again, with the logic being an optimizer can improve the guess. So this is the process of training the neural network. So in code, we are kind of doing it in a loop, making a guess and then measuring its effectiveness with a loss function and then optimizing it to make another guess and then repeating it for like 500 times. So loss function we used here is mean squared error, and the optimizer function is SGD, which stands for stochastic gradient descent, and we will compile our model using these. I won't go into the details of how SGD the model has done training. You can use it to predict or to make a guess on any unseen data, right? Model.predict. So in this line, we can use this predict function to actually make a guess or make or to make or test your model as well. So how are we going to test our model? We'll be discussing in the next slide as well. So don't worry about that. Okay. So here is an important point to note that neural network deals in probability. And what is probability? It is basically likelihood that the answer is correct, right? So whatever answer you are getting in your predictions, they are not exactly the exact answers, but they are the probability of the answer being correct. So how would you decide कि कौन सा answer सही है? So it means the answer with the highest probability is going to be correct. Okay, so this is here is the link that you can use to practice all the code and all the concepts that we have done so far. जितना भी कुछ अभी मैंने आपको बताया, this is the notebook. It's a ready notebook. You can note down the link, and then you can use this notebook to practice all the concepts that we have learned so far, right? बहुत आसान notebook है, so basically everything is every step is explained in the notebook. All you need to do is to just run this notebook. It's in the Colab, so you don't need to actually install anything. You can do it in the browser. So if you are looking to practice something hands-on, you can note down this link. I'll share the slides with the organizers as well. So if you need the slides, you can also get the slides as well. So now I will look into how the machines can learn to see, right? So in understanding, CV is all about seeing and recognizing the things in the field of view. CV as in computer vision, I'm sorry. So if I ask you people which one is a shoe and a dress, you will know right away. But how do you know that, and how can you teach someone who has never seen these items to recognize these items, and what are the rules that makes a shoe, right? That these are the important questions and important points that we need to keep in mind when we are going to train our computer vision model, because that's how our model, like I mean, our brain works, the human brain works, right? So computer vision is basically a field of taking pixels and recognizing what's in them. So to train a model to recognize images, we need data and labels again. And fortunately, there is an easily available data set called Fashion Aminist, and we'll be using Fashion Aminist in our example. Uh, so first, I would like to tell you a little bit about Fashion Aminist data. किसके अंदर है क्या? So in Fashion Aminist data set, we have around 70,000 images from 10 categories, for example, like shoe, dress, bags, things like that. And these images are of size 28 by 28. Small images are still recognizable, so we can, train our neural network using this data. So you can download this data set as well, and in our examples coming up in this presentation, we will be just loading the data set into our code. So how we will do it. So here is how we will load the data. So in Keras, there are some built-in data set that can be loaded with a single line of code, and Fashion Aminist is one of them. So Fashion Aminist is equals to keras.datasets.fashion Aminist वाली line में हमने अपना data set load कर लिया. Okay. So next step, we are actually dividing our data set into train sets, train labels, and test images and test labels. So why we are doing this, we will use our train images and train labels to train our model. We will use the train images and train labels in the training part, and then obviously we have to test our model performance, right? How it is actually working. So we cannot use our train images, the same images that we used in training. We cannot use those same images for testing purposes, because obviously our model is going to perform perfectly on train images, because obviously it has seen the images and it knows what are the answers to those images, what are the labels to those images, right? So we need some data whose labels are known, but in the training part, the model is actually totally unaware of the test images, right? So we will use the test images, and our model will predict labels for those test images, and then we will measure our model performance using those test predicted labels and the labels that we already know, to check actually how our model is working, if our model is working fine, or if our model is working perfectly fine. So we will decide in evaluation phase using these test images, which is important that you keep some amount of your data for testing purposes and use the rest of your data in training purposes. Normally जो रेशो होता है ट्रेन और टेस्ट इमेजेस का, वो आप डिसाइड कर सकते हैं. सो फॉर एग्जांपल इन दिस डेटा आई कैन कीप 60,000 फॉर images for training part, and then other 10,000 images for testing part. That's how you can divide your data. Okay, so now we have, if you look at this code, we have 3 layers. ये सेम कोड है जो हमने पहले किया था. आप all you need to do is to just keep noting down what are the minor changes that we will be going through. 2-3 लाइनों का change होता है. You just need to keep your eye on that, right? just keep looking into the code कि हम किस तरीके से layers add करते जा रहे हैं, how our problem is changing and how our code is changing according to that problem. So now we have 3 layers. This is the first layer is flatten. If you look at the second line, Kira sort layers at flatten and input shape is 28, right? So it's a special type of layer and it has no neuron, and the idea is to take the rectangular shape and flatten it into a one-dimensional shape that can be processed by the next layer. So मैंने पहले बताया था, our input shape is actually 28 by 28. So this layer will actually flatten our input shape to one-dimensional. So next is a dense layer, and here we have 128 neurons in it, and followed by another dense layer with 10 neurons. So all data being fed to the network has to be in the same size. Just keep that in mind. So we have 10 neurons.
Iram, I'll have to interrupt you here. So sorry to interrupt you, but I think the time is over and I'd want to move towards the question. And I think we just have one question for you right now. So
Okay.
is it a lot that is left, or we are almost done?
So we were actually going to code our CNNs. So I think I'm on a slide number 17, and I have a total of 24 slides. But what I can do is that I can share the slides with you, and you can share these slides with attendees. It has all the exercises links, so they can practice this all the exercises by themselves, and the notebooks that I have. जिनके links मैंने इसके अंदर डाले हैं, they are actually very well defined, so they can practice everything. और हर चीज उसके अंदर लिखी भी हुई है.
Perfect. We'll share them with the participants. So the first question was that, ma'am, can we use RASA to train model instead of Keras?
Obviously, you can use. In fact, आपके पास TensorFlow और Keras के अलावा there are multiple other frameworks available to train your model, so definitely you can use that as well.
Okay. So the second question is, what about testing application in cloud, regression testing? Just wanted to know.
So basically cloud के अंदर आप अपने models को train भी कर सकते हैं, अपने model को test भी कर सकते हैं. So I didn't actually understand the question because it's pretty obvious.
I think that's about it. There are no any other questions which are right there in front of me. I think thank you so much, Iram. Thank you so much for your time today. And I'll give this conversation now to Anna. Anna, over to you.
Thank you so much, Iram.
Thank you.
So now our next presenter is Scott Henselman. He's joining from Portland. Scott Henselman is a Microsoft lover and coder with 3 decades of industry experience and currently working as a principal programming manager at Microsoft. He's passionate about coding, blogging, teaching, and speaking also. He's an author too. If you work on Microsoft applications, you have definitely used his code. Now I would like to call Scott Henselman to continue with his topic, please.
Hello. Hi, everyone. I'm Scott, and I'm very happy to be here. It's nice to see everyone, and I'm really excited to talk a little bit more about technology. I really enjoyed the last presenter, and while my presentation now is not as technical, I hope it will be entertaining. So, as we heard, my name is Scott, and I work for Microsoft. This is my web page here. I also have a podcast, and on that podcast, I talk to people from all over the world about all kinds of interesting topics. I've actually had this podcast for over 750 episodes. So that is 15 years every Thursday talking to a new, fresh face. I've really dedicated my life to making sure that people feel welcome in technology. And that's why I'm excited to speak at this conference, because I know that this conference is dedicated to getting code into the hands of the people. What I want to talk to you today about is the art of computers. I'm going to be using PowerPoint to make this presentation. And you'll see at the bottom, I'm using machine learning and the cloud to translate my English into Urdu. I apologize if the translation is not good, but at least we're trying. I've started with my slide right here, but I don't think it looks very professional. So I'm going to make the font better. And then I think I will add a nice photograph. I think that's what people think that my office looks like. In fact, it's not. This is what my office looks like. Now, I've been doing computers for many, many years. In fact, I've been working in computers for over 30 years. And there are many people who've been working in computers for less and many people who have been working more. But I'm mostly interested in new people. I want new people to work in computers and learn how to code. So I want to say welcome to everyone who is a new or early in career programmer or coder. I want you to feel welcome by our friends here at Code Movement and by anyone that you meet online who wants you to be a programmer. I really like this picture of a magazine. This is from March of 1984, and it's a magazine in the United States that's showing a young woman, and she's programming on an older computer from the 80s. And I wish that more computers looked like this in the year 2020, as we want to encourage everyone of all genders from all over the world to become programmers and learn about computers. I thought it was nice that this was a picture from over almost 40 years ago, encouraging young people to be excited about computers. So here's our question. Are computers and programming an art, or are they a science? I think that an argument can be made for both. I think that they are both an art and a science, and I'm going to talk about these 4 items. I want to talk about solving problems. I want to talk about layers. I want to talk about composition when you compose technology. And then I will end by talking about patterns. These are the 4 things that I've learned in the last 30 years that have helped me become, I think, a good programmer. First, problem solving. Problem solving is asking a question, a yes-no question, at scale. At scale is a hard thing to express. I'm guessing the translator will do it wrong. At scale means quickly, easily, efficiently. The difference between an older programmer and a newer or an early programmer is that the older programmer can simply ask the questions faster in their head and get to an answer really quickly. And the trick here is that I want the new programmers, the early in career programmers, to learn how to ask these questions quickly. When I teach young people how to program, very young, maybe 12 or 13, That toaster exists as part of a larger system. So as the young people started to think like this, they started to think about the system. They started to think like programmers. Is the power on? Do the neighbors have power? Does the toaster work in a place like my house that has power? This is similar to debugging a function. And I think sometimes we spend time as programmers worrying about the small letters and the misspellings and the syntaxes in our programs and not about the bigger system. As you gain maturity as a programmer, you'll learn about those things. So people who are early in their career, they tend to Google for things a lot. When you are a little bit later in your career, one question can eliminate an entire class of problems. So when the young people said, does the toaster have power? That immediately split the problem in half. Okay, now we can talk about problems that involve power. We've eliminated a whole group of questions. This is a list on the left here of many, many, many questions that one can ask when one is debugging a system. Things like certificates, log files, connection strings, errors. There's a joke we have here in America. This man is Abraham Lincoln. He was one of our presidents. And there's a joke on the internet that says, it's always DNS, domain name services. And they joke that Abraham Lincoln, who has been dead for 200 years, said that. And that's good to remember because you can't trust anything that someone says on the internet. You have to ask yourself, is this the right question? This list of questions are just questions I have as a senior engineer. And the way that I learned these questions is by failing. We need to make it more comfortable and more safe for early programmers to fail. A lot of programmers in the US, and I think a lot of programmers in Pakistan, are afraid to fail because it's very competitive. They worry if they fail, their coworker will see them fail and think badly of them. But failing makes you a better programmer. Learning how to debug things quickly makes you a better programmer. So we want to encourage people to become better problem solvers in a safe place. Next, I want to talk about layering. Layering hides complexity from yourself and others. So when you create systems that have multiple layers, you're actually lying to yourself. You're hiding pieces of the system from yourself. When you have an electrical switch on the wall that turns on your toaster, you're hiding the power generator from you. You're hiding it behind that switch. When we create a function in a computer program, we hide the complexity of that program behind the function. This is an example of sending an email, and a lot of times we don't think about what's underneath that. What is hidden behind an email? If I take this and I flip it around, if I turn this around, we can see that this does not look unlike HTML and HTTP. This is web programming. So you know this already. It's very similar to programming on the web today. So email and web pages are closer to each other than we think. So when you find a problem or when you find a new technology, perhaps you already know it. You can look to the other things in your life that are similar and say, I've seen this before. I think this is a good example. On the left, we see a hard drive. On the right, we see a record player. These items are 150 years separated, but they are the same technology. We have a circular disk with information encoded on it. So when we see a new technology, like a DVD or a Blu-ray, we are reminded that it is in fact not a new technology because we've used circles to encode information for hundreds of years. When we start to compose items together and use composition, we can model relationships between software. Here's a story. There's a television show on Netflix called Altered Carbon. And in the show, there's an actor who plays an artificial intelligence. This is a picture of that actor. I like the show, and I was tweeting about the show, and I mentioned this actor. And it turned out he lived in my city, and he replied to me. So this famous actor replies to me on Twitter, and I'm feeling very special. I'm thinking maybe this man will become my friend. So I said, hey, let's have lunch, because that's a thing you do on the internet. And this famous actor on Netflix said, yes, I'll have lunch with you. And then we got to hang out together. We went to have a meal. And I recorded a podcast with this man, and I was very excited. We recorded a podcast, and it was a very good show. Unfortunately, when I returned home and I took the disk from the podcast and I put it into my computer, I saw this. Nothing. No files. I was concerned that I had spent a whole hour of this man's time and I recorded a show and now I lost it. Was the disk corrupt? Did I make a mistake? Will this man never speak to me again? It was horrible, horrible feeling. But I looked closer at the disk because I remember that there are layers. This is a composition. And I noticed that there were 300 megabytes used. Even though the disk said it was empty, Windows said there was 300 megabytes utilized. So the files must be there. I'm not an expert in this kind of work, but I know that I can peel back the layers a little bit at a time. Maybe Windows said the file is not there, but I believe that it is there. So I began to learn and I began to read and I dug into the disk. I dug into the data. And what I ended up finding were the 2 WAV files from my interview with that actor. And it took me almost 14 hours of debugging to find this because I'm not an expert. What's interesting about this story and what I think is powerful is that I learned a huge amount about computers while I dug for this. I reminded myself that there's nothing in the computer that's hidden from you. There's just one layer underneath and another layer and another layer, and you can peel away those layers. So I learned how the disk stored data, and I was able to take the bytes off of the disk and reassemble them into audio. And I'm still able to be friends with this actor today, which makes me very happy. Another thing that's important when thinking about software as you become a more senior engineer is patterns. So what does patterns mean? Sometimes people think it means design patterns or remembering certain ways to write code. I think patterns means I have seen that before. You remember something and then you look it up. I've been doing software since the 80s, and I can remember pieces of things that I have done from 30 years ago, and that helps me today. It doesn't mean I have a good memory. I don't remember what I had for lunch, but I do remember the feeling of solving a problem, and I remember when I have seen a problem before. This was an interesting debugging problem that I had. I spent 13 hours debugging an issue with a Raspberry Pi. I know that the Urdu translator will get this wrong. A Raspberry Pi is a computer and not a pie with raspberry. This little computer here was going to run my program, and I copied my program onto this computer, and it wouldn't work. It always worked on my computer, and it never worked on the tiny computer. And I spent a day. And I made a comparison. On the left, we see the program that works. On the right, we see the program that doesn't work. You'll notice that the program that doesn't work has had characters removed. It's had bytes removed. And the byte is 0D. What is 0D? Why 0D? What a strange thing. Well, it turns out that I was using FTP to move my program, and FTP treats files as plain text. So I was taking a binary file and copying it as plain text from a Windows computer to a Linux computer. So it was removing the carriage return. And the carriage return is the 0D character. So here's a question I have for people who are programmers. Maybe you've been a programmer for 2 years, or maybe you've been a programmer for 20. What's a carriage, and what is it returning? What is a carriage return? A carriage return is a character that moves the typewriter. It takes the carriage of the typewriter and returns it to its home position. Remember when you're typing and you go, bing, carriage return, line feed. That's a 100-year-old typewriter. I live in the future. Why am I thinking about carriages today? But I recognized this character. I recognized the pattern. I remembered 0D, and I thought, that's weird. That's very strange. And the wonderful thing about this is it will never happen again. Let's think about that for a moment. I could tell this story and tell you that I spent 13 hours of my day trying to debug this. Aren't I stupid? Aren't I foolish? Look at this foolish man spending all this time. But in my mind, this time was a gift. I learned so much in 13 hours. And now that pattern is in my head. And when it happens again, it won't take me 13 hours to catch it. It'll take me a minute. Here's the best part. Now that I've told you, when it happens to you, it won't cost you 13 hours either. You'll know, I think Scott talked about this before. Maybe I'll need to check my settings for my program. That's why it's so important to spend time at conferences like this. Why code movement is important, because we're sharing the knowledge with our friends and the friends we've never met before, so that they can become successful as well. So as we get towards the end of my talk and perhaps into some questions, let's ask ourselves, what can we make? What kinds of amazing technologies can we plug together? This is something that's unusual. Perhaps you don't have this in Pakistan. I have diabetes. I'm a type 1 diabetic. And I take my insulin not with needles, but with a pump, an insulin pump. And it's attached to me. It's plugged into my body. What I've done is used open source software, and I can collect my blood sugar in a database in the cloud. I can then take the information, bring it into my phone, and create an API for my body. I know what my blood sugar is. Then I can take that blood sugar and I can put it in my prompt at the command line so I can always see my blood sugar. So here we see my command line prompt with my code, and then I can see the number that is my blood sugar, and then I can control the insulin pump and automatically give myself insulin. And I've been diabetic now for over 30 years. And the great thing about technology like this, as I know we all have friends and family who may have a disease like this, I'm not going to die of diabetes. My goal is to die of old age. And if I do, I'll know that I have succeeded. Am I an expert in medical things? I am not. I'm a member of an open source community, and I know how to layer, how to compose, and how to plug together software to solve interesting problems. This is just one exciting example of what someone who knows how to code can create. Which brings us back to our original question. Are computers an art, or are they a science? And here's the answer. Yes. Don't let anyone tell you that they are a professional. I'm learning new things every day. I graduated from college many years ago. Everything I learned was old. But I learned how to learn. There are no professionals. There are only really good learners. So if someone tells you that they have 20 years experience, if someone tells you they have 20 years experience and they use that to make you feel bad about yourself, ask yourself, do you have 20 years experience, or is it the same year 20 times? The same company, the same programming, the same thinking. Be a learner who is learning new things every year. This man is the man who created the World Wide Web. This is Tim Berners-Lee. He made the internet. Look at his job title. He said web developer. He could have said he was the web developer. He didn't even put senior web developer. This is a very modest person, and we should try to be like him. There's a thing we have in the US that you can find also in Europe called the Swiss Army knife. Do you have these? Like a little knife and a little scissors and a little... It's not good at anything. It's really very bad scissors and a very bad knife. I'm a Swiss Army knife programmer. I know a little bit of C and a little bit of C++ and a little bit of Python. It's okay to be a funny little knife that is not good at everything, but at least it's a good knife. I try to remember the basics. No matter what program you use, no matter what language you speak, think about the basics. Layering, patterns, composition. I'm so glad that you're here. I'm so glad to be here at Code Movement. This is a wonderful opportunity for us to learn from our friends. And hopefully now we'll have some questions and we'll continue with a wonderful conference. I also want to encourage you to go and learn about some of the great technologies that I get to work on at learn.microsoft.com.
Well, thank you so much, Scott. Such a great and inspiring talk. We have a question and bunch of compliments. So let's start with the question first. Can you please name 3-5 technologies we should be focusing on for the next few years to build our career?
That is a fine question. What are 3 to 5 technologies we should focus on? Understanding how the cloud works is more important than learning a specific cloud. Things like Kubernetes and containers are not as important as the concepts underneath them. Technologies come and go. I was here before Kubernetes, and I'll be here after. But why does it exist? It exists because scaling software is difficult. Making websites work for large groups of people is hard. So I would encourage people to think about fundamentals of computer science, fundamentals of cloud architecture, and fundamentals of problem solving. That's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you. So next are such compliments. So I'll start reading them. Love your work, sir. The way you explain things is a very precise manner. The next one is great talk. I would like all the young ones should watch this. Third one is indeed, Scott cleared a lot of concepts. I have to listen this video again. Another one, loves the way of demo. Definitely, I would love to watch the broadcast. And the last but not the least, thank you, sir, for sharing us your Raspberry Pi debugging. I also had a project in it, and I was facing the same problem today. I am clear at where I was wrong. Thank you so much for sharing your valuable experience and knowledge today.
That's very kind. Those are very kind compliments. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. And there are a lot more.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, that's just it. I got many of the compliments.
Well,
the question was the one.
If people enjoyed this talk, I would point those people to my YouTube channel, where I'm talking about computer stuff that they didn't teach you. There's all kinds of interesting questions that we learn in school, but then we go to work and we don't know them. So here I talk about what's a carriage and how to do basic text editing. Sometimes I think that they assume that we should go to school and immediately we know how to type fast and how to edit text. That can be very overwhelming. This is a video on using Git and source control that is very popular that I think people would enjoy. And to the person who asked the question about 3 to 5 technologies, I have a talk here on cloud architecture. I have a conversation about the command line and using different command lines. And I also want to point our friends who are new to programming to this video here. One of the things that I think is a problem culturally, it's not a Pakistani cultural problem, it's not a US cultural problem, it's a tech cultural problem, is that people feel overwhelmed, they feel scared, they feel frustrated by computers, but they don't have anyone to talk to. They are alone in their rooms trying to learn and trying to become successful, and they're just overwhelmed. So I made a video talking about what should you do when you just feel like this. I just don't even know what to do. We need to be able to talk about this with our coworkers and with our friends. So please do check out this YouTube. I think it's very good. And the best part is it's free.
Perfect. Another one. The question one is, can you name 3 to 4 applications you developer for Microsoft that people like us used? If any, please name it.
Applications from Microsoft that we would want someone to use. Like, I'm not quite sure I quite understand that question. Like,
I'll repeat it for you, that you develop for Microsoft.
Well,
people like
so
us used. Yeah.
I see. So things that I'm excited about are .NET, which is things like C#. I think .NET is a really powerful technology that people should look at. I think that Visual Studio Code is very important, and people should know how to use VS Code. So if I go VS Code, people should know VS Code. And they should also understand the extensions in VS Code, because the power of Visual Studio Code is the marketplace, the ecosystem. Oh, I see some fun questions in here, if I may. Someone is asking about a 10-year-old. Here's an interesting question. What should a 10-year-old learn with?
Yeah.
That's a great question. If I go to my blog and I search for kids programming, I've talked about a number of ways to teach kids how to code. Some people think you should teach them like old things, teach them old programming. That's one way. Another thing is to teach them with tools like snap circuits. I think it's exciting if a child can take a battery and some wires and make a light flash. I think that's really fun for kids to do. I have a number of blog posts where I talk about these things, and I show how I'm teaching my children how to do these things. But I would encourage people to take a look at things like codecombat.com is a fun way to learn how to code online. You can learn Python and JavaScript. And then there's Scratch from MIT. This is a wonderful program for a 10-year-old. And they can go and they can write code directly in the browser. And then finally, I would say Make Code. Make Code is just lovely program. And Make Code Arcade is really good because it doesn't require any physical objects. So here you can go and learn how to write a video game, and you get your own Game Boy. Look at this on the left here. We have our little programming game, and we can go and add in blocks. So this is great for little kids. They don't have to type. They can use blocks. And that's called Make Code Arcade. Some very good questions here.
So there's another one. What happened if your code have some bugs and it insert more insulin in your blood, or if it get wrong blood level?
That's a great question. So the question is referring back to my pancreas. And what if there's a bug? So let's think about that. Let's forget about this for a moment, and let's think about software that drives a car. I have my hands on the wheel of the car, and what if the software grabs the wheel and turns to one side? I will grab the wheel and I'll turn it back. So if the software sends the wrong information here, I'll hear it and I'll look at it and I'll say, oh no, and I'll stop it. Additionally, I have limits. I've told it I can have a maximum insulin. So it might give me a bad day, but it won't kill me. So you have a limit, or what we call a governor. So it cannot simply give me unlimited insulin. And what's nice about this, though, is it allows me to control my blood sugar in a way that I can also control. And that makes me very, very happy. It's definitely better than using needles. In fact, I'll show you my blood sugar here. Oops. So this is my blood sugar in real time. And we can see the prediction here showing my blood sugar. Imagine that this is driving a car. Here are the lanes of the car. Sometimes my blood sugar goes too high. It then brings me down. If it has too low, it brings me up. It's not perfect. If you think about a car that's driving, it's a little swervy, but it's never going so far that I'll be unsafe. Good questions.
So Rahil Kufar have some questions.
Hey, Scott, I will read out a question for you. I hope you can hear me. So this is a problem that we have been, of course, facing in Pakistan as well. So question is what we can do to bring more women into the programming, a problem we can see, I guess, across the industry. So I'm not sure if that is a case in US as well, but this is a case in Pakistan. Can you try answering that?
That's a complicated problem, and I think it's a good question. So you're asking, how do we bring more women into programming? I think there's two aspects there. First, we don't want to chase women away when they are starting younger in beginning math. We don't want young women to feel that this is not for them. Imagine if you enter a room and you look around the room and you say, oh, these are not my people. Think about it like a religion. If you are Muslim and you enter a church, you might go, oh, should I be here? No, I'll go away. If I'm a Christian and I enter a mosque, I'll go, am I supposed to be here? But if you are welcomed with open arms, yes, come in. We'd love to have you here. I'm not worried about your religion. Welcome. Christians can sit with me at the mosque. Muslims can sit with me at the church. Women, children, everyone can be a programmer. So when they're coming in and they go, am I supposed to be here? We, the programmers who are already inside the room, have to say, welcome, come, sit. Then, when they're already here, we need to not chase them away. If a woman or a person who doesn't look like me has a question, if we'll say if Rahman or Nabil says, Scott, I have a question. I have this bug in my program. And I go, oh, so stupid. Fine, I'll tell you how to do. Oh, so dumb. What a horrible, horrible thing. But here's the deal. Someone at your job has made you feel like that, have they not? Someone at your job has said, move, I'll just type. See, that wasn't so hard. Well, maybe I shouldn't be in technology if you're going to treat me like that. We have to make technology a safe place for everyone. If a new woman or a new man or a new person that you've never met before from a culture that you're not familiar with joins your team, how do you make them welcome? If a woman joins your team and she's here to code and you ask her about why is she unmarried and who are her family and where are her people from, she came here to do her job. Think about these things when we ask our new friends and our new people who we want to be in. So you can't say, I want more women to code and then not treat them as your equal when you're coding. That's my answer. I apologize if that was too aggressive of an answer, but it's my truth.
So the next question is coming from Ata. Over to you, Ata. Please read out your question.
I can. I think that's a really good question. This is an iPhone. It's a couple years old, but it's still good. It's quite strong. Even an inexpensive Android phone is far more powerful than the computers I coded on even 5 years ago. This thing has 8 gigs of RAM and a quad processor. We're not using this device's power enough. So my opinion is that we should not be pushing so much work to the cloud when we have a pocket supercomputer right here. The limitation is usually the bandwidth. But once the data is here, if I've sent a list of data to this device, and then I choose to sort it in a grid or maybe make a chart, why would I send the data back to the server and have the server sort it and then bring it back over here again? You see how strange that is? If we think about that, are we saying that this pocket supercomputer is unable to sort a list? It's unable to make a graph or a map? I don't think we should be pushing all this work to the server. I think we should find a balance where we know the responsibility of the client and the responsibility of the server. I think we need to recognize that phones and computers are more powerful now than they were in the past. So I don't think we'll see a switching back to web forms or classic ASP. I think we'll see new technologies like Blazor and WebAssembly, and we'll have a mixed responsibility between the client and the server. That was a wonderful question. Thank you for that.
So thank you so much. I guess we're done for today. And now it's time for a little short break, for a tea break. And thank you so much once again, Scott. It was nice and a very inspiring speech.
Thank you so much for having me. It was a lot of fun.
Thanks, Scott. Bye.
We'll be back live after 15 minutes. Thank you.
Are we no longer live?
We have a short break, then we'll be
Okay.
live again.
All right. Was that okay?
Yeah, that is fine.
Yeah, it's perfectly fine.
All right. I'll see you all later.
Sure.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Welcome back, everyone. It was an interesting and an inspirational session by Scott. Moving forward to the next topic, it's Go versus Python, which language to learn in 2020. The topic suggests itself. We'll be talking about the Golang and Python and why either of these technologies should be considered by students as their career. Our next speaker, Jawad Sadiq, will help you decide which one can be best for you. Jawad is a technology professional with a decade of industry experience. During this time, he has worked on multiple high growth startups in the Manasa region and is presently engaged as backend engineer with Keep Trucking. He'll be speaking in the third consecutive DEF CON in a row. So I'd like Jawad to continue with the session now.
Thank you so much, Madhya. It's great to be back here for third year in a row. I remember 2 years ago, my first talk at DEF CON was on blockchain, and then last year I talked about Golang. This year, the talk is Go versus Python, and we'll get to it that why I chose to discuss these two languages. I think in the previous session, there was a great session by Mr. Scott. Somebody asked a question that which 3 to 5 technologies they should be learning now for students or professionals. And I think these two will answer the question for you. So I hope everybody can see my screen. And like Madhya said, I'm a backend engineer. I'm an ACCA, Certified Chartered Accountant, converted software engineer, currently working at Keep Trucking, and I also have founded DevNings, which is a developers community. We started here in Islamabad, and we are now running also in Lahore and Faisalabad. That aims to connect all software developers working there, professionals and students, and for the same purpose of sharing the knowledge and expanding so we can grow together.
Hi,
So,
Jawad, sorry to interrupt you.
yeah.
Can you share your screen again?
My screen is not yet. Let me see. Something is being shared. All right. Just a second. I think I need to stop sharing first, and then I cannot see the stop sharing sign here on Microsoft Teams.
You can just try to share it from your side. The shared screen was mine, so I just stopped it. So you can now try to share it again.
Just a minute. Keypad live captions. Screen number 2. Okay. So can you see mine now?
Yeah, it's visible now. Perfect.
Okay. Is it still visible?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So, like I was saying, I'm a chartered accountant, converted software engineer, currently working as a backend engineer in Keep Trucking, and I also have founded DevNings 2 years ago, almost 2 years ago. After I attended the third DEF CON, I really liked the community, and you see, I saw that there is this annual forum that we all meet, but I wanted something where we could meet monthly as well, and that's where DevNings came in. So today's agenda is we'll talk about both languages briefly, like Python and Golang, and then I'll discuss that why I chose to compare these two, and then we'll be comparing all two of them at 5 levels: learning experience, performance of the language, scalability of the language, where you can apply them, and then the community behind each of the language. So a brief history of Python. Python, as we all know, was released in 1991, and the founder now is actually working at Microsoft. He recently went out of retirement and joined Microsoft, so I believe something exciting in Python is coming along the way. It powers Google's own search engine, YouTube, and the New York Stock Exchange, amongst the many applications of industry applications. It is object-oriented, interpreted scripting languages, and it does not need compilation. So you don't need to compile it first before you need to run it. You can just run it as you go. It's dynamically typed, and it has a very fast learning curve because the syntax is much like English, and it's very easy to read. and we'll get to that again. Go, on the other hand, was first released in 2009 by some of the great engineers at Go, people behind C language, the Unix, UTF-8, and they came together and they realized that all the languages that we were using up until 2006, 2007, like Python, PHP, Java, they were not designed for the current age where we are talking about deploying applications or servers at a very huge scale. So all those languages were addressing those problems by working, coming up with a way around it, but they did not have an innate ability to address them, and that's where they brought in Go. Go is a compiled language, so you need to compile it first, unlike Python, before it can run, and hence it's super fast. And it is also statically typed. So for those of you who don't know the difference between dynamic and static typing, dynamic languages do type checking on runtime versus static languages do it on compile time. So when you are declaring variables, for example, in Java, you have to first specify that A is an int before you can assign a value of 0 or 1 to A. But in Python, you can just write A equals to 1, and when it's running, it will figure it out that A is an integer. But so in Golang, you need to explicitly define the type of the variable before you can assign any value to it. Whereas in Python, you can just do it on the fly. You can just define a variable, give it a value, and it will know what type it is. Before I go on and compare, for those of you already working with either of them, I want them to know that both languages are well designed, powerful, modern, relatively very easy to learn. They've both got great communities and wide adoption behind them, and they're ideal for almost all applications. I say almost because every language has some inherent trade-offs, and we'll get to that as well. So Python, why I choose Python? Because it has recently in 2020 taken over Java to become the second most popular programming language. C, of course, remains number one. And it is, according to JetBrains, the company that is also, I believe, sponsoring this event, and they build the number one IDEs for programmers in every language that you want to code in. So they do a survey of their base every year, and according to them, Python is the most studied programming language. So every university, everywhere, somebody is studying like masters or PhD, and especially thanks now to the new field of data science and AI, Python has become the most studied language, whereas Go is turning out to be the most promising programming language. What does promising mean? Promising means that year over year, the number of users trying learning Go and the number of applications who are struggling in some way or another due to their programming language, most of them are shifted to Golang and they are happy with it. So let's get down to comparison. Since both of them are great, which one you should learn? Learning Python is easy. It comes to you naturally. So you can look at this piece of code that I have here for converting Celsius to Fahrenheit. You can simply specify a value. You don't need to tell that Celsius is an integer, and you can simply write a formula and then you can print it out. So if anybody, even somebody who is very new to programming, let's say a first-year student who is looking at programming books for the first time, if he looks at this code, he can figure it out what it's doing, immediately. Whereas when you look at Golang, it can be a little daunting at first. Like you look at it like, oh, ye to mushkil cheez hai. But once it has a slightly different learning curve than Python. By different, I mean slightly longer. But Go is a very smaller language as compared to Python. You see, the makers of Go limited the features when they were making it because they believed that too many features bring in too much complexity that you're deciding what to use. The very basic example that I also gave at DEF CON last year was that when we use if-else statements in programming, and if there is just one line of code between if and else, then many programming languages give you something called a ternary operator. So what a ternary operator does is it converts the if-else 5 lines of if-else statement into just one line, and you have your code over there. But the creators of Go decided not to give it. They said, you have if-else, just use it. We don't want to worry about looking at the code, where is if-else and where there is a ternary operator. So according to them, it believes readability. And when you have limited features, you only have one way of doing one thing. So even though it's a little difficult, slightly difficult in my opinion to read than Python, But once you get a hold of it, then you know everything. Then it's very simple for you. It's very quick to see or read anybody's code and then modify it. Moving forward, performance. So for performance, I looked online and benchmarks game team. I actually tried to do this on my computer as well, but to be fair, it would not have been a fair comparison. So I decided to use open source benchmark scores, and benchmarks game is a very nice platform where you can actually go and compare any two languages. So I have the link here and I'll share the slides with the team for you as well. So the top problems in mathematics, like the n-body problem and the spectral norm problem and the Mandelbrot problem, if you look at them, Go does and solves the n-body problem in 6.38 seconds compared to Python, which takes 586 seconds. If you look at the spectral norm problem, Go does it in 1.43, whereas Python takes 118. And if you look at the FASTA or binary trees, you can see the difference clearly is astronomical. And even the Mandelbrot problem. So Go does it in 3.75 seconds, whereas Python does it at 1.72. So it's very high performing language. So how does they achieve this performance? We will talk about scalability. Scalability means that how many requests a programming language or a source code can take at the same time or do things really, really fast. So the creators of Go, like I mentioned at the beginning, when they were conceiving Go, they realized that the problem that were introduced today because of multi-core processors, network systems, massive computation clusters, and the web programming model on its own, they are not innately addressed by any programming language. So they keep fighting, they're introducing new features. JavaScript came up very recently with object orientation as well. But it's very complex. You see a very large feature set, and then when you have 10, 20 ways of doing something, one company would want to do it in a certain way, the other company would want to do it in a certain way. So even as a developer, when you move from one company to another, you realize that you've been doing something in a certain way pehle se, and now you have to change it, even though the tool or the language has not changed. You're still a Java developer, but now you have to do things slightly differently. So when they designed it, they also realized, the makers of Go also realized that now we need to make things that run really fast and that can do concurrent operations really fast. So since Go is a compiled language, naturally it will execute fast. And it also has a very small single binary file. So it's very portable as well. Python, on the other hand, is deployed from source code, and it also needs a Python interpreter and a library and so on. And even when you're using containers, Go is much easier to deploy and scale as compared to Python. Now, Go, as I said, is designed for concurrency from the start. So they have this thing called Go routines, which are basically super lightweight threads. And Go program, a single Go program can run millions of threads that would solve your problems very fast. Like you saw the score earlier, where the Mandelbrot problem was solved in 3 seconds, whereas Python takes almost 48. So Python supports concurrent processes, yes, but it is not something that it supports innately. So it's a little complicated to implement than Go, and the performance is not as good, obviously. Otherwise, you would have seen the scores really close. Just to give you an example, this is a program in Go. It has 3 lines of code, if you see over here in the main. So fmt.println is basically printing a line on the screen, and then print hello function is also doing the same thing. And if you see the execution down here, you can see that there are 3 lines. 3 lines. Main execution started, hello world, and then main execution stopped. So if you look here, that hello world is part of this function that's called print hello. So if I want to move this to a background job, anybody who's working with Java or Python, I want you to move a function in a background job. You know that it will take a lot of time to implement that. You'll have to come up with a queue, background processor, a job execution system, and then you'll have to move it, basically pass the function to it. But in Go, all you have to do is write Go behind it. So if you see line 13 over here, you just type Go behind it, and it will move this job in the background. So this is how simple and quick Go routine or concurrent jobs in Golang are. Coming to the fourth comparison, in terms of application, there is no clear winner here. Like I said, every language comes with its own trade-offs and with its own strong strengths. JavaScript is mainly for web development, and in my opinion, it's only for front end. I don't like JavaScript at the back end, and I know a lot of people contest with me on that. I don't think Node is for back end. Python is great for data analytics, web development, AI, and it is backed by a huge community for that. Whereas Go is great for systems programming, cloud computing, and web development. And now I would like to come to my last comparison, which is community. Community is basically libraries of code that make your life easy. So anything that you want to do, it's possible that you search on Google and go to the open source community and you realize that someone else has already done it and they also have the code available for it under the open source license, and you can use it. You can modify it, you can build on top of it, and most of the time what you're trying to do, you can already find the code ready-made. So Python obviously has an 18-year head start, and it came in 1991. Go was publicly released in 2009. So obviously the community is bigger, but Go is also growing really fast, and it's coming behind. So the verdict, in my opinion, is that where Python has overtaken Java as the most popular language, Go is still fastest growing. Python is more studied, but Go will make it easier for newcomers to stand out from the crowd. So where there are a lot of Python engineers, if you learn Python now, if you study it, you go out, there will be somebody out there with a 10 years experience in Python. But if you study now and by the time you're out of your degree, I don't think there would be a lot of people with that kind of experience. 4 or 5 year experience, a handful of them, but most of them will be like you. So it levels the ground for you and it helps you get better, high paying jobs. And obviously, since Go is growing and it is really fast, it has a better future. I'm not saying that Python is going anywhere. Python will still be there, at least for the next 20, 30 years, I believe. But Golang is also going to have a substantial share, and this is where you can really make your mark. So those of you who have been with me during the past two DevCons as well, they know that I also have a liking for some comics by Toggle. Last year, I think I looked at Get the Princess. It was trying to save the princess using different programming languages. And this year, I would like to bring in Get the Dragon because of the comparison between Go and Python. I believe this would make much more sense. So you have to kill a dragon, and you have 9 different programming languages to solve it. Even though some of these won't be programming languages when I run through it, but since this is a joke by Mark with this, I would like you to take it in a way. So I want everybody to think writing a program that kills a dragon with Swift. So Swift programmers here building iOS apps. If you had Swift, how would you attempt it? You've got an NSDragon class, but you need to write down a 500 LOC extension to implement slayability. Just as you're almost done, Apple is going to release another dragon, and you'll be stuck there. You have Scala. Anybody? I don't see the comments here. If anybody can, comment if they're working with Scala or not. So your horse will crash before you can get to the dragon. Then you've got C#. C# uses here. You set all references to the dragon to null in attempt to kill it. The dragon seems gone, but you've got a non-deterministic garbage collection there, and you'll never be sure if it's really gone or not. It will still haunt you. Then you've got COBOL. Any COBOL users here? You might want to enjoy this. You will go from village to village fighting the same dragon over and over again, and you'll make a lot of fortune doing it. So you'll have a good life. Then you've got Haskell and a monad. You implement a monad to encapsulate the dragon, killing side effects. The villagers are concerned, and you urge you to stop, but you say it's okay because monad is just a monoid and in category of endo functions, so you don't see what the problem is. See, you need help. So CSS HTML is not a programming language. Anybody who believes that it is, remember this is a joke. This is not a programming language. So killing a dragon with CSS, you will try to cover it with a flammable blanket. Now everything is on fire, and also you don't have it vertically aligned. It's going to go somewhere else. Good luck with that. And finally, you have Python. Any Python users here? Since Python is now growing, I want you to hold on for a second and think, what are you going to do? So you see this guy is holding a toolbox. Everybody marvels at your dragon slaying tools, but you discover your tools are only for slaying a snake. So you need to spend more time to train them to kill a dragon, and sorry, you're stuck. And finally, our topic of discussion today. Some people might call me biased, but you have Golang and you want to kill a dragon. So Go has a very nice automatic garbage collection system. Dragon is already killed before you thought of killing it. You're done. And finally, CoffeeScript. I could easily replace it with JavaScript over here, but then some people might get offended, so I just stayed with CoffeeScript here. But you have CoffeeScript and you want to kill a dragon. You don't have dragon slaying powers, I'm sorry, and you'll just drink to get good at it, and then it will be over soon. So that was all. Thank you very much. My verdict, as I said, is, in my opinion, Golang is a better choice, but students, guys, you can learn both. I mean, don't limit yourself to one programming language. You can learn both. Learn Python first, and then probably spend a week learning Golang, or learn Golang first, and then probably spend a weekend learning Python, because from switching from Go to Python will be a bit faster. And my company Keep Trucking is hiring. The link is here. So if anybody wants to apply for a job, please go there. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, and any questions that anybody has, please throw them at me now.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jawad. It was pretty interesting. I really liked how you actually went through the pictorials.
Yeah.
So, this one question is, which is the most used programming language in Pakistan according to the industry usage?
That's a very good question. I cannot really comment on it because I don't have the stats from the entire industry, but from the job postings, if you see online, the number of jobs coming in, and we regularly post them in our Debugging group on Facebook as well. So based on the job posting, I think, interestingly, Node is the most used programming language. Because most of the jobs that we come, like for example, if in a day, if we get 10 job requests to post in a group, 8 of them would be for either full stack or Node developers. And full stack means Mongo, Ember, Angular, and Node. Or they would be like Mern, Mongo, Express, React, and then Node. So most of the industry in Pakistan is looking at that. But it's mostly because you see, the Pakistani industry mostly is service oriented. So these are companies that are offering services to clients overseas. And in services industry, time to market is important, and doing it quickly is also important, and also it has to be cost effective. So with the full stack developer, you have the same guy doing front end, back end, database, everything. So it's cost effective for companies. But there are also companies like Affinity, VisionX, Keep Trucking, and which are working in with products. There are some big companies that are also working with clients, and they use Java or the .NET platform. It's not. What I'm trying to say is that you should not worry about which language is being used in the industry the most. You see, because when you go after what's being done the most, you are just in a part of a huge crowd, and then you technically are not that valuable. So go for something that's really special that only some companies are focused on. Will have a small competitor. Even if, like some students come to me and they say, sir, wo language is very hard. And I'm like, yeah, hard kya hota hai? Language is language, just learn it. Read the documentation. Some languages will take a longer time to learn than others. But as students, like, what have you got to do? You're here to study and learn. So learn something that gets you a better future. Don't worry about industry kya kar rahi hai. You see, worry about ke aapko kaun si zyada achhi samajh aa rahi hai, and you can really excel in it to stand out from the crowd.
Perfect. We have another question now. So what's the best option to develop systems based on blockchain, Go or Python?
Okay, I think somebody remembers that I was talking about blockchain a lot 2 years ago. So blockchain is is a tricky ecosystem to talk about. I think आप दोनों में कर सकते हैं, Python और Go दोनों में कर सकते हैं, but there are languages like अगर आपने अपनी blockchain बनानी है, for example, if you want to build something like Ethereum and you want to let people build smart contracts and deploy in it, I think ज़्यादा best way to go is with C, because those are languages like that can really support big ecosystems. I'm not exactly sure because I've been off the away from that space for a while, but I do believe Ethereum itself natively is built in C, and so is the Bitcoin blockchain.
I think there's something as mentioned, O C sharp. I'm not sure what exactly is the question as such.
Okay, I can't see the question, so I'm just relying on you for that.
So I think we don't have any more questions.
That
Nothing
was just
I
a
see.
reaction. So
Okay.
yeah, thank you, Jawad. It was great to have you again in DevCon conference. Hope to see you again.
Thank you, Anna.
You're welcome. Most welcome. So we are moving forward with the next speaker. It's Abdul Rahman. Today's discussion topic is serverless computing. I would like to request Abdul Rahman to tell us more about him and his today's topic. Over to you, Abdul Rahman. I hope you could hear me.
Yes, I can. Thank you so much, Anna.
Perfectly fine. You're welcome.
Okay, just give me a moment so I can share my slides.
Come.
Okay, just give me a moment so I can share my slides. Screen first. So are you able to see my screen?
Not yet. Yeah, we can see it. We can see it.
Okay. So just let me go live. Perfect. So my name is Abdul Rahman Aftab, as Anna already introduced me. I am a former Microsoft MVP for the Windows Insider category. I am also working as a principal software engineer at Datamscare and also a part of Code Movement Pakistan, running the Lahore chapter. So that's pretty much the introduction from my side. I'm also a technical trainer. I love to code, I love to train, I love to teach people about coding and technology on different topics and aspects. And for today, I'll be talking with you about serverless computing using Azure functions. So we start with the basics, what serverless computing is and what serverless means. Basically, what Azure functions are is Azure functions are a part of the Azure Web Plus Mobile suite of app services and are designed to enable the creation of small piece of meaningful, reusable methods easily shared across services. So these serverless event-driven methods are often referred to as nano services. You might have heard the term microservices, but these serverless computing functions are also referred to as nano services because they are really small and serves one purpose only. So a function serves only a one purpose. We can create multiple functions for multiple purposes. So although an Azure function can contain quite a bit of code, they are typically designed to serve a single purpose and respond to events in connected services. What are the supporting languages? As Jawad already talked about Python, so Python is also a supported language for Azure functions. We have a few other supporting languages as well, including JavaScript, C Sharp, Java, Python, PHP, and other stuffs as well, including Node. And we also can create some scripts, including Bash and Batch and PowerShell that can be triggered virtually and any event in Azure third-party services or an on-prem services. So the event could be, for example, an HTTP request, or for example, a new entry in Azure storage, or a database, or an update in a database. Could be any event in or outside the Azure ecosystem. So what are the common scenarios from we can trigger Azure functions? So we can trigger by timer, and we can also trigger by event processing, SaaS-based event processing, serverless web application architectures, and we also can trigger based on some scenarios, like for example, whenever a new document is uploaded on SharePoint library, or whenever someone added a new message in a bot. So it's up to us. It's up to the scenario, whatever we want to configure, and whatever the scenario is. So we can integrate Azure functions with many of the running application, including Microsoft Graph, Office 365, web services, legacy systems, and other third-party services as well. So function app templates. So these basically Azure functions have some built-in templates that we can use. So they also can be created from the scratch, but we can use these templates as our building blocks. For example, if we want to create a blob trigger, so we can use the blob template. If we want to create a webhook trigger, we can use a webhook template in our Azure functions. And so how the timer function works. So timer functions are exactly what they sound like, functions triggered by a specific time. Timer functions are perfect for cleanup and maintenance processes and can easily be combined with other functions for more robust scenarios. So timer functions use cron expressions. These are the most commonly used expression for the timer-based jobs, and they can be configurable via the cron expressions. Uh, so you might be familiar with the cron syntax. It is also mentioned in the slides. So in the meantime, there are a number of tools online to help you build the cron expression as well. So there are a number of tools available where you can build a cron expression. For example, you can add like, okay, I want to run a job that runs after 1.5 hours. So you can build a cron expression for that as well. The other type is the data processing functions app. So the data processing functions app also are triggered by activity in a data store such as tables, queues, or container. So the data processing functions also typically have both in and out parameters. So meaning they can accept an object as a parameter, and they can process information and return another object within the function. So basically, this is not the same return as a return value, as most Azure functions either return void or an HTTP response, such as created, accepted, or OK. So this can be any of the object that we can return as part of our function. So we can it's basically great for CRUD operations in the database, or it is basically good for uh, the Azure storage, the new entry in the Azure storage, or any other Azure service. So we can use the data processing function apps based on these triggers. The other type is webhook and API functions app. So webhook and API function are designed to easily integrate with third-party systems like GitHub, Office 365, and especially Microsoft apps, Power Apps. Since webhook and API functions are often exposed to external or legacy systems, they typically need CORS settings managed. So CORS means cross-origin domain referencing settings managed in order to allow external resources to see and execute the functions. So most Azure Logic apps leverage webhooks and API functions directly. So you can make your own hooks into your own third-party application or APIs and configure them along with the webhooks. So what is an anatomy of a function? What is basically a function? So an Azure function is really a group of a few files that works in harmony. All actual function logics resides in a run file. So basically we have three files, an executable file, function configuration file, and the function project references file. So a project file is similar to a project file in other technologies such as .NET Core. For example, if you have configured an app settings.json file in the .NET Core application, so this is basically similar to that file. or it can be it can also be similar to like other universal Windows platform contains secondary summary references such as NuGet packages. So finally, a function file contains the information about triggers. So information means, okay, what the trigger is. Is it a timer based trigger, a webhook trigger, or HTTP trigger, or whatever the trigger configuration is, and also the parameters such as location of storage queue connection, connection strings, and whether the parameter is designed as an in-out or bidirectional. Optionally, additional configuration is also found in the function app settings, such as an API key or the database connection strings. So this is basically an anatomy of a function, how a function runs, which file contains what configuration. So a function file has all the configuration related to function, and executable code has your exif, and the .NET Core project references, or the run file contains or the sorry, the project file contains all the assembly and NuGet packages. So we can bind these functions to other Azure services as well. This is basically a small table that contains all the bindings. So we can, for example, we can bind the webhook functions with we can create with input and output triggers, and so binding serves as a basis for all connections to and from a function. Many bindings can be bidirectional, but some bindings are only unidirectional only. For example, you have push notification services, so this can only be a unidirectional. It can only gives output, but does not contain any input. So how can you test a function? You can test a function within an Azure function application, or within an Azure portal. You also have the command line tools available. You can use Postman or Swagger, and you can call directly via web calls or HTTP calls. You can also create nested functions. So a function can be called from another function as well, or if it is based on some storage queues, you can call this function from the storage explorer as well, and also you can call this function from Visual Studio itself, if from the Cloud Explorer window. So let me give you a really short demo of Azure function. And first, let's see the code. So this is basically a JavaScript code for an Azure function. So for on the top, you can see the line number 1 and 2 contains the configuration, what the context is, and what the request is coming. So you can log the request into your loggers as well, and then we can perform our business logic. Okay, if the request contains a name or the request body contains a name, we just print the name of a user, or just otherwise send back a 400 error and the body message as well. So if you got some time, let me open up browser and show you a real quick demo. And then we can take questions. Okay. And for example, I click on create a resource and just type Azure Functions, or you have a function app available here as well in the marketplace. So you just click on function app, and here I can select my subscription and the resource groups. I create a new one, for example, AZ functions RG for resource group. And you can create a function app name. For example, I go with defconv.azurewebsites.net. I can configure, okay, it's a code or it's a Docker container, which runtime stack should I want to use. I would go with .NET Core, or you can go with Node or Python or Java as well. I can go select the version and the region where I want to deploy this Azure function application. Also, you can enable the application insights if you want to see, okay, whatever if the function is failing and what's the cause. Should be here momentarily. Okay, I just reviewed it. This is the storage account it will use. This is the name and the tech stack. Everything seems good. I just click create. It submits for the deployment. Should take a few seconds or maybe a minute to deploy. And once it is deployed, we can see how we can create a new function inside this function app. Deployment in progress. Okay, so it is deployed. I will go into the resource itself. And you can see it's created a link for us, defconv.azurewebsites.net. You can also open this link on your side as well. So it is running the function 3.0 app is up and running. And how you can create your own functions, there is a function window in here on the left side bar. You can click on functions and you can add your own function in here. Click on add, give a function name and other configs. I say, okay, this is I'm developing in a portal, or you can develop in Visual Studio and VS Code as well. And I go with, for example, HTTP trigger and function, and I click go with anonymous. Or for the sake of simplicity, you can just open Visual Studio 2019 and search for Azure Functions in Create New Project. You can create your function from there as well. So in the portal, I click on Code and Test. So this is the default function that is it created for me from the HTTP trigger template. So this is the similar code that I just showed you in the Node.js application. I can test it from this button as well. Okay, I'm passing the name, for example, and it can be either a get or a post request. We can configure if it should be a get or post request as well. And I click run. It opens up the Azure CLI. So this is the response from the function itself, the HTTP trigger. You can see this is the response that's coming up on in the response window with that message 200 OK. And in the Visual Studio, you would go in Visual Studio and search for Azure Functions. This is the template. Just double click it, you give it a function a name of the project, and you can select your languages. Since I have .NET Core installed, I go with this one and with anonymous or function or admin authentication level.
So
Yeah, let's take questions.
yeah, we have 3 to 4 questions. So the first one is, can we use other languages other than MS Platform for Azure functions?
Yes, you can use other languages like Java, Python, and PHP as well.
Right. How can we secure our Azure functions? Can we put it in some kind of firewall, or can we allow only one IP in Azure functions?
Yes, you can configure the whole security groups inside Azure and make your function to only available to those who are accessing via that firewall or the VPN. And you can configure your own authentication mechanism like you configure in your web APIs and other ASP.NET Core applications.
Right. So the last one is, can we call easy function within easy function?
You can call Azure function within an Azure function, yes. So this is a concept of the nested functions that I just
Right.
mentioned in my slides. You can call that function from your from another function as well. So this is the concept.
Perfectly fine. I guess we are done for the questions. These were done.
Yeah, we're done with
Mm,
the slides as well.
Thank you so much, Dr. Revan, for sharing your knowledge with us. It was great
Thank you so
having
much
you.
for having me. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
So
So we are moving forward. Today we have Andrei Pataha from Ukraine. Andrei is an CEO of IT Build Software Development Company, founder of Learn IT Online University and Top Udemy instructor and an IT consultant for the top-notch companies. He would be talking about different web, desktop, or mobile development languages. How can you choose these language and pursue your career in it? Please continue from here, Andre, and I hope I pronounce your name right.
Yeah, you are correct. So
Thank
hello
you.
guys. Yeah, hello guys. Let me start sharing my desktop. Give me 1 second here.
Sure.
Hope you can see my presentation. Can you see it?
Right, we can see it. Yeah, we can see it.
Awesome, awesome. So I want to say one more time, hello, ladies and gentlemen. It is a big pleasure and honor for me to be a speaker on this conference. It is sad that I can't visit you in these hard times of coronavirus, but I hope someday I will be able to take part in your conference offline. Hope you will invite me in the future. Today we'll talk about programming languages to start with. In case you have any questions during my speech, don't worry, at the end of my talk we have time reserved to address all open questions. And before we start, let me briefly introduce myself. One more time, yeah, my name is Andrei Pataha. You can call me Andrei or Andrei or Andrew. Unfortunately, there is no shortened version of my name. I'm CEO of my own software development company, and also I'm founder of Learn IT Online University. Besides that, I'm tutor on Udemy platform where more than 1,100 students were enrolled in my courses already. Mostly I teach programming and project management. I helped already a lot of students to start their career in IT consultancy. So what we'll talk about today? Today in our agenda, we have a lot of topics to discuss. I'm not going to teach you today. Today we are going to have friendly conversation and experience exchange. I'm going to share with you also experience of my students during the discussion of some particular topics. We'll discuss what programming languages are the best to start with and what technologies are worth of your attention nowadays in 2020. You can find a lot of charts and statistics about popularity of languages on the internet. Um, so you can do it by yourself. But today I'm going to give you a broader view on the state of the market and where to start, in my opinion. Also, I'd like to share with you my own experience and my own view of modern trends in IT based on my collaboration with my customers from Western Europe and United States. Such experience exchange should help all of us here to stay on the same page regarding top-notch technologies that could bring amazing experience to our customers, first of all, and understand the areas where we have the big demand on software engineers. And yeah, and at the end of my talk, I have special present for all participants of DEF CON. So let's start. And before we start about talking modern trends in IT, let's discuss first where to start long and exciting learning path to boost IT career. It is obvious that you have to learn some technology, after that create CV and find job. But today there are so many programming languages and technologies that newcomers can't select the one to start with. I'm not a fan of telling only one way to achieve your goal. Instead, today I want you answer my question. I will help you do that by asking you right questions. The first question we have to ask today is what exactly you want to do. Do you want to implement video games, web or desktop or mobile? Or you would like to implement applications that works with huge amount of data that processes tons of information daily? Sometimes this application may make our lives easier, but sometimes we help big companies to earn more money by customizing advertisement for us based on our browser history. It depends. What you want to do? What are you interested in? That's the question. To help you answer this question, let me structure a bit information. Today, modern software might be separated into four major categories. They are web development. In this group, we are going to place all applications and programming languages that can help us to create these applications to be accessed over internet, including online games. Mobile development. In this group, I'd like to put not only development for Android or iOS, but also programming of applications for smartwatches, multimedia systems in cars, and sometimes even applications for fridges. I believe you all know that there are a popular system called Android Auto, for example, that is used in cars multimedia system, or Android for appliances. Desktop development. Even today, yeah, I can say that some of my friends or colleagues of mine as huge clients that still request to develop or improve desktop applications, and new desktop applications are created, and old applications also constantly improved. And in this group, we can talk about banking apps, applications for software development, video games, and others. And the last but not the least, microcontroller development. This is a separate group where I'd like to put programming of microcontrollers to automate processes on the factories, plants, and sometimes even in military area. Did you already choose the area where you would like to work? If not, then don't hurry, take your time. And now, based on your decision, we'll review programming languages and technologies that are recommended to learn to start your career in one or another area, based on my opinion. I'd like to start from the end to have more time reserved to discuss web and mobile development. Because based on the statistics of vacancies on such job portals as Indeed and Glassdoor, web development and mobile development has the high demand. So we start from the programming for microcontrollers. Usually for such low-level programming, such programming languages as assembly is used. It is not friendly to beginners, frankly speaking. It has a lot of specifics that can be transformed into the knowledge that you can apply in other high-level programming languages. Also, such languages as C or C++, MicroPython can be used for programming of microcontrollers. Talking about real-life experience, I would like to highlight here that friend of mine who works in the company that develops software for railway in different country. They use VHDL. If you would ask me where to start here based on this list, I would opt for C or MicroPython, probably even C language, because in my opinion, based on job offers which I observe on the internet, it looks more popular today. I did some investigation before this session and I found around 10K job offers on Indeed.com for software engineers with knowledge of C language only in United States. Yeah. Let's move further. If you're interested in desktop development, including video games, then the option number one for you is before C++. This session, and I found around you a lot of flexibility in software development on Indeed. There are also different frameworks for desktop development with C++. Some of them is WX Widgets, for example. This framework simplifies your development process with C++. But I want to warn you, learning C++ probably is not the best goal for beginner. I will explain why in a second. I would rather opt for Java here, since it's cross-platform and it's not platform dependent. That means it doesn't matter whether you need to create application for Mac OS or for Windows or for Linux-based systems. Application will work everywhere. Also, Java has JavaFX framework that contains really a lot of tools and templates for fast development of desktop applications. And believe me, development of desktop applications with JavaFX, in my opinion, is much more easier thing rather than with the help of C++. But this easiness comes with a price. I will not lie to you that C++ will give you much more flexibility in memory management and other areas during the development. And you will have enough tools to create applications with high performance using C++. But in case you don't know C++ very well, you can easily create application with low performance. Swords are always of two edges, yeah, like it used to say. You have to decide what you want to receive at the end, evaluate advantages of each platform, and make a decision. But it's also worth to mention that you won't be able to develop a video game with help of JavaFX, but with C++, you would be able to do so. And also we should mention C# language that will help us to create applications for Windows platform. Similar to other languages, so Windows community created different frameworks to develop desktop applications. If you can't imagine what framework is and this word is new to you, just imagine it like code that is already written and that performs some standard operations. Depending on the community, there could be different frameworks written on different languages. And that's also one of the things that you should take into account while choosing the programming language. You select not only the language, but community that supports some particular platform. That will impact on the number of already created frameworks to solve typical cases. It will impact on amount of answers that you can find on the internet in case you're faced with some issues. Can you understand that? Yeah. It is up to you to decide where to start in case you wanted to start with desktop application development. But in my opinion, I would go with Java first because of the wide range of potential usage. And remember, yeah, we're talking right now about languages to start and platform to start, but that doesn't mean you can't learn either JavaFX and VPF. So it's up to you always. But even more, knowing Java, it will be easier for you to proceed to learning with C++. Many processes that still manual in C++, and that would require additional discipline and additional knowledge from your side during development. Let's talk about mobile development. There are a lot of holy wars in different forums, chats, and social media. What is the best for mobile development? Let me share with you my vision here. If you want to develop mobile games that requires a lot of animations, you can consider C# language and Unity platform. Why? Let me explain. Unity provides us with a powerful engine to create animated applications. For example, there are a lot of tools that will help you to reproduce the physics. In case you want to create a racing game where a player can drive a car and hit other cars, it will be better for you to use some code that was already written than implementing the logic of Crash by yourself. By the way, a student of mine who started learning Java right now works as Unity software engineer. I remember that when he and other students of mine established first-time connection to database and retrieved the first row of data, he didn't share that excitement with others of making things work. Personally, for him, it was better to create animation to see colors on the screen rather than perform some data manipulations and see just one row in console that he retrieved successfully data from database. So remember, it is also up to you what you want to choose and what you would like to work with. You have to decide what is closer to your personality, first of all. You would be able easily to switch from Java to C# because it is not so big difference between C# and Java. In case we'll talk about history of these two languages, you would understand why. But probably this is a topic of our next discussion. Let's move further. Also, there is another cross-platform development framework where you can program with the help of C#. It is called Xamarin. It doesn't have such a big community as other languages and platforms, in my opinion, among those that are listed on this slide. And based on my experience, customization of apps written with Xamarin sometimes may become the nightmare. A colleague of mine from my company got an order to implement some feature with Xamarin, and I remember his feeling. Yeah, he wasn't completely happy switching to Xamarin after working with Unity and other platforms. In my humble opinion, it is not an option to start with, for sure. Probably it is nice to learn also and good to know, but probably not to start with. Hope Xamarin marketing team together with Xamarin lawyers won't sue me for this statement. Yeah, hope everything will be okay. In case you want to implement Android applications of different level of complexity, then Java with Android Software Development Kit is your choice. It provides you with Android Studio completely free to use for everyone, no extra fee or no extra charges. I would say that creating applications with Android is easy. And consider also the next fact. My company has both. We have accounts in Play Market, in App Store. That's why I know what I'm talking about. So to release your Android application in Google Play, you have to buy developer license, and it costs only $25 American. And this is lifetime fee. Whereas to release application in App Store takes you to pay around $100 per year. There are pros and cons, yeah, even despite this difference in the price. For example, App Store guarantees most relevant and up-to-date applications by setting this annual fee, when on the other hand, Play Market stores a lot of applications, sometimes even with low quality. But Play Market has bigger audience than App Store. But in case you would compare statistics of sales, you will discover that it is approximately the same. What does it mean? That people who visit App Store spend more money on apps than people who visit Play Market. I gave this information, and you will decide how to use it when you will release your first mobile application. But in my opinion, Play Market a better place to start with, at least to test your application with real users and get your first feedback to improve your application in the future, and after that to release it in App Store, for example. If we are talking about development for iOS, then our choice is Objective-C or Swift. I would vote for Swift here. We can make a deeper investigation here, but also you should know that there are pros and cons. And now one more option that is promoted way too much on the internet, in my opinion, right now, and among the customers, that is React Native. Why I'm not happy about that way too much? Because marketing department did a great job in promoting React Native, a lot of tutorials, materials, and it's really cool. It allows you to create cross-platform mobile application. But again, in my humble opinion, this is not an option to start with for very beginners. I will explain why. Because if you want to implement at least something custom or to integrate with third-party libraries instead of writing your own code with React Native, it will end up writing you models on Swift for iOS and on Java for Android, so on native languages for each platform. Thus, to program on React Native and to be able to implement mobile apps with the help of this platform, knowledge of Java and Swift is required too. And I want you to understand me right. There are huge companies who use React Native nowadays, and you will be able to implement simple React Native application without knowledge of Java and Swift. But we are talking about the language to start with, correct? And I want to warn you that to implement mobile applications that are a bit harder and complex than Hello World application, you would need also investigate Java and Swift. Probably someday there will be a really powerful tool for cross-platform development for mobile applications. Probably one day it will be React Native. Some of you would ask me, what about Kotlin for Android development? Kotlin is fine to start with, but it also has specifics, like other languages, and sometimes you would use a lot of libraries that are written with the help of Java. Even if you wouldn't write your code on Java, there are high chances that you would deal with the external libraries in your application and that you need to understand the source code written on Java at the end. Community of software engineers who write on Java for Android is much bigger rather than community of Kotlin engineers based on today. It grows, I will be honest with you, it grows, but based on today, Java community is much bigger. That means that it's easier to find answers on typical questions on the internet. That also means that there are more vacancies for Java Android software engineers. And in my opinion, it is more reasonable to start from the Java here or Swift, and only after that proceed with learning frameworks for cross-platform mobile development like React Native. One more thing that we almost forgot to mention here is to talk about modern trends in software development. Google owns Android operating system, which is built and works with help of Java Virtual Machine. Google pays huge amount of money to Oracle annually for using Java technologies. That's why each year, already for almost 10 years, we hear from Google, then soon they would switch to some other technology. And again, smart device manufacturers should pay huge amount of money for using Android in their devices. For example, instead of Android Wear, that is developed for smart watches or smart TV, Samsung already used Tizen operating system on Linux basis. Also, Samsung uses Tizen for smart TV. And to develop applications for smart watches for Samsung, knowledge of C or JavaScript is required. So some key players on the market starting to shift their focus from Java to other technologies or to create their own. But this is just a beginning. This is not a, I would say, it's not a main trend that dominates right now on the market, but that's something what we should be prepared to is in the next 5 or 10 years or so. Google also promotes Flutter SDK. I can't say that it is very popular and will be the market leader in the next 5 or 10 years, but still, there are job opportunities for Flutter developers too. It can be used for cross-platform mobile development also. So you can consider this option if you wish. Web development, our last group for today. If you're interested in doing great websites, you have to start from JavaScript, learning also HTML and CSS. And as Javad already said today, while telling us story about dragons, HTML and CSS is not a programming languages, but these are markup languages and syntax for describing styles that you have to know in case you want to create amazing websites or to improve existing ones. This knowledge would allow you to do amazing markup, as I said. To be honest, there is also a lot of job offers for front-end developers on freelance market. So, for example, if you want to find the work on such freelance markets, I don't know. There are really a lot of them. I don't want to name just one here, but there are really a lot of job offers for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript developers, because everyone needs websites or to customize existing website to make it look good. And not always everyone needs to implement some complex logic to calculate something or to analyze customers' data. Knowing JavaScript is not hard by itself. The most complicated here is to choose framework to work with. Some of the popular nowadays are React.js and AngularJS. Also, Javad briefly talked about CoffeeScript. So yeah, there are really a lot of modern JavaScript framework that you have to choose. If you know JavaScript, you can also implement logic for the backend. You can also implement server-side logic. There is Node.js platform that became popular in the last few years. But if you would ask me, that wouldn't be my choice. That wouldn't be my choice, because if we have Java, then why do we need Node.js for writing backend? It is the same reason why Java is not used for front-end development as often as JavaScript. Do not dive deeper into the details here. Just believe me, because of many things, Java is much more suitable for server-side development rather than Node.js platform. The same as JavaScript is more suitable for front-end development together with all possible frameworks written on JavaScript. So our next thing that we are going to discuss is Java. As you understand, probably, I really love Java. I don't want to sound subjective, but it really has a lot of advantages over other platforms and programming languages even nowadays. There are a lot of so-called Java killers that should kill Java. Some of them are Scala, Kotlin, and others. But in my opinion, it is impossible to kill Java nowadays. And the answer is simple, because really a lot of money already invested in projects that are written on Java. And companies that earn money with software written on Java don't want to change platform or technology just because something is just new. Java made a revolution one day in web development, and it changed a lot for the last 25 years. And I can say that there are some articles you may find on the internet that proves that I'm not the only one with such opinions that Java is sexy again. It supports functional programming syntax of writing lambda expression. It supports all latest trends in software development. A lot of platforms are written in Java. Some of them you can see here on the slide. For example, if you know SAP company, SAP company, it is worth to say that their commerce platform that is called Hybris and that is used by a huge amount of e-commerce projects are written in Java. Being a software consultant, I have a lot of customers that requires engineers for SAP Hybris platform. There are really a lot of vacancies for Hybris developers, but also to be honest here, all these vacancies from Western Europe, because in the United States, another platform is more popular than SAP Hybris. If we're talking about e-commerce market of USA, it was to draw attention to Oracle ATG, that is extremely popular e-commerce platform. And I'm talking about companies that earns billions of dollars with the help of this software. How do you think, will they afford to hire software engineers with the knowledge of the commerce platform? Yes, and with big pleasure. That's why software engineers with Java knowledge are very popular on the market. There is also one of the main competitors of Java on the market, C# and .NET platform by Microsoft. My personal opinion is that Microsoft has amazing marketing department, and sometimes it is hard to not fall under influence of marketers from Microsoft, and they have really powerful and good products. But opting for C# would also mean that you choose the strong team that would always keep you busy and will secure your job place, because C# developers are always needed, and this is also a very popular language. Knowing C# is mandatory for development of each Microsoft product. Yeah, and we saw today Azure functions. We also know that you can write Azure functions, both knowing C# and Java. The other projects like Microsoft Dynamics is a product line of enterprise resource planning and customer relation management, and you have to have knowledge of C# to develop for Microsoft Dynamics. And also one more example, you can see on the slide, I'm talking about Sitecore. Not so long time ago, Sitecore content management system was acquired by Microsoft. And because of the efforts of Microsoft marketers, it became more and more popular. We also have some clients who use this platform, and believe me, Sitecore is really powerful tool, but that is also not the cheapest one. Talking about web development, it is hard not to mention PHP. Majority of blogs on the internet are powered by WordPress platform that is written in PHP. A lot of e-commerce solutions are powered either by OpenCart or by Magento that are written in PHP. Even despite a lot of engineers that are spreading jokes about PHP and predict death to PHP, similar to Java, this is language that has strong community, and also there are a lot of projects that have to be supported and extended with the help of PHP. In case you would select PHP as your first language, you would also be able to find a job relatively fast. And last but not the least in this list is Python. Python is very easy to start with, and today Javad did a great overview of Python, and you can already imagine what we are talking about here. It is used in different areas of programming and might be a good choice to start with, but as other language has their best fit, Python also has its domain area, I would say. Significant growth in popularity of Python is easy to explain. As machine learning popularity keep growing, the popularity of Python is also keep growing. The thing is, engineers need the simplest syntax to learn to describe algorithms in programming language, to use data manipulations. Usually Python is used by data scientists to analyze huge amount of data. And also, as I said, it is used for machine learning, So in case you want to focus on machine learning, you have to opt for Python. There are different frameworks that can help you with machine learning and with building neural networks. In case you are interested, I would draw your attention to TensorFlow. That was the last one. But to be honest, I didn't cover all possible programming languages. There are also such modern language as Go that is also fine to start with. There is R language and lots more. I just listed the most popular languages and the languages that have strong position on the market right now, in my opinion, among the customers from United States and from Western Europe. I believe we have discussed a lot today. Now it's time to make a conclusion. I would be happy if you would answer what you would like to start to learn. But my personal opinion is that Java is like English language among all other programming languages. It is the language that you have to know, like English in our world nowadays. And moreover, the big benefit of Java is that it is much easier to understand the concepts of other programming languages after you already learned Java. I saw code of my employees on JavaScript that is written by Java engineer primarily. So I'm talking about one example from my company, the guy who used to work on Java, and he tried to implement some module with the help of JavaScript, and the other front-end developer that also write code on JavaScript on some specific framework. We will not talk about such details. And believe me, in that particular case, there was a big difference in code. I'm talking about code quality, I would say. Obviously, it depends on personality of the engineer, but the truth is Java brings a lot of discipline into your code because of the syntax. It brings a lot of discipline into your code in the way how you use object-oriented principles, in the way how you use design patterns, in the way how you think about scalability and maintainability of your code, in the way how you split functions and how you separate logic, and in many other things. That's why I think Java is really a good language to start with, especially if you're a beginner. Yeah, and after that, you can decide what else you would like to learn. And with Java, you can develop desktop, mobile, and web applications. That means there are really a lot of opportunities to find job with Java knowledge. And talking about my personal experience, even I started learning Java because of recommendation of friend of mine who worked as C# engineer. He's solution architect for one of the projects that mostly used .NET platform and C# language. He told me, Andrei, being in your place, I would opt for Java. I told him, but why then you're coding on C#? He answered, don't use my example, start with Java. And I opt for Java and don't regret. Yeah, that's true story. So that's all what I wanted to share with you. Here on the slide, you can find contacts, find my contacts, and you know how to reach me now. I would be happy to answer all your questions and help you to start your career in IT. Here on the slide, you can find my LinkedIn page, my account on Facebook, my Instagram account. Here you can also find the official website of my software development company. Here you can see the link to my Twitter profile on Udemy, where you might find all my courses. By the way, I have totally free course published there for future Java developers where I described Java basics. Hope it will be interesting for you. On the slide, you can see Telegram channel of Learn IT Online University, where I post educational announcements and sharing promotional offers for my students. Feel free to subscribe there in case you want to find amazing promotional offers. Also, not so long time ago, I published sci-fi book. It's partially based on my life as a software engineer. There are some thoughts about implementation of artificial intelligence and a little bit of science fiction. If you're interested in this, you can download and share it with your friends. My book is absolutely free of charge. It is named Kronos 221, and you can download it by the link from the slide. And as I promised at the beginning, it's time to share with you my present. Especially for all participants of DEF CON conference, I'd like to share completely free coupons to 4 courses of mine. Those are Java course, another course about object-oriented programming, a course about functional programming, and separate course about Git version control system. I will paste the links here in chat in a second. Let me just show you the last slide. I'd like to say thank you so much one more time. It was a big pleasure for me to take part in this conference. I wish I could take part in this conference in the future offline, as I said. We'll stay in touch. So let me start sharing my screen, and I will paste the coupons here. Give me 1 second. So you can find the links in the chat. By using this specific links, you can see the coupon codes that will give you 100% off, and you will be able to enroll. And now probably it's time to for questions.
Well, thank you so much. That was such a sweet gesture. I have 2 questions for you. The first one is, Andre, thanks for sharing your knowledge. I have one question. Do you have to focus on 1 or 2 languages, or we have to focus on learning as much stacks as we can? That's the first one.
That's a good question. Let me answer it in this way. If you're a beginner, please learn the one language very well. Learn its specifics, learn how it works. Don't waste your attention on different stacks and on different languages. But the truth is, for example, when you would learn Java basics and Java for web development, the truth is that you would need to find something new and to learn something new in other stacks and in other languages. But to be honest, pure Java developers are not needed. In most cases, Java developers with some knowledge of cloud technologies, with some knowledge of front-end development are needed. For example, if you know how to take information about products for your online store from a backend, you also need to have at least knowledge how to display these products on a web page, and that's why you also need to know some JavaScript basics, at least to create button or to style it a bit or to place it or to submit a JAX request to your backend system. So the answer is start from one language, but not limit yourself. After that, feel free to proceed with learning all other languages and platforms. That would be my answer.
Thank you so much. The other one is, what about ELM language?
EML?
Yeah.
Let me probably read it if you're talking about UML or EML.
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 Right.
To be honest, I am not a pro in this area and would be able to provide like 360-degree overview of this language. But yeah, that's probably
we are not even sure whether it was a typo or he meant that language in real.
Yeah.
Satisfying.
Yeah.
So our next question is from Ali, and I would like them to read out. Please, over to you.
Okay, sure. Hi, Andy. This is Ali H. I have a question. How much concurrency is important when choosing a language?
Concurrency, you mean multiple threads of execution, parallel execution?
Yeah, exactly. Like if I want to run parts of my program parallel or concurrent. So should I consider that or not?
Interesting question. Let me answer it from different points of view. Usually, for example, even if we would talk about Java, my Java engineers learn concurrency and multi-threading execution, but in some platforms, in some languages, concurrency are handled on the side of a web service. If we are talking about web development and talking about specifics, there are multiple users of single web application, and web server can create multiple threads of execution for each client request. But you are, as a software engineer, writing the code of specific servlet or specific code, you're operating in one single thread, and it requires some discipline from you to create stateless objects that doesn't share state between other threads. But I wouldn't say that this is a matter of language. I would say that it is a matter of some coding skills and coding knowledge and knowing how multi-threading programs are developed and executed. What is worth to mention here that in some languages multi-threading execution are in its core, like in Java. It was there from Java version 1, but in Node.js, well, it's appeared to be a bit later. It developed a bit later from Java version 1. So some languages were created for multi-threading execution, for concurrent execution. Some of them wasn't developed for this, but also support this feature. So answering your question, I wouldn't say that this is the first, the reason number one to put your attention on while choosing the language, because most modern languages support concurrent execution, and it's only a matter to learn how it's implemented in this specific language.
That makes sense. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ali, for a great question. That was interesting. Any other questions, team?
Well, thank you so much. That was the last one, I guess. And Andre, once again, thank you so much. And now it's time for a lunch break.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you, team. It was my pleasure. Hope to see you.
See you. Bye. So we will be back after 60 minutes. And before that, we have to make an announcement. Just give me a second so I can share my screen. Guys, I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, we can.
And my video as well.
Yep.
So that's perfect. So I have an announcement to make. You all are familiar with the Tez host, I hope so. And if you're not, let me tell you, Tez host is a brand ambassador of DevCon. Tez host is offering 10,000 free hosting accounts on DevCon V. That's all for now, and we will catch. You can catch us live after 30 minutes, and see you again. Thank you so much, everyone. Oh, it's actually a 60 minutes break. Thank you so much. We'll catch you live after 60 minutes.
So welcome once again. I hope you all had a great meal. So we had Henry before the break with us, and I'm sure after his talk, we have an idea what technology to start with. So moving forward, we have now with us David Syme, and he's joining us from Glasgow, Scotland. David is a virtual and augmented reality specialist with almost 21 years of industry experience. He's working with Google and has also been associated with the Chartered Institute of Marketing, where he's serving to award-winning companies from all across the globe. He'll be talking about the virtual and augmented reality, which has contributed in our social, cultural, and technological changes in recent times, and how can we make most out of it in the future. So I'd over this call to David now. David, to you.
Hello, I'm just going to share my screen so that you can see what I am seeing. Just a second. Right. There we are. Hopefully you can see what I'm seeing. Right. So I'll just get kicking off. Yes, thank you for the introduction. I'm going to start this presentation by mentioning something which might seem unlikely at this stage, but basically what I'm going to say is within probably within the next 4 years, we're likely to be seeing direct brain interfaces, which will allow us to not only control the devices that we use, the Internet of Technology devices, everything from fridges to mobile phones to headsets, but also to actually take in information from these devices to communicate with each other and these devices directly. Now, I'm just hoping to get your attention with that because things are moving very, very fast in this world. Now, as you so kindly introduced me, Medea, my background is about 21 years in digital communication. I've been working with Google, the Chartered Institute of Marketing. I've got a company called Encore Reality, which wins a lot of awards for virtual and augmented reality. And I'm now working with a company called Riot Digital, who are responsible for deployment and delivery solutions in virtual and augmented reality for the likes of Lenovo and Tesla, both of whom we partnered with. Now, the reason that we're talking about augmented and virtual reality today is that it's an incredibly fast-moving and fast-growing industry. And it already was, as you can see here, between 2018 and 2020, it had already expanded by easily 25%. But what this graph fails to show, because this is actually charting its growth pre-COVID, but with COVID, the growth has increased exponentially. I've gone from running a couple of organizations that were quite busy to running 5 organizations which are so busy that we can barely keep up with the market because so many things have happened. People can't travel to see each other internationally. People can't travel locally to see each other. People are trying to use the likes of Zoom and Skype and Teams as we are right now, which is great and is actually speeding up and reducing the cost for a lot of aspects of industry. But at the same time, they're realizing its limitations versus the real world meetings and education and so forth that we had before, and interaction with physical objects. So there's been this increase of demand, increase of requirement, but also increase of realization that there are aspects of the physical world that we miss, that we need to bring back, but at the moment we can't. So we need a solution. And that solution has been augmented and virtual reality. So in terms of future changes, I'm just going to go through these quite briefly, and then I'm going to go into the specific industries that are benefiting from this. But I'll start with the actual hardware and software and the changes that have been made. The thing to watch at the moment, the thing to keep your eye on is wearable augmented reality. So augmented reality is, which I'll go into in a little bit more detail later on, augmented reality is where you look through a device like a mobile phone and it projects digital or virtual or three-dimensional graphics onto the real world around you, which is fine, but not everybody wants to be going around like that, pointing their phones at things. It takes up your hands, it's not ideal, it's not professional. So what's going to change now is that your phone will continue to do the hard work. It contains all the processors and all the spatial hardware necessary to know where you're looking and what you're looking at and where you are. But glasses will connect directly to your phone so that you can have your hands free. Now, as you can see from this example, which is a company called Enrio out of Beijing, it will also be looking at the world in binocular vision. It will be using two sensors so that it can see the world as your eyes can. So it will get the sense of depth and distance and be using something that we call LiDAR. And LiDAR is an ability to range and work out the distances from you to other objects, which with the right power of processor, which a mobile phone is perfectly capable of doing, will allow it to model the world around you, actually create three-dimensional representations of the world around you. So why is that significant? It means that when you look at an object, your device can then actually annotate, it can actually stick a virtual object to that real world object that only you can see. Now that can be useful in terms of industrial applications. It can be useful in terms of sending information to and from remote people, in terms of, let's for instance say you're on an oil platform and you're looking at a pipe, and that pipe is too hot or it's vibrating too much or it's too high a pressure, you'll be able to see that data projected onto that device, onto that pipe, which is going to be incredibly useful. But this can be used for everything from looking at the pricing to the ingredients of a product that you're looking at in a shop. It can be used for communicating with your friends and family when you're walking down the street. It can be used for navigation, which we're going to go into in a little bit more detail as well. What I've discovered in the 21 years that I've been working in general marketing is that people don't just perceive the world through their eyes. They perceive the world through a number of different things, and one of the major things that we perceive the world through is tactile, is touch. Now, it's all very well to say that we can use augmented reality to pick up an object in virtual reality, but if you can't see that, then, or if you can't feel it, then it doesn't really feel as if you're interacting with it. Up until now, we've had haptic gloves. Now, haptic just means it creates force feedback. It creates the sensation of your hand touching something, coming to rest on something, and the actual sensation of touch as well. But these gloves, and I've tried some of them, there's a company called Haptics that I was lucky enough to try their gloves in London last year. It was fantastic. It felt like I had a tiny digital fox walking around on the palm of my hand. I could feel its paw pads. I could pick it up and put it down. It was incredible. But the gloves were about this size. They were attached to a large computer, which was huge and sounded like a hairdryer because it was running so hot, and it wasn't practical. You know, it will be, but it wasn't. So what's happening now is that companies like Tesla Suit and Sense Glove are bringing out consumer level haptic gloves, things that you can just put on, like what you can see on the screen here. They're very small, they use magnets and servos, and they allow you to do everything, well, almost everything that you could do with these haptics gloves, but they're practical. And that means that actually your average consumer will be able to wear these, and they're only going to get smaller and lighter and easier to use as time goes on. So that's going to add tactility to our experiences. Another thing which is going to be very important is eye tracking and hand tracking. So I'll describe what these mean. Eye tracking is literally as it sounds. The device that you're wearing, whether it's a virtual reality headset or a pair of augmented reality glasses, can see where you're looking. And it can see what, therefore, you're looking at. So that allows you to control objects in the virtual or augmented reality world simply by looking at them. Now that means that you're not having to use a controller to scroll over and select something. You just look at it and blink and it will know that it's being interacted with. Hand tracking is similar. It means that you can use your hands and the device can recognize and see your hands so that you can reach out and pick up objects, again, without any controllers and again, without any need to put down physical objects in the real world. It can also recognize gestures. So if you go like that, it will select it. If you go like that, it will expand it. And this is going to make the world a lot easier. It's going to free up our hands so that we can use these glasses in the real world without breaking away from what we're doing. So a bit more like a radio than a television. If you've ever tried to get ready for work in the morning with the television on, you'll know how much that slows you down because you're looking at it. Whereas if you're listening to the radio, you can passively take in information without it slowing you down. Well, this is what we're aiming for in the extended reality world. And then we have speech control, voice control. Now, many of you are probably using this already, either for searching on Google or for, you might have a home assistance device. And you'll know that I live in Scotland, and these devices struggle with the Scottish accent. But, and you may find this where you are as well. If you're American, it works great. But they are getting better all the time. And that means that we, again, will have our hands free and we can just ask the thing, open this app, go to this section. And in many cases, they won't respond to you through your ears, they'll respond to you through bone resonance, so that it's something that you can hear but nobody else can hear. And it also means that it's not going to get in the way of the sounds around you. You could be cycling down the street, and if there's a car behind you, you'll still hear it, but you'll still be able to hear what this device is telling you. So that's a really good innovation as well. So those three things. And here's another thing that's important, because I'm working with industries which use augmented reality in the workplace, but so far, many of these don't have the ability to see what they're looking at, where they're looking. They can place a heads-up display, a display over your eyes that will give you information as you're doing your work, but it doesn't connect to the real world. So this is where these two innovations come in. This one is called SLAM, so it says simultaneous location and mapping. That means that it's looking at the world around you and it's taking it in, it knows where you are, and as you're walking around, it's building up that three-dimensional picture of the world. What we see here on the screen is called a point cloud, which is literally just a large number of points which have been recognized for distance and shape. But this is getting a lot simpler to do. It used to be that it required vast amounts of money to be spent on laser devices, which you would have to place on site and move from position to position to position and gradually build up a picture. But now we can do this live within something the size of a mobile phone. You've seen the new Apple phones and Apple tablets can do this, where you can just walk around and it will start to create this picture as we're moving. Now that means that not only can we overlay digital information onto the real world around us, but we can actually build up what we call a digital twin, which is effectively a digital representation of the physical world. And if everybody is using glasses and headsets and phones which are doing this constantly, then this digital world is being created and updated continuously by everybody who's within it. So it means that everybody will ultimately be able to access an accurate, up-to-date representation of the physical world, wherever that happens to be. Oops. Finally, let's come back to the direct brain interface. Now, this is the final frontier, not only controlling our extended reality, virtual and augmented reality equipment, but ultimately allowing us to entirely bypass our sensory apparatus, our eyes, our ears, our fingers, and even our noses, so that we're not only consuming information, but we're able to communicate with each other and the Internet of Things, Internet-enabled devices around us directly. Now, this might sound like science fiction, but things have moved very, very fast. Neuralink, which Elon Musk is working on, is trying to implant very, very fine sensor wires into the brain, which is great, but I know a number of people who are anaesthetists and surgeons, and they will always say, if you can avoid surgery, avoid surgery. And if you can avoid bypassing the blood-brain barrier, which is how our brain protects itself against pathogens and infections, you should always try to do that. So personally, I don't think that Neuralink is the way forward. It's an interesting direction, but I don't think it's something that's going to achieve mass uptake because the potential issues are too great. There's something called temporal interference. Now, temporal interference has already been used in Parkinson's patients who experience uncontrollable tremors throughout their body. And using this, it basically triangulates a number of non-bioactive signals, so electromagnetic frequencies which are too high in frequency to interact with the physical world, or certainly to interact with your physical tissues. But if you cross them over in three directions, they interfere with each other. Temporarily, they slow each other down. to within a bioactive frequency, to within a frequency which will actually cause your brain to resonate. Now, because it's triangulated, this means that ultimately, non-invasively, you will be able to stimulate very accurately portions of your brain which might stimulate the color blue or the sensation of the smell of cornflowers or anything. It would probably have to be calibrated to each individual. And again, this is speculation on my part. The neurosurgeons that I've spoken to about this and the electrical engineers that I've spoken to about this say it is possible, but we're probably quite a way away from it. But personally, that's what I think is going to be the future of direct brain interfaces. Right now, it's going to be more about controlling devices than taking in information, and that is already possible. And I'm already working with people who are using devices like this that you simply slip over your head, and by thinking in a certain way, you can get your objects to behave in a certain way. So now I'm going to move on to how this is going to affect us in the future and even right now. Everything that I'm going to show you is happening right now. There is nothing speculative. There is nothing that I'm basing in the future, okay? So first of all, I need to differentiate for you the difference between virtual and augmented reality, because in my world, I always assume that people know the difference, but actually, why should they? So virtual reality is when you are entirely immersed in the digital world. You can't see the physical world around you. You can only see the digital world that you're within. Augmented reality is similar, but you can see the physical world around you. So all of the digital overlays, all of the digital information is placed onto the world around you, and ideally properly connects to that world, recognizes it and sticks to it. Doesn't always, but that's the ideal. Okay, so that's our difference. I'm going to start with virtual reality and I'll show you 4 innovations there, and then I'm going to move on to augmented reality and I'll show you 4 innovations there. Now remember, these are all happening right now. If you want verification of this, I can show you because I'm working on them right now. First of all, medicine. Now, an organization that I work with, Riot Digital, we're all about taking sensor information from the real world, whether that's visual or whether that's tactile, whether that's vibration, temperature, whatever, and then taking it into the virtual reality world. That means that people who are distant, maybe in 5 different locations simultaneously, can see what's going on in a physical location. Now, the company that we partnered with are called Tesla Suit, and they have created a full body haptic interface, which is packed with sensor technology. It can pick up on your temperature, your range of movement. It can pick up on your galvanic skin response. That's basically how conductive your skin is, according to your sweat and conductivity, that kind of thing. It can also limit your range of movement. It can create vibration responses. It can raise or lower your temperature, and it can even control your muscles to a certain extent using a TENS actuator, which sends small electrical impulses calibrated to your galvanic skin response, so it's not too strong or too weak, to actually stimulate your muscles. Now, the applications for this in medicine, as anybody who's even thought about it, been in the world of medicine can imagine, are limitless. It's already being used for stroke rehabilitation. It's already been used for physiotherapy. It's already being used for all sorts of forms of medical application. And we are currently introducing it to the Australian medical system, the National Health Service in the United Kingdom, the American health services as well, because it means that you can treat people remotely, you can see how well they're responding remotely, you can give somebody who's stuck at home because they have no mobility access to a physiotherapist or a surgeon remotely, where they don't even have to leave their home, but that physiotherapist, that surgeon, knows more about them than they could even possibly learn if they were to be in the same room together. So that's incredible, and that's only one of the applications for this outfit. I could go on all day. So next, my background originally, apart from marketing, was in education. I'm a trained lecturer for the Chartered Institute of Marketing and Google and the education system in Scotland. So I always like to see things from the perspective of educating people. Now, the problem that we have in Scotland is, particularly where I am right now, is that we, up until yesterday, were in a level 4 lockdown. I'm sure that you guys are familiar with what that feels like. So we can't go anywhere, and it's meaning that our university students, many of whom are actually locked into their halls of residence and are not allowed to leave, and many of whom can't go to university. A major part of the higher education income for our country comes from overseas students, particularly from China, and they are not coming to Scotland at the moment because it's not safe. So this is a serious problem for our education system, from primary, secondary, further education to higher education. So how do we solve it? We solve it by creating virtual environments which allow people to be educated together. Now, 2 years ago, I did a presentation for a university on digital learning environments, which have existed for a long time, which allow people to see the same slides, communicate verbally to each other, and even do what we are doing now and be on screens and look at each other. But I've been speaking to, and a personal experience of, the importance of group activity when you're in an educational environment, of practical, immersive environments when you're in an educational environment. The old Confucius saying was, I hear, I forget, I see, I remember, I do, I understand. Now, you can't do in this environment. You can't communicate properly in this environment because so much of our communication isn't just verbal, and it isn't even just looking each other's faces. It's hand gestures, it's body language, it's movement, and also the ability to go off and have small conversations or brainstorming sessions in one corner of the room, to have a private conversation with your lecturer or with somebody else. You can't do that in this environment. You can do that in virtual reality. Everything that you can do in the real world, with the exception of actually physical manipulation of objects, you can do in the virtual reality world. So I've been pursuing this like a dog with a bone for the last 2 years, and now we have the technology to do it. Now, the problem that we had was it wasn't perfect. Much of it isn't. You're limited to a certain number of people in many cases, or it's quite slow, or it requires everybody to have a headset, which of course very few people do. It requires very, very high internet speeds, which many people don't have any access to internet. So what we did was we came up with a system that can be used on the web. It's web-based, it doesn't require any downloads, which can be a problem with firewalls and all that kind of thing. So you just click on a link, you're there. We came up with a solution which we can send people a box, like the one you see on the left there, and that box, if required, can have all of the headsets that are needed, and each of these headsets has a puck which connects it to the internet through 3, 4, or 5G internet, anywhere in the world, any network in the world. And that means that people can access it. It's very secure, military-grade encryption, and it doesn't require that person to have home Wi-Fi or broadband. We were asked initially to go to Botswana and to give 500,000 students, school students, access to the internet. Now, we were not going to be giving all of them a box or a virtual reality headset. We would have bankrupted the government. So we needed to come up with a way to do this with very, very cheap entry-level tablets or phones, and then give each of those a SIM card which could access the internet. Now, in Botswana, they're not big fans of Vodafone. I don't know why, but they just hate them. But that's the main connection for that country, and it has a bit of a monopoly. But we don't need to use that. We can use something called an AnyNet SIM, which will just connect to any network in that area. And then we can also measure where that device is gone using a mobile device management system. So that means we can see where the tablet is. We can see who's using it. We can see what it's connected to and how much data is going up and down the line. We can see whether somebody's using Netflix on it, and we can block that because obviously that costs money. And we can see if it's been stolen, because that's always an issue when you're moving into developing countries, is what if these devices fall into the wrong hands? What if the data falls into the wrong hands? What if somebody just tries to sell them en masse? Well, we can see that, and we can block them, or we can even what's called brick them, which means that any device, we can see what's happening on it, and if it's something untoward is happening, we can frazzle it so that it becomes a very expensive brick. It's completely unusable. And even if the person factory resets it, doesn't matter. We've still got access. They can't get access to it without us giving them permission. So this is great. And that's the hardware side. The software side is that they can link into this group world anywhere in the world. They can communicate with each other on any device, whether it be a phone, a tablet, a laptop, a headset, or a virtual reality device, and they can do group activities. They can view things on the screen. They can talk to each other. They can bring in objects and manipulate them together. They can be transported into 360-degree live video environments so that class trips become instantaneous and free. They can go anywhere in the world. We were at the CERN Large Hadron Collider in Europe yesterday doing a lesson, and then immediately we were watching a rocket launch straight afterwards. It's awe-inspiring, and it means that when they go back into these group environments, they can have a discussion about what they just saw. Again, I could go on about this all day, so I'm going to shut up and move on, okay? I get excited about this stuff. The same technology can be used in manufacturing and design. I don't know if anybody here happens to be on the release of the new Varjo XR3. Varjo is a Finnish company in Finland, and they've come up with an extremely sophisticated extended reality pass-through headset. Now, what that means is the representation of the real world is being passed through cameras and processors, and then you view it on the screen. It's not like it's projected onto the back of a pair of glasses. You're actually seeing effectively a very, very recent recording. The resolution is beyond what the human eye can pick up. It can see where you're looking, so it will give you the full resolution where you're looking, but not where you're not looking. So that reduces the bandwidth requirements dramatically. But the main thing is it's super sophisticated. It's very high powered, which means you can bring in CAD models or very sophisticated models of, in this case, an aircraft engine, take it to pieces, bring it back together, remove components, add them, subtract them, and you can do this as a group. So developers all around the world can be working with you on this in real time, and it is detailed enough that you can send it directly to rapid manufacturing or CNC machines, and they can confidently manufacture it based on what you came up with in the virtual world. Now, to give you an example of the cost savings involved in this, Bell are a helicopter production company, an aerospace company. Now, this is a couple of years ago, so this is using far less sophisticated equipment. They reduced the time it took to design and refine a helicopter from 6 years to 6 months. Now, bearing in mind that that could be £1 million of development budget every day, and they've just saved themselves 5.5 years, you do the maths. Now, that was years ago. We've got it down to hours. We're working with the likes of Doosan Babcock and Shell in order to create representations of oil platforms and get the actual installation, get all of the stakeholders in the room, from finance to development, project development, engineers, and they can all see what's happening, and then they can work out what goes where, how it connects, how long it's going to take to develop and build and install. Everybody's engaged. Nobody has to leave the office to do it. Now imagine, okay, I will move on. Oops, I think I've skipped something. Haha. My favorite subject, data. Data is normally the premise of data scientists, people who can look at a histogram and immediately understand what they're looking at. Now, this can be a problem for those of us, basically the rest of the world, who aren't familiar with data science. And again, the best way to actually get this information communicated to people is to be in the room with the person who's the expert and say, look, I don't understand what I'm looking at. Can you explain it to me? This is a system that we're partnered with called Virtualytics. Virtualytics is a virtual reality environment which brings extraordinarily complicated data sets into a virtual environment where it contextualizes that information. What we're looking at here is earthquake incidences around the world, depending on tectonic plates. The larger columns that are in red are the higher incidences, the higher risk areas. And this is being used by people who are insuring buildings. So this is really relevant to them, right? But they can at a glance see that this area of central EMEA is going to be okay for development, but you do not want to be over to the right of the globe there or in the San Andreas Fault, because you're far more likely to get. So you see how this is just one example. We're using it for everything from COVID incidents around the world. We're using it for house prices in different parts of North America. It doesn't matter, but the main thing is you can get different people in the world. It uses artificial intelligence to bring in normal CSV database information and turn it into something that people can understand and have a discussion about. Very important, saves a lot of time and couldn't really be done outside of a three-dimensional environment. Okay, how am I doing for time? I've got 10 minutes, so I'll go into augmented reality now. Medicine again. Okay, so HoloLens by Microsoft is a really good system because it's very, very light and it's untethered, which means it doesn't have to be connected to a powerful laptop, which gives the user freedom of movement. We talk about 6DoF or 6 degrees of freedom. That usually just means that you can walk around, crouch, stand up, and look around in all directions, and the images will follow you. What we're looking at here is information which has been drawn from a CT scan. In some cases, it can be an MRI scan or it can be an X-ray, and it is overlaid onto the patient's real body so that before the surgeon makes their first cut, they know exactly where the fracture is. They know exactly, and they're using this in brain surgery, they know exactly where the hemorrhage is. They know about movement within if they do it recently enough. It means that they don't accidentally cut into the wrong place. It means that they avoid that all-important artery, which they have to avoid nicking. It means that they can do the surgery in a fraction of the time that is normally required. Now, this is obviously only representational. So they're still going to have to use their real eyes, but they can, to compare the difference between what they're seeing from the scan and what they're seeing in the real world. But the difference is minuscule. So far being reported as being sub-millimeter accuracy in many cases, apart from settling, which is when you're dealing with the inside of your abdominal cavity and things move around when you lie down. But if the scan is done in the same position, not a problem. Imagine savings of lives as well as time being unconscious, because the longer you're unconscious on the operating table, the higher the risks of not waking up. If you can save time in the operating table, not only does this allow more people to be worked on, but it means that they're at less risk, less people will die, and a life saved is priceless. Navigation. Now, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Google's recent move in the direction of using augmented reality navigation. It didn't really work. I'll be honest, a lot of the stuff that Google tries doesn't ultimately end up working. They'll just keep trying. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I like their approach. Now, they were seriously concerned with this because it was working on a mobile phone. And what they did not want was people looking at their mobile phone at the little graphical representation of a fox, which is what they'd used that you had to follow, because they didn't want people walking out into the road and getting run over. So it was constantly sending you messages saying, don't use this as you're walking, but that was the whole point, was to use it as you were walking, right? Now, the problem with using a mobile phone is it's a binary experience. Your attention is focused on the phone or it's focused on the world around you. We think it's focused on both, it isn't. If you've ever been in a, say, restaurant looking at your phone and it runs out of batteries, you notice that weird sensation that the world comes back into being around you because you actually weren't paying any attention to it at all. So that is very dangerous for navigation. You wouldn't want to do that while you're on a bike or even in a car. But going back to these things, if you can see the real world around you and what you have is effectively a translucent overlay onto the world around you, then you're relatively safe. Your distractions are less. Your contextualization of where that information is are much more accurate. You don't have to look up and down and make comparisons. It's all there, right there. And this is already being tried by Mercedes and BMW as heads-up displays for vehicles, so that you're not having to look down at your sat-nav. It's actually safer to be looking at this on your windscreen because you can see what's happening. Now, we could do this while we're walking down the street, and it doesn't just tell us where to go, it tells us where's a local shop, where's a local sale. It could overlay graffiti, virtual graffiti on the world for those of us who are interested in street art. It could overlay music. It could create entirely different worlds for everybody who's got a different filter to look at. But mainly, it will help us with navigation and wayfinding. The military, as you might imagine, is putting a lot of money and investment into this. A lot of technology is driven by the military because they have such huge budgets. And so therefore, they are putting money into using the likes of Tesla suit, as well as augmented reality, as well as weaponry and machinery, because a lot of what they do is mainly engineering rather than combat, so that they can see if they can train people in a safer environment to be better at what they do. Now, their reasoning behind this, particularly in this case, is to train people not to accidentally shoot people who are not meant to be shot. It's also being used for training people to fix vehicles and on site, training people to fly fighter jets, training people to pilot vessels at sea, and all of this can be done from any location at a fraction of the cost that it would normally be done. And because it's picking up on everything, including your stress responses, your body temperature, your speed of reaction, it actually gives you an idea of where that individual is weakest, even when they're not aware that they're weak. It can pick up on where their delays are. It can pick up on things that stress them out and increase their heart rate or increase their sweat levels or body temperature, so that these things can be worked on specifically. Then we come to retail. Now, retail has a lot to gain at the moment because for the last 15 years, it's been losing out dramatically to online sales. So conventional retail was really losing out to this, and even online retail was losing out to the lack of contextualization of products. Now, IKEA have been big movers in this. By IKEA for a long time have been contextualizing products. Even if you go to an IKEA warehouse, you'll see they've got their market section, but they've also got their section where it's a bed is placed in a bedroom environment next to all of the products and bookcases and so forth for style, for size, for everything. They've been doing this for years. They're masters at it. But then they thought, well, why represent a room that somebody might have when we can use the room that they actually do have and transplant an accurate scale representation of the item of furniture that they're interested in into that room. Now, these are accurate to within a 2% tolerance, and I have tested this. And it is accurate to within a 2% tolerance. It does not require an app to be downloaded. You simply click on the link in the catalogue or in the online catalogue and it will appear. And then you just point your phone where you're thinking that you want to put the chair and it will appear at scale. If you want to see it in blue, blue. If you want to see it in red, red. Easy. It dramatically reduces return rates because people don't get any nasty surprises when the thing arrives. Oh, this bed doesn't fit in my bedroom, or this doesn't look right for the room. They've tested all of this out virtually and instantaneously before they made the order. So again, huge savings of money. You can customize the content, as I mentioned, which can really put people off. They go, well, I don't want a green one. But they didn't realize that actually the thing is available in red, and that was maybe the only thing stopping them from buying it. It doesn't have the same language issues that many descriptions on websites can have, because you're not really having to use language. You're looking at an image that's giving you the information that you need. It's more engaging, but it also, funnily enough, increases the number of visits to stores. Now, we've been using things like Matterport, virtual reality, and augmented reality to represent actual interiors of offices, of retail units, and of domestic properties. And the concern from the people selling these was they want people to physically walk in there. And they said, well, if they can do this digitally or virtually, they won't have any reason to come in physically. As it transpires, they were wrong. The actual physical visits are increased by up to 60% because in the person's mind, they've been there already. So the rest of their mind is just trying to keep up, and it's making lots and lots of tiny decisions that they're unaware of to make the real world match up with the perceived world. This is when we get back into psychology, which is another interest of mine, which actually increases physical engagement where that is possible. Now, obviously, at the moment, physical engagement and physical visits aren't really possible, so it's a replacement. But when things open up and movement opens up again, it will be an augmentation. It will bring people back to the physical world rather than replacing it. And there is much statistical information to back this up. And again, I'm more than happy to provide it. So if people aren't convinced, then I can help you with that. So that's me coming to the end of my talk. I would be more than happy to answer any questions that you might have. And if anybody would like to speak to me after this session, you can find me on LinkedIn. That's the link there. I'm on there all the time. So I'll be able to answer your questions whenever you want. And that's me.
Perfect. Thank you so much, David. It was an amazing talk. So we have this one question for you. Would I be correct in assuming in future it seems developers will only limited applications interacting with specific part of the augmented world inside a large AR OS? I believe you can see the question as well.
Let me see. I can't actually see it. So sorry, could you repeat that?
Repeat it for you?
Thank you.
Yeah, I can do that.
Okay, perfect.
So in future, it seems developers will only limited applications interacting with specific part of the augmented world inside a large AR OS.
I understand. Actually, I don't think that's what's going to happen. Certainly, that would, if you were to follow the, I can see why that questioner asked this question, because if you're to follow the trends at the moment, it would seem that what we have is, what do we call it now? Compartmentalization of the augmented reality world. People creating little sections that they have control over. Now, this is going to be an odd analogy to make, but I want you to think of a mass extinction event. When you have a mass extinction event, all of the established providers or all of the established predators and herbivores and so forth are wiped out, and a whole new raft of evolutionary species appear, many of them. And because there's very little competition and sometimes quite a lot of resources, they can all survive and they all make their own way, strange little creatures with 3 legs or whatever that are, would never survive in the modern world. And as time goes on, what happens is that predators evolve, and those predators will effectively predate these smaller, less efficient creatures until only the best prey animals and the best predators survive. And this is limited down to a smaller and smaller and smaller number. Now, the commercial world is exactly like that. With any new technology, with any new replacement technology, you end up with lots and lots and lots of new entrants, all of whom have their own little sections of the world that they control, and then they get eaten. They get bought and merged and amalgamated into larger and larger predator companies. So what then happens is you end up with very large portions of the world. If you think back to search engines, there used to be a lot of search engines, and now there's pretty much Google. And in the Western world anyway, in China it's very different. But that means that we can have confidence that if we create something or if we optimize a website for Google, it's going to work, right? Whereas back in the day, and I used to do this about 20 years ago, you had to optimize for loads and loads and loads of different search engines. So that's already starting to happen in certainly the virtual reality world. I would suggest that web-based virtual reality is likely to replace app-based virtual reality. So the likes of Glue and Engage and so forth, where you have to download an app onto your computer and pay for it monthly, could be replaced by the likes of Mozilla Hubs, where you don't have to do any of that. You click on a link and you're in. That's it. And it's this one thing that everybody can access, a metaverse for those of us who are familiar with the fiction. The same thing is likely to happen with augmented reality, because at the moment, a lot of augmented reality is app-based. You have to download an app to access it, but increasingly, and you'll be seeing this yourselves, the advent of Vectory and 8th Wall, Blipper, Zappar, these are web-based. You click on a link, the thing appears. And these things can now be animated and interactive. They can now connect with specific parts of the world. And if you go back to when I was talking about SLAM and the digital twins of the world, where these will be developed and built by people just walking through the world, wearing a pair of glasses that are taking it in, that is likely, I would say, looking at the trends of history, to all go into a single accessible model of the world that any of these systems can access. And by using web-based AR, anybody can develop for the AR metaverse in general. So I would say at the moment, yes, it's true, but in the future, we will be able to access something which is a lot broader than that. That's just my thinking on it, though. I could be wrong.
Perfect. So we have one more question for you. So let's talk about Microsoft Neural TTS and holograms that they presented in Inspire 2019. How far do you see something like that will be, in production and available to public?
This is where, if I'm not mistaken, this is where instead of the device that you're using doing all the grunt work, doing all the hard work in terms of creating models, and you have to download them, the information is streamed to the device. In the same way that previously, if we wanted to watch a film on our computer, we had to download the whole film onto the computer, but now we just stream it using Netflix. Much more efficient, requires far less processor power, and as long as you have the bandwidth, you can access it on a relatively modestly spec'd device. Very important in the world of virtual and digital and augmented reality, because the size of these models is huge. You're not just dealing with visual frames, you're dealing with spatial data, you're dealing with the polygons, texture maps, you name it. That is being developed by Microsoft and is mainly developed for the likes of HoloLens, because as I mentioned, HoloLens is an untethered standalone device, so therefore it can't carry around the memory or the processing power of a tethered device, which is connected to a large, heavy, powerful laptop or computer, which is great. But that's only Microsoft. That's only HoloLens. So what's the use of that to somebody who's using a Pico Neo 2 or a Quest, right? Fortunately, I've come across an organization which is doing exactly the same thing, streamed polygonal information, which will go to any device. It's device agnostic. And that, I'm afraid, Microsoft, sorry, Bill Gates, is going to replace the system that we're talking about here, because there is no restriction. Anyone can access it. And basically, as long as you've got the server space, you've got the data center, or you're using AWS or something like that, you can run something like this and it will stream the data if the latency is low enough to your device, and it will allow you to access, manipulate, and multiply interact with one model from many different locations simultaneously.
Hi, David. Actually, that was me who asked the question. So what I meant was, I remember one video from Inspire 2019. There was a woman, she was wearing glasses or something, and another woman replicated in a holographic presentation right in front of her, and she told that this will going to be next web conferencing future kind of a thing. So my question was, how far do you see something like that from Microsoft or from any other vendor coming into the production and available to the public? What do you think? I mean, how soon?
It's happening right now. It's a good question. And she said it would happen within the next couple of years. It's happening now. We're already doing this for the oil and gas industry and the offshore renewables industry, particularly for training. And we're using a system called Skyrail, which comes from the aviation sector. And it was, again, for development and construction of CAD models, but in the virtual world. Now, these aren't holograms in the sense that they're appearing in thin air in front of you, but they are holograms in the sense that they are fully spatially three-dimensionally live objects which you can manipulate and work on in real time. So in terms of holograms and holography, it's being done at the moment as well, but it's still not hugely sophisticated. It's contained within a specific area, and it's really just something moving very, very fast, like an old cathode ray tube television. Sorry, involves physical moving parts. The actual merits of having free world holography is limited when you've got something which you can put on like a pair of glasses that, to all intents and purposes, anybody who's wearing those glasses is seeing a hologram anyway. So the thing that I was talking about with Skyrail, it does require a fair amount of processing power. So at the moment, you wouldn't be able to do it with an untethered pair of Enreal glasses, for instance. It would have to be something connected to another object. So we're looking at HoloLens and another one called Kybertech, which is used in the industrial world. So yes, all of this is possible right now. And the good thing is it will take the information directly from CAD models, you manipulate it, and then it will export it directly into any CAD or BIM format. So it can be then used and manipulated in finer detail and more conventional packages.
Okay, I have just one more question,
Perfect.
David, if you allow me.
Yeah.
Okay, by the way, great session so far. And my question is, are there any lasting physical effects of using virtual and augmented reality?
That's a very good question, and actually it's probably too early to say because it's such a new technology, so I don't want to be one of these people that go, oh, it's fine, because a lot of the time we don't realize what the lasting effects are until years later. What I can say is that our eyes and ears respond very, very quickly when they're uncomfortable with something. If your eyes are giving your brain different information from what your ears are giving them, which is mostly things like movement and, you know, position in space, that's actually your ears giving you that weird effect as an early warning sign of poisoning. So your body responds with nausea, So that's why with earlier technology, like augmented and virtual reality technology, people would get nauseous with it because their eyes were saying you're moving, but their ears were saying you're not, and your brain would go, I'm probably being poisoned right now. It's probably a good idea to vomit. So that was making people uncomfortable. Fortunately, with 6 degrees of freedom, we can move around properly in all the different dimensions, and that latency, that delay, and that discrepancy, that difference between what the ears are saying and what the eyes are saying is gone. So that's really helping to reduce or even eliminate nausea, but that's only one thing. I've been speaking to ophthalmologists and optometrists about the dangers of using heads-up displays that are only monocular, right? Like, there's a few that are used in the industrial world where it's literally just a thing which comes down in front of one eye and you look at it, or the Vuzix Blade, which is again monocular heads-up display. That's fine if everybody has an eye which is good at close up and far away, but it differs from person to person. And the problem with these devices is they only give you the close-up view on one eye. Now, I was brought up with a family who suffered from migraines, and usually there's a few different things which will stimulate migraine. One of them is hormonal imbalance, other ones are water or electrolyte imbalance, and the other one is problems with your eyesight. If you're constantly looking at something through one eye that's really close and one eye that's really far away, you're going to get migraines. You're going to get eye strain, you're going to get problems. So I was having conversations with the people that were creating this technology saying, you cannot do this. It has to be binocular, because otherwise you're going to end up coming into problems and you'll be the one getting the lawsuits, but they wouldn't listen. Fortunately, newer companies like Nreal, amongst many others, went the binocular route, and that seems to have alleviated many of these problems. There are issues of psychology, though. What if somebody gets so immersed in the virtual world that they cease to connect to the real world? Seems unlikely, but even in screen-based entertainment, massive multiplayer online gaming, people have died. People have starved to death because they've been so engaged in that game that they haven't got up to go and feed themselves. It's happened many times. So if we are now streaming fully immersive tactile content, are we going to get to the stage where we cease to be able to differentiate from the real world to the virtual world? Are we going to get to the stage where our real life is put at risk or suffers because of our digital life? It's possible. There's another issue, and we've seen this with social media and the effect it has on our well-being, our mental health. And the problem, something that really concerns me, is that Oculus is now owned by Facebook. Now, if you look at the new Oculus Quest 2 device, you can buy the enterprise Oculus Quest 2 device. That will cost you €900. Or you can buy the Oculus Quest 2 consumer device. That will cost you €300. Why the price difference? Are they different hardware? No, they're not. They're exactly the same. The difference is the consumer device is harvesting your data. The consumer device is doing all the tricks, or is designed to do all the tricks that Facebook and Instagram do to get your information, to make you addicted, to make you go in there all the time. Now, that is bad enough when you're doing it on your phone or on your computer, because we've seen, again, the effects this has had: suicide rates, general lack of well-being, fake news, polarization of opinion. How bad could that be?
I'm sorry to interrupt you over here. Sorry, David, I'm interrupting you. But we have 2-3 questions for you, and we are out of time. Can you please answer them quickly?
No problem.
Sorry to interrupt you. For there are a lot of questions for you. Just make it quickly.
Okay.
Thank you. Madhya, please continue.
So what other questions?
Perfect. So another question is, should the developers focus on learning psychology apart from technology?
Learning psychology, yes, absolutely. In fact, I am doing most of my work with people who are not virtual reality specialists. They're trainers, they are pedagogical specialists, they are lecturers and so forth. And we're also doing our work with students. I'm just about to release a video which is going to give the feedback from the students that we did a study a couple of weeks ago that was subsequently endorsed by the Ministry of International Trade in the United Kingdom, to say what they found that they enjoyed about it, also what they found was weak about it, and we're going to develop it very much from the learner and the lecturer's perspective. The technology should only ever be a means to an end. The end should be education.
So the other one is, what path a complete beginner can choose to start learning VR?
Sorry, could you say that again?
What path a complete beginner can choose to start learning VR?
Ah, right. Okay. Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Good questions. Both Unreal and Unity are the two main gaming engines actually, who most virtual reality is based around. Now they have a vested interest in making sure that as many people develop as much content for their platforms as possible, and they're in competition with each other. Unity works on practically any device, and it's a really, really good business related and even consumer related 3D engine. Unreal has fallen behind a bit. It's a bit heavier. It's a bit more detailed. It's good for visual stuff, and they've made all their money off Fortnite and I think Minecraft. So they're trying to catch up. So they're both investing loads of money in free training that you can access online, and it will teach you how to use their platforms really, really easily. I also do some work for the Google's digital garage through a company called Upskill Digital. And they provide, or just about to provide, a lot of beginners information, education that you can access free online. One last thing, Stack Overflow, brilliant place to learn any new digital learning at all. So I would look there as well.
Oh, that's great. That's perfect. Thank you so much, David. It was nice having you in our session today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. So moving forward, our next presenter is Mashood Rastakar. Let give you a few intro of him. Mashood leads the engineering team at SastaTicket.pk. He specializes in using the latest web technologies. He is an active developer community member. He's serving as a Google developer expert and serves his time as a speaker in international conferences. Today, he will talk about core web vitals, and he will break this conversation in a few important concepts that will help you tune your web applications for the best performance and experiences. Please, Mashood Rastakar, continue from here. I hope you can hear me.
Yep, I can hear you.
Perfectly
can you guys hear
fine.
me?
Yes.
All right, cool. Let's see. Okay. All right, can you guys see my screen? Specifically my slides.
Yes, we can.
Awesome. All right, cool. Thank you.
It's basically the browser. The timer is running up, not the.
Not the slides. Oh, come on. This is annoying. Let me just. Thought we practiced this. All right, I think this should do it. Can you see the slides now?
Yeah, perfect.
Awesome, good. Cool. So, welcome everyone. Give me a second to just set this up. Teams has this annoying thing of syncing out. Okay, I think I'm set. Oh yeah, sorry. I was wondering what I have to do. Let's turn on my camera as well. Cool. Welcome everyone. Welcome to my session today. I will be talking about web performance and specifically these new metrics that Google has defined called Core Web Vitals. So without further ado, let's dive into this. So as introduced, my name is Mashood and I lead the engineering team at a startup called SastaTicket.pk. The startup is based here in Karachi and we're essentially an online travel agent for Pakistani travel. So if you want to buy tickets, hotels, visa and stuff, you can go online, check it out. Besides that, I'm an active community member. All these logos on the right are different communities that I'm working with. And I'm also what's something called a Google Developer Expert. And I've also recently started my podcast. So if you want to learn more things about me or things I'd like to share about, you can check that out as well. So coming to the main topic at hand today, Core Web Vitals. So Core Web Vitals की essentially ज़रूरत क्या थी? What was the reason Core Web Vitals were created? So Google has been working on improving web technology, improving the web experience for everyone for a long, long time. This is not something new. And part of the journey was, so nowadays, if you talk about measuring performance, you're measuring user experience, essentially, you won't actually find any metrics online. You will find some metrics online, but you won't find a standard out there that just defines कि हाँ जी अगर आप इस तरह ये 3 चीजें measure करेंगे तो आपको आप एक बता सकते हैं इस website का user experience overall किस तरह का है, right? So most of the people, they go on different websites, they measure these performance scores, they measure these scores that help them understand कि SEO के लिए कितनी अच्छी है performance website, but they're not really measuring the UX impact of the website, right? So Google has introduced these concepts essentially to completely guide us essentially so that we can measure our website's metrics in a way that is specifically for the user. और ये जब मैं अभी metrics explain करूँगा, it's going to be obvious why these are so user specific. So let's start with the first metric. There are 3 metrics in this currently, and these are just an introduction to all the different things that are going to be done in the future, right? अभी सिर्फ शुरू के लिए उन्होंने 3 metrics किए हैं, but down the road we'll have more metrics as well. The first one is largest contentful paint. Largest contentful paint essentially है क्या? We'll talk about this in a second, but first, this is the performance metric. Essentially, we're trying to measure कि आपकी website कितनी तेज load हो रही है. And इसके अंदर the most important thing that we want to look at is that counter on the right side. Okay, what are the limits that we need to take care of? So if your website is loading in 2.5 seconds or less, that means आपकी loading time is very good. If it's loading under 4 seconds, it's okay, but it needs improvement. And if it's over 4 seconds, it's not good, and we have to bring it down. Okay. Now, I'm assuming most of us are developers over here, and we all know that हमारी websites 2.5 seconds में usually load नहीं होती हैं, right? So this is a hard target to beat, and this is something we'll be talking about more in this presentation today. तो मगर एक मैंने important चीज़ यहाँ पे point out करनी है, and that is कि 2 seconds to what, right? That is always the question. कि 2.5 seconds to the time of first byte जब browser को आता है या जब मुझे कोई चीज़ नज़र आती है browser पे या जब सारी loading ख़त्म हो जाती है, because even when you see something, browser तो load करते रहता है, scripts background में load होती रहती हैं. So what does loading mean over here? And this is the most important thing that Google has introduced is this. Largest contentful paint would really mean what it says here कि जब आपके viewport में, user की viewport में सबसे बड़ा object render होगा, that is the point till which we counted. So from the point the users pressed enter on the URL to that point जहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा render हुआ है आपकी, that could be an image, that could be a block of text, it could be anything. but जैसे वो बड़ा text render होगा, इसका मतलब ये है कि जो main content है आपकी website का वो अब नजर आ रहा है. So this is the point till which we consider loading to be completed, right? There are many other metrics including DOM content loaded or time to first byte and all of them. उनको हम touch करेंगे थोड़ा सा, but the point is that this is the core metric that measures the experience. Again, the focus is on experience for these metrics. The next one we want to talk about is first input delay, and first input delay is about interactivity. तो अगर हम लोग loading की बात करें, performance की बात करें, तो एक user आता है हमारी website पे, वो एक website load होती है, तो load करने के बाद user क्या करता है, right? And the basic idea is कि जैसे ही loading complete होती है, तो user आपकी website के साथ interact करेगा किसी तरह से.
Hey Mashood,
Yep.
sorry to cut you off.
No worries.
If possible, if you could just continue your session in English, as we have some foreigners as well, so that would be
Sure.
convenient if possible.
Sure. That's not a problem. That's not a problem.
Thank you so
I'll do
much.
that.
Thank you so much.
All right. So now we're talking about first input delay, and first input delay is all about interactivity. So when the user comes on your website and he essentially the loading's completed, what is the next thing he's going to do? He's going to be essentially interacting with your website. What does interactivity look like? He might press a button, he might scroll, he might fill a form, contact form or whatever, right? Now, how does user experience come into this? User experience is essentially all about that, can he actually do that, right? So what normally happens, and all of us have experienced this, okay, we go on the website, we start, it loads, and then it's loaded something, and now I want to interact with them, I want to start scrolling, but nothing's going to scroll. The site is stuck for a few seconds, and then it's going to respond back to me, and then it's going to start jerking around. And nowadays, I'm specifically looking at LinkedIn. It does that a lot for some reason. So first input delay, we want to make sure that the site has been loaded, but now it needs to remain responsive, right? And what is the timeline we're looking at? We again have some numbers over here. So good if you're able to respond, if the browser is able to respond within 100 milliseconds. When I press a button and I get feedback of that within 100 milliseconds. I start typing in an input field, within 100 milliseconds, the text comes up, right? So the browser is able to respond. There's nothing running on the main thread that's blocking it from doing its work. So if nothing is working on the thread, then you'll get a good score. It's going to be under 100 milliseconds. If something is working on the thread, it might be anything more than that, and that needs improvement essentially. The last one is cumulative layout shift. Now, this is the trickiest one of all. And this is, again, something we have experienced from day to day as well. And that is when I'm using the website, a website has loaded, I'm interacting with it, I'm scrolling down, I'm reading my article, and suddenly something else loads on top of the page and all my content moves downwards, right? And now if I'm reading an article, I'm lost, right? I have no idea where that thing went, up or down, and I'm looking for it again. And maybe then another image loads and then it moves everything over again, and that's so annoying, right? Something that happens to me on Twitter all the time, apparently. So in order to show you how this works, here's a quick video as well. This is from web.dev. Hopefully it's going to load up quickly. And essentially in this quick video, you can see that I have these two buttons and the user doesn't want to do it. He wants to click on no, but as he clicked on no, something popped up on the top and he clicked on the yes button, right? So this is obviously not a good user experience, and this is what we're trying to measure. This score is calculated by how much the UI moves, right? If it's a small button that's moved around, or maybe it's a small text that's moved around, then the score is going to be under 0.1 and we're good. If it's anything more, like you put an ad on top of your content and the whole page moves downwards, then you're going to see something as a 0.8 or 0.9 score, which is obviously very bad. So we've talked about these metrics, and one of the things we want to focus on today is web performance. So, and we all web developers, we understand that web performance particularly is very, very hard. It's not something that you can just go, you can follow these 5 steps and it's done. There's so many different angles to it, and most of us spend actually time in code trying to optimize, trying to use smaller libraries or trying to write optimized code in a way, but there's so many other things that we need to take care of. So today I'm going to run you through the complete journey that we go through, that as a user goes through when they start opening a website, and all of the bottlenecks that can come in between, and how we can fix them, or what can we do to avoid them essentially. So essentially we get the best performance in terms of the whole journey. And then what are some of the other tweaks that we can do in order to improve our UX down the road? So in order to do this, we want to start with the user first. And so we've chosen a user. He's a green man that we've chosen for today. And the user is going to open up a browser, and he's going to start typing in a URL. And this is the exact point where our journey starts. As soon as he presses enter, the first metric, and that's the largest container of paint, starts to measure, right? So this is the most critical part that we need to look into. Now, what's the first action that happens? What is the first action that the browser takes when you press enter? Most people would think that, oh, it goes to the server and fetches the content, but that's not the case. The first thing it's going to do, it's going to check its cache. Now, browser caching is something that's not very it's not something that it's super old, like it's been there from the start, but it's not something that's prioritized by the front-end developers, right? So, and partly because this is not something that they configure. So this has to be configured on the headers of the response that the server is configured on. So this is a disconnect that I've seen time and time again across different organizations. Okay, because a front-end engineer can't really configure these cache policies, they think that it's not their job. But at the end of the day, the front end is what gets impacted by not configuring these. So it is technically their job to make sure that these are configured, even if they're not configuring them. Maybe it's your DevOps engineer who does this. So, but you have to make sure that they are configured, and you have the right set of cache, right? You can't just say, okay, everything needs to be cached for a month, because that's not going to be right. It's going to be different from your logo, which could be cached for 3 months or maybe a year, to those assets that might be changing every day, right? So it depends on your website. The second thing I want to highlight over here is service workers. Service workers are relatively new. They've come up over the last few years, and they are super amazing when it comes to caching. At Systeticket, we're using service workers and what's the extension called the PWAs, and I can literally cache my whole website on the service workers so that next time when the user visits, there are 0 requests going to the server, right? So that's something super cool and super fast, right? And the next time when the user visits, it's going to open the website instantly. So that's super nice. Right, so for after the cache lookup is done, so in this case, maybe the website wasn't there. It's what's going to happen is your browser is going to try connecting to the DNS server to essentially get the IP address of the closest server to you, right? So it's going to do what's called the DNS resolution. Now this again takes some time, so this is something that's not in our control, but something we have to keep in mind, and we'll see how this impacts down the road as well. But this brings us to something that's very interesting, and that's called server latency. What is server latency? Well, server latency is the time taken from your user's browser to the server and their journey back, right? So it's understood that जब मुझे कोई content चाहिए किसी server से, so I can't just reach out and get it from the server. There is a cost associated in the travel time for my request to go to the server and come back. Now, how does this impact performance? This impacts performance because it depends on where your server is located. So अगर मैं पाकिस्तान में बैठा हूँ, and if I'm in Pakistan and I'm trying to access a website that is the servers in US, then my request has to go all the way to the US and then back. And that might take several hundred milliseconds, right? And that is at each request, right? So our websites nowadays is not just one request. The first request is HTML, second is CSS, then there might be a few CSS files, then maybe a half a dozen JavaScript files. That time starts adding up. And again, we'll see how that adds up in a bit as well. So server latency is super important. And again, as a front-end engineer, you might be thinking, but this is not my problem. This is a DevOps engineer's problem or somebody else in the company. But again, this is the front-end what gets impacted. So you have to be careful. You have to know where your server is and maybe suggest that maybe, moving the server closer to your users might be better. Next one up is using the HTTP2 protocol. Funny enough, nowadays actually Cloudflare, companies like Cloudflare are deploying HTTP3, Cloudflare and Google. So HTTP3 is here, but my request is to actually at least start using HTTP 2.0 because that's already a big upgrade from HTTP 1.0. And why is that, right? So essentially HTTP 2, when HTTP 1 came out, this was for simple text websites with, just 1 or 2 images, and that was it. That was the internet 30 years ago. But nowadays, internet is nothing like that. We're having all of those video streams, image streams. We have pretty high, rich websites with very big SPAs and whatnot, right? We could have a few hundred files being downloaded on a single website on the client side. So the whole purpose of HTTP2 is to essentially make it efficient to transfer multiple files to and from the server. It can send multiple types of data, it can share headers and things like that. So that definitely improves performance when it's loading your website. The next one is server load management. And this is, again, something that for front-end developers, this might sound a little bit trivial because this is not something they would be directly managing, but this is something that they should be monitoring, right? And this is usually monitored by this metric called time to first byte. So essentially, when I've sent a request to the server will take it and put it in a queue. Now, if there is nobody else, then it's going to take it immediately from the queue. It's going to process it and return back the HTML file that we've asked for. But if there are hundreds or thousands of users on that same server and it's not balanced properly, then that queue will be very long. So my request could be stuck in for a few seconds before the server takes and responds to it. So this is something, again, as a front-end developer, I can quickly check, is my server balanced fine, so I can get the best performance, and I don't have a bottleneck, essentially, when it comes to rendering my front end. So we've talked about a few problems, few different problems, essentially, some relating to locations of the server, some relating to the server load, HTTP2, and effectively one way of solving all of these problems is to essentially use a content delivery network. Now, what is a content delivery network? A content delivery network essentially is a service that has servers all over the world, and it will automatically use the closest server to your user to ship your assets from. So it will take information from your server and it will cache it on all of the servers it has, and it will serve it from the closest server to the user. Now, this does two things. Obviously, it's going to reduce the server latency because now the server is closer to the user. But more importantly, it will reduce the load from your server, and then effectively that essentially allows faster return times for your website. So it's better performance for your website, right? And then Cloudflare is like CDN, essentially do a lot of other optimizations like image size reduction and stuff like that, right? It's all built in, so it's a good package to use. So it's something definitely I recommend using everywhere. Now, this is the important slide, right? So we've talked about performance in terms of network issues. This is, again, not something that pertains to front-end engineers, but something front-end engineers can definitely monitor. And this is a screenshot from the Chrome DevTools Networks Inspector. And here you can see effectively that there's a simple request, a very simple request that I wanted to do. And the browser essentially took a total of 44 milliseconds, that's right at the end there, in processing that request. But what portion of that 44-second was in actually content downloading? And that's the surprising part. The content download just took 0.4 milliseconds. And one would imagine that that's the big chunk, right? That's what takes time, but that didn't take time. Effectively, what took the longest time was actually time to first byte. So the server took some time to load, to respond back. Initial connection took a fair amount of time as well, right? The DNS lookup and initial connection SSL stuff, right? So we have to understand that each request has a cost associated to it. And by the way, on the top, there's queuing, which means that a browser nowadays does 6 requests at any one time. So if you have like 10 requests, so the first 6 requests will go in, and when they're resolved, then the next 4 requests will go in. So your request is going to be queued on the client before it even goes to the server, right? So this is a very good way to see, again, how your performance is working in terms where can you save time and what is actually taking time and where do you want to optimize. Now, coming to the Angular world, or more generally the SPA, single page application world, what can we do to essentially improve the interaction, the experience over there? And so we have quite a few techniques that we've been using over the last few years to essentially reduce our bundle size to a very small and usable size. Gone are the days when our bundles used to be like 2 or 3 MBs. With these techniques, when we follow them, essentially you can bring it down to all the way maybe 300 or 400 KBs. So the first thing I want to talk about is tree shaking. And tree shaking is all about essentially taking the code that you're using and shipping that. Now, this sounds like a sensible thing and something we should have been doing from the start, but it's a non-trivial problem to just take out the code and just ship that part only, right? Because there's so many files, they're interlinked, there's dependencies and whatnot, right? But now with the new bundlers, and this comes built into your React or Angular or Vue.js code now, and effectively you just have to make sure that you're using it the right way, right? So if you're not using it the right way, then your bundles, your complete bundles get imported and your bundle size will increase. So this is very important that only ship the code that you're actually using. And we'll later talk about Lighthouse, and in Lighthouse you can now actually see how much code that you're shipping is not actually being used. So that's also a very good indicator of what useless stuff you might be shipping to the client. The next one is code splitting. Again, nothing new, and this has been something part of the browsers for some time now. It's a part of our builders for some time now. And code splitting is super useful because essentially it allows us to break our code into smaller chunks. And what that does is, and the way it works is essentially using something called a lazy loading. So all of us who use lazy loading in our applications like Angular and React applications, they'll know that when they start using lazy loading, it will create a chunk for, let's say, the login page, then our main dashboard page, then for the user's profile page. And only that chunk will get downloaded when essentially the user visits that website. And this is probably creating the biggest saving of all, because now you don't have a single big bundle that's doing everything, and you have those small chunks with a common bundle that has obviously the core libraries that's required for the initial load. One of my favorite tools out there for exploring is the Source Map Explorer. And the Source Map Explorer effectively tells you what's inside your bundle. So you just take this, you run it on your bundle, and it's going to give you a very nice breakdown, just like the screenshot over here. And this essentially gives you a visual view, so you know immediately, like, okay, this thing is taking too much size, so maybe I might use a smaller library over here. So one of the common ones that you'll see is moment.js. Moment.js is a very popular date library in JavaScript, and it's very, very large. It's like 400 KB or something, especially if you include the time zones in it. But nowadays, we use something like date utils or something like that, DS utils, which essentially is 10 KB or 12 KB, right? So that's a huge saving from going from 200, 400 KBs to just 10 KBs. So stuff like that is made visible when you run tools like Source Map Explorer. And finally, I want to touch on something, again, that's on the server side, but it's very important, is something called gzip. So effectively, we've all used zips, and we transfer our files over zip because it's really good. It compresses the file. And your server can do that for you as well when interacting with your client. So effectively, it will zip the file, your bundle, and will ship it down to the client. And then the client will unzip it and use it. Now, if your bundles are slightly bigger, there is huge savings, like you can see in the screenshot over here. But you have to keep in mind that there is overhead, so it has to unzip on the client side. So there is processing required and time for that. So there has to be a balance. So if you're shipping many small files, then gzip might not be very useful. But if you're shipping a few big zip files for big JS files, then gzip might do wonders for you. Thing to note: external resources are blocking. So essentially, if you're not downloading them asynchronously, then you will get a render block. That means your content will not render while it's waiting for those resources. Same way, we've talked about first input delay, where a user is not able to use, right? So what is actually happening? Why is the user not? Why is your browser stuck essentially? And that's because normally, now it's not all the time, but JavaScript is running in the background. So let's say you're fetching some files, maybe you're fetching some data, maybe you're doing some complex computation. And if you're doing all of that, then your browser can't do any rendering because it's happening on the main thread. Now, you have the option to move this onto something called the worker threads now we have on the browsers. So that then runs on a separate thread. Or you can make sure that you don't run it immediately, or you run it after some time, or you make it concurrent in some way. We also now have, in terms of script tags, this new tag in HTML called async. And this effectively defers loading later on. And I'm going to specifically call out the marketing scripts over here that are usually not optimized for cases like this one. So you want to make sure your marketing scripts are all asynchronous so that they're not blocking your HTML rendering, because this is going to impact your largest contentful paint. Because remember, we're waiting for the largest paint to happen. That's the pointer we count to. So if your browser is busy downloading a marketing script that's not going to be useful right away, then, well, you're essentially going to be wasting time and losing points on that score. Lazy load your content. So this is, we talked about on Angular side, but we just don't, it's not just limited to Angular. You could have some HTML templates or image templates that can be lazy loaded as well. This is something that's very common out there, and you have to ensure that you're using this on your website. Now, historically, we've been doing this using JavaScript libraries and stuff like that, but now it's available natively in your browser, so you can actually use the lazy tag on, let's say, your images, and it will essentially load them lazily. This is obviously on Chrome, but we're hoping to have this functionality on other browsers as well. Finally, I want to talk about CLS, and CLS is all about the content shift. So effectively, if you have dynamic content, like let's say you have ads on top of your browser, or images that are loading async, and this is a really good example. So here, this image needs to load in, but if I don't have essentially the placeholder over here in the middle, then my content is going to be moved downwards, and that's going to give me a poor score. Right? So I want to make sure when I have images like this, I create those empty placeholders so that images can fill into those, rather than my content being pushed down, and that's going to reduce the experience. Like, it's going to make the experience much worse for my users and essentially cause issues essentially. So it's going to reduce my CLS score. Now, we've covered a lot of things. Where do you start from essentially. I've already mentioned this. So within your Chrome DevTools, you have the power called, it's a tool called Lighthouse. This is developed by Google and essentially managed by Google as well. And this will give you an insane depth of information. So this is just a top level screenshot, but this is my website. I ran it on that one, and you get from all across all of the metrics that are available within Lighthouse and recommendations as well. And you can really grind into the data and see very low level detail of what is being happening on your website, what's taking time and what's not taking time, and where do you want to optimize exactly.
Just a heads up, we are running out of time.
Yeah, I'm just wrapping up. So
Sure, thank you.
the final thing I want to talk about is web.dev. So it's one of the best resources out there to learn from. And if you want to know more about Core Web Vitals, there are dedicated pages on this that go into a lot more depth that I have today and essentially explain how do you do the calculations and improve your scores. And that was all it from my side. I hope you guys learned something today, and thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Mashood. It was nice having you. Madhya, you can take over from here.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you so much for Mashood. It was nice having you here. So our next speaker is Naeem Iqbal. Naeem Iqbal is a management consultant, trainer, and international speaker. His interest is in human psychology, and he has been running a startup with the name of Happiness Mentor. He would be talking about challenging the pandemic, how in the new normal can we grow our developers community and prepare ourselves for the future. Over to you, Naeem.
Thank you very much. Let me just give me a minute to. Can you see my slides?
Not really.
Okay, wait.
It's fine.
I think now you'll be able to see it.
Yes, we can.
Now.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Code Movement, for inviting me on this wonderful event. I was watching and listening. Smith, David, and Mashood also. Wonderful presentations. A lot of technology stuff. Let's talk about something non-technical, something soft, something you need to have in your mind, in your body, in your soul, to move forward, to do your work, to be productive, to be active, to be healthier. So I'm not going to talk about technology at all. I'm going to talk about yourself, all of you who are watching us, listening us, and will be watching us, to know about what you need to have to be more productive, to contribute in this world. Let me start with a little story. As David was giving a lot of wonderful examples, there's another example from our neighbors, where in China they have started KFC and driverless cars. So it's an autonomous vehicle without a driver, without a human being. You go to the vehicle, park somewhere, you order your KFC, you pay by card or something, by QR code or whatever, and you get your meal and you go. So, and all the other speakers are also talking about what pandemic has done with us. It was small news. Maybe you already know it, that Oracle is shifting their headquarters from Silicon Valley to Texas. Cost cutting, work from home, social distancing, all these things are changing our lifestyle, changing our jobs, changing our lives, changing our relationships. In all this changing environment, what do you need to have? But before moving this, that what you need to have, let's talk about, are you ready for that? In this pandemic, are you ready to challenge the pandemic? Are you willing to do it? Do you have the right skill set? Do you have the right mindset to do it? That is something very important. Even if you have the latest technology in the world, but you don't have the right mindset, you're not ready, or you're not willing uh, to make the change, you'll not be able to do it. So, what is required to change the world, to play your part, and to be ready? You need to be a good leader, and the leadership things are also changed. Now we say that good leaders must first become good servants. That is the concept given by the Robert Greenleaf, and that is called servant leadership. We are going to talk about for some minutes, a few minutes, that what exactly is servant leadership. So servant leadership has normally 10 pillars, but we are going to talk about some pillars that are very important, that can help change the developers community, that can make developers community more productive, more robust, and they can help the developers community to make the products to the market in a very less time frame. What are those elements? Let's talk about those elements. Very first thing, either you are a scrum master, you're a product owner, you're a developer, you're a CEO of the company, you're facing the customer, or you're the backend, listening is very, very, very important. If you can see the slide, it's written 3 times. Listen, listen, listen. What's the time? Because it's very, very, very important. If you listen, just imagine you are in the phase of requirement gathering for a new software, and you're not listening to the client. What do you think what's going to happen? And in the other scenario, you are a very good listener. You are listening what the client is saying, what the customer is saying. I think you'll be able to produce better products. That's what all the good companies who are producing good products, good services, good projects, that's what they are doing. They are listening to their customers. Listen to the customers, listen to your clients, listen to your employees, listen to your team, listen to your fellow developers, listen to your architects, listen to your CEO, listen everybody. Listening is something very, very, very important. The other very important concept in servant leadership is empathy. What happens depending on which culture you are operating in. If you're in Pakistan, and a lot of companies, the CEO says, you need to finish the job in like 3 days. No matter what the developer is saying, no matter what the team lead is saying, they are given the milestone that they'll not be able to complete. And then the timeline slips, and then the project timeline slips. So what you need to do eventually is, you need to be empathetic with your team. You need to show empathy with your team. And when I say show empathy to your team, it means that you need to walk a mile in their shoes. You need to know what are their impediments, what are their challenges, what are their strengths, what is the team velocity, what they can produce, and then you need to align with that. That is a skill set that you need to have, whether you are a developer, you are a DBA, you are a UX design engineer, you are a tester, you are using agile, you're using not agile. But still, you need to show empathy. You need to practice empathy with your team members, especially. This is very important. There's a research recently they've done that due to this work from home scenario, a lot of people are getting depressed. They're getting frustrated. Why? Because Simon Sinek says human beings are not designed to be working with the social distancing, working from home. They need relationships. They need energy. They need to be together. They need to be on one place. So these are the things that if you don't show empathy, your productivity will eventually go down. Let's talk about another very important trait of the leader. And believe you me, you don't need to be the Donald Trump or the Imran Khan or Nelson Mandela or the CEO of a big tech giant, to be leader. Every one of you is a leader. Leaders need to have three things: foresight, what will happen, and this foresight is very, very, very important in this time frame when COVID second wave is here. Businesses are being shut down. People are working from home. There's a term new normal. Things are changing with the passage of time. You need to understand what's going to happen next. That is the one of the very important trait of a leader: foresight. Hindsight. What happened? Mashood was talking about wonderfully with the web design and management. There's something wrong. For example, your page is taking more than 2.5 seconds to load, and you don't know what happened with it. How would you do it? Insight. Why did it happen? So again, these sort of skills, you need to have these three skills as a developer, as a leader, as a team lead. Just something very important that you need to have. Again, it is about building communities. It is about helping people. It is about facilitating people, especially if you are moving towards agility, if you are moving towards less time to the market. You need to be the steward of your team. When I say the steward of the team, it means you need to be facilitating each other. It's not like, this is not my job. This is no more valid now. You need to be steward. You need to be facilitator. You need to be helping to achieve a common goal. And by how would you do it? You do it when you become a team player, when you build the community. Your team is your family. The most productive time of your day within a 24 hours time period you spend with that team, whether virtually, remotely, or maybe with while sitting on one place. So in servant leadership, the concept of building community is a very, very, very important concept. Okay, let's say you have developed these concepts, and then how these concepts are going to be helping you in two things. I'm going to talk about two things now: agility and happiness. Agility. A lot of people talk about, you need to be agile, go for Scrum, go for extreme programming, go for Kanban. I always talk about agility as a mindset. You need to change your mind first for the whole company, for the whole organization, for the whole team, because agility comes with the mindset, with the growth mindset. You need to understand first why we need to be agile, why it is important, to be flexible, to respond to the change, why we need to be adaptable, why adaptability is important. Why? Because things are changing. Things are changing so fast. I think you would remember before December 2019, what were the worth of Zoom? And if you don't remember that, please do Google it. The worth of Zoom before December 2019 and the worth of Zoom today. The pace of digitization is exponentially going up. The way we are managing and we are doing things has changed. There are people, there are industries who are fast enough to change. They were flexible, they were adaptable. They are not, got damaged by this pandemic. But there were industries who were not flexible enough, and they had to face a lot of damages. They were shut down. There was a report that 32% of the hospitality industry of UK will never come back. There were certain industries who were able to adopt. How? I was reading an article today that in Islamabad, Pakistan, the capital of Pakistan, we are going to launch the first drive-through cinema next week. Things are changing. All the cinemas are closed for so many months. People are not able to enjoy, we're not able to go. So the district administration of Islamabad, along with the telco company, they decided to go for a drive-through cinema. So people will go with their cars, they will sit in their cars, they will watch the movie, they'll come home. So flexibility and adaptability is the main thing that is required in this era where the pandemic is changing the world to move forward. Having all these things, if you're not happy at work, this topic is very close to my heart. Why it is very close to my heart? If you're not happy at work, you're not able to produce. Your productivity goes down if you are frustrated, if you are depressed, if you're not happy with your colleagues, with your system, with your company, with your bosses. It drains your energy. It actually, create hindrances in your relationships. It damages your health. If you go and check that how much energy boost one Facebook like boosts so much energy that you would be laughing when you will get to know how much amount of energy it boosts in your body. So being happy is something very important. You are a developer, you're an architect, you're a DBA, you're a CEO, or you do nothing. It is very important to be happy in life. We are talking about happiness at work. It increases your income. Why? Because your productivity increases, your energy level increases, your relationship at work with friends, with family increases, your health increases. Your health, you have a better health. You feel more relaxed. You feel more energized. You feel like you want to work more, you want to produce more. Actually, there's a research that shows that if you're happy, it enhances creativity. So the type of work you are doing as a developer community, things are getting tougher and tougher day by day because you need to be creative. Things are changing.
Sorry to cut you out, Naeem. Our time is almost over. I would really want you to wrap it up.
Yeah, I'm wrapping it up. So things are moving in a very, very fast pace. Okay, that's the last slide from my side. Your takeaway is ready to pick. And what is your takeaway? And your takeaway is adaptability. If you cannot adapt, you will just vanish from this earth. You need to adapt what your customers want. You need to adapt what the community wants. You need to adapt what your company wants. You need to adapt what the technology wants. You need to adapt what this pandemic is doing to you. There can be hundreds and thousands of examples. The companies who are adaptable, who adapted, they survived.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Naeem. We have a question for you from Atta.
Yeah.
Please, Atta, take over. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. See, in the start of the presentation, I talked about it's going to be the soft part, the non-technical part. So there won't be a formula for it. There won't be a scale for it. But yes, you will see somebody, completing the task on time. Contributing in the discussions, helping others. His energy level is, you feel like, when you see somebody, you feel like, somebody is fresh or somebody is, down with energy. So if somebody is producing well, somebody is not missing the task, somebody is contributing, you will get to know that that person is motivated. And that is the vice versa. If somebody is not doing it, maybe not showing up, not performing the task, let's say talk about the development, whatever he's developing, there's a lot of bugs and issues. It will show that the person is not motivated.
Perfect.
Well, thank you so
much.
much. Thank you so much, Naeem Balsab. It was such a great and wonderful speech. And so I would like to move forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me share my screen first. So you can see my screen. All good? Should I present the next presenter? So we have Osman Sheikh with us today. He's a Microsoft certified expert and a trainer with 6 years of professional experience in cloud engineering. He's currently working an advisory cloud engineer at Systems Limited and track lead of cloud application development. He's a passionate community speaker and also delivers session at various institutes and conferences regarding cloud computing. So today he will tell us about forward-looking information contained in images or find organization mentioned in documents without using database. Learn how to do it in this Azure search session. Usman Sheikh, please continue from here.
Hi, I'm audible?
Yeah, perfectly fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'm sharing my screen. Please let me know if it's visible, then I'll start formally the session.
Perfect.
Okay.
Yeah, we can see it.
Okay. Just a second, figuring out.
Can you just minimize that control screen?
Sure.
Thank you.
So I'm at presenter view. My slide decks are visible, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So Bismillah ar-Rahman Rahim. I'm Usman Sheikh, and thank you for having me here. And I just formally want to congratulate you for arranging such a marvelous event. I was hearing the other speakers, so it's been a tremendous event past year and this year as well. So I'm going to present AI enrichment with Azure Cognitive Search. Before that, I've just formal introduction. I just switched a company. I'm a practice lead now and a consultant at Paper VM, also Microsoft MVP, C# Corner MVP, and a Microsoft certified trainer. You can catch me at Facebook at Technical Evangelist, technical.evangelist, and here is my email address as well. If you have any query after the session, you can just drop me an email, or I'll be happy to cater your questions. So today's agenda for my session would be like what is cognitive search, and then how we can enable AI enrichment, and then there is a short demo. Like I'll be starting from very scratch, and I'll be sharing how easy it is to set up this feature in your in applications. So at the end, I'll be sharing some resources. I'll be sharing the slide decks with the team, so the attendees can have it afterwards. So, before we begin using the cognitive search, I just want to highlight the problem statement first. So the organization has mostly a lot of documents, and there are multiple slides for regarding some sort of projects, and there are tons of data stored as the company grow or as the like organization, not just the company, let's say an institute, or there are multiple examples over here that there are so many documents and so many data sets that we want to like filter down, we want to search, and there are some sort of images that contains formal data, and sort of we can say they contains valuable information, but we are stuck at a point that we need manual integration, and we want to like skim the data, and we want to like serve more time. Rather than that, we can like sort of enable it, like we can say we can automate the whole process, and we can maintain the information like sort of we can say in a way that it can be retrieved in a more effective manner. So here comes Microsoft Cognitive Service, which helps us in retrieving that sort of information, not just search. So first there is a cognitive search, then we can enable that AI enrichment. So just formally, like we introduced the search as service part. So there are alternatives, open source alternatives, but Microsoft cognitive search as service is like turnkey feature or a turnkey service that you don't have to like set up, and it's management free. It's totally PaaS, and you don't have to spend much time to like enable it. Like you don't have to write custom code to just ingest the data. It's already there. It's a click based or a visit based service. Then after the management part is offloaded, you have keyword search or typical Lucene searches available. You can do all sort of search stuff that is being offered by alternatives. Keyword search, fifth language analyzer, geospatial spatial suggestions. We have autocomplete, we have proximity search, and you can use synonyms. So it's not just like key value pair searching. It's like AI enabled. It's just sort of intelligent search. So it was already available. Then they introduced on top of it, like they boosted this with the AI enrichment. You are not limited to just text-based search. You can extract the information from images, from the blobs, or you can use any unstructured data. So to capture the information, you are not limited to just text. Okay. Then after that information is extracted, you can store it for like later on you want to build a sort of a dashboard or a report. Then like all the information is gathered, you don't have to like ingest the data over and over again. Once it's been extracted, you can reuse it in as many application as you want. It can be indexed, it can be stored into knowledge store. So I'll be demoing that very quickly after the session, after these slides. So the purpose of this enrichment is to enable the cognitive skills and to ingest, or you can say you can integrate the AI enrichment part in the whole pipeline, in the indexing pipeline. So at a high level structure, what we do is for any text-based search or any search as a service, we ingest the data, and then comes the part we can enrich it with cognitive skills, and then you can start exploring your like searching or using it into any other application. So we can like have a typical REST-based service, or you can use SDK to enrich your, or you can say to equip your applications. So we were talking about the high level. So I'll be explaining the steps. So it's sort of a high level diagram where the data is being stored in some sort of a, like you can use Azure platform to store your data. For this demo, I'll be using Azure storage account to store my data. And there are also samples available. So I'll be using a samples, like sort of we have a very limited time. So we just want to cater the, like we want to like effectively utilize the data. So effectively utilize the time. So we have sample data. I'll be using that, but you are not limited to using the samples or Microsoft storage account. You can use your custom data as well. So after that, the documents that contains the images or other sort of like PDF files or any documents, I'll be sharing like the number of files or the formats available. But after that, that documents is being ingested, you can add that skills in the same pipeline, and then the automation is performed, all the metadata is extracted, and then you can explore using this search explorer, or you can go for SDK, or you can use the REST APIs for that as well. So steps over here, I'll be like starting with the first step would be connecting and document cracking phase, in which the ingestion part is involved. At the beginning, we have a pipeline established already. Like you don't have to, since I already mentioned, it's a PaaS platform, so you don't have to set up or there's no management involved. It's already built in pipeline. You just have to provide the data set. So after the data set is connected, you can like it starts scanning the images, it starts scanning the documents you have added. All sort of unstructured data is being can be extracted and can be utilized for this sort of search. Then comes a part that it's cracking. So by cracking means it's scanning whole document. So again, typical OCRs are like OCR feature is available. You can utilize that. It can skim the whole document. It can pick up the keys, like key value pairs, and store it into Azure table for later on for reporting purposes. So the file formats, yeah, like you can use for PDF, you can use as a PDF, you can use XML, PNG, doc, PPT, XLS. So you're not limited to like sort of a text or JSON format. So JSON and can be easily extracted as well. So there are multiple data sources in which you can like store your data: blob storage, Azure SQL, Cosmos DB, Azure Tables, MySQL, and Azure Files. So you just have to connect that, and whole process is sort of an automated part. You don't have to write custom code. So it's step number 2. The data is like the storage is already connected. Now it's part where comes the part where the cognitive skills and the what cognitive skills, by the way, I'm enforcing on, like I'm mentioning that there are two particularly services, image analysis and the language. That is being performed like for images we can like detect sort of images it has, and for languages, let's say you want to like you have other than English, or you want to know what sort of background this particular sentence has, or what's it's related to. Like I already mentioned, it's not just a key value, typical key value based search. You can use synonyms as well. So it builds the whole context in the background. So in the pipeline, after all this skills are performed, it can stored into a skill set. And that skill set can be reused. Like we will be like there are built-in skill sets, and you can reuse your custom trained skill sets or like models. So there are built-in skills like key phrase extraction, location entity extraction, sentiment analysis. That particularly what I was before in the previous slide I was enforcing on. Like it ingests the whole sentence and it analyzes what its user. It's either it's sort of a using the foul language, or it's sort of a what is the sentiment behind that particular phrase. So so you can utilize it. There are multiple use cases in which you can utilize this sort of these sort of features. So it has face detection. Let's say celebrity integration recognition is there, image tag extraction is there, text utilities, landmark detection, and so on and so forth. So apart from the built-in skills, we have you can develop custom skills, and you can store that in Databricks. You can develop using Azure Machine Learning, and you can use any other any other platform you want to ingest, or you want to build your custom solution. So you're not just limited to like Microsoft sort of set of features. So there is a sort of a pictorial diagram of what I was telling you about. Like text and images are image analysis are basically the cognitive skills that will be like performed on your data set. OCR is there, and the text analysis, which I mentioned, like you can detect the text utilities, you can detect what sort of a sentiment is there. So it merges that, and then you can use that for further exploring. Step number 3, in which you can extract the information. You can utilize that particular extracted information for later use. So Microsoft has a very cool Query Explorer built in the platform, which I'll be doing very shortly. So in which you can like build your own query, and you can utilize that in your application as well. So if you want to like try very quickly, or you can develop, you don't have to spend much time, then Azure platform is very like suitable for you. That there are all they understand your need, they understand the business, so they have already established all the tools and set of like features that aids you to developing your application very quickly. So as I said earlier, it's a turnkey solution, so you don't have to spend much time in developing that. So let me move forward for the demo. and we'll talk about like other stuff during I'll be setting up the demo. So let me switch back to my browser. Okay, so I'm at my Azure portal. I'll be setting up a resource group and 3 services which will be used for this particular demo. So I'm at Azure portal. Quickly, like we have, I have already a subscription set up. But if you are new to Microsoft Azure, there is a free trial available. You just have to bring your like you can say credit card or Visa or debit card. They do not charge anything. They just perform a penny test, and after that you will be awarded with $200 of credit for 12 months. So you can like practice all sort of like demo you want without paying a dime. But again, after that trial period is over, you won't be charged. So the subscription will be disabled. And I'm not like I don't want to brag about this, but there are other platforms that they after the trial is over, those who are new to this platform, they always sort of like even like it's a human nature. Like what we say, we don't go for particular documentation part. We don't since we are like always short of time, and we don't spend much time in going into details. But there are some catches involved in the documentation. So you don't just click away like I accept that and I accept that and just click without clicking and without reading whole the information and just clicking on the save button. Do read that. So in my experience, I was using a platform in which after the trial period is over, I created a virtual machine, and it cost me a lot. So I got a notification from a bank account like, oh, okay, this is too much. So you are spending $200 or $300. And so is this transaction legal? So I luckily I set up a transaction limit. So they blocked the account, and then I contacted the support. So they just reverted whole the transaction. But again, it can happen with you. But luckily, or like we can say fortunately, you don't have to face such sort of problem in Microsoft Azure platform. It only disables, and then you can enable it to pay as you go. And then the POC would be like for production use. Again, these $200 can be used for production, but again, if you have a solution and you want to like go live with it, so you have to go for pay as you go platform. Or if you contact you can say a cloud service provider, they will give you a sort of a enterprise agreement in which you will get some sort of discounts. So okay, so let's begin with creating the services. So there are 2 views. If you probably log into and you don't get this sort of a view, don't get confused. We have 2 views, dashboard view and home view. So either you can go for this plus create resource or this. So I'm creating a storage account first. So I'll be using storage account for storing my data set, or you can say storing the retrieval part of it, like storing the information what is being extracted afterwards for the later use. So I'm creating a new resource group. Let's say devcon 5. And I'll be using, I guess, West Europe. Okay, so standard and general purpose. I don't want the replication right now since it's just a demo and POC, so locally redundant. Next, and hit create. Okay. So in the meanwhile, it's getting created. Let's create 2 more services. So the first one would be the search service. Okay, cognitive search. Let me write cognitive search. Okay, so I have to create cognitive service as well. So like, let me create cognitive service first, then I'll create the cognitive search. So irrespective that there aren't any like sort of particularly dependencies, they are independent services. Let me stick to West Europe and name of service devcon cog service. I confirm. Okay, the second service is in progress. So let me create the last but not the least service, cognitive search. Okay, Azure Cognitive Search. So it's a fully managed service, autocomplete. There's ton sort of features which I'll be demoing. So let's create that. And let me name devcon 5. West Europe. So the tier, there is a free tier available, but you can use once per subscription. So since I already utilized that, so I'll be going for the basic one. So select next, next. Okay, great. So validation is progress. So if in any sort of a way you mentioned anything particularly you weren't supposed to do, you will be getting an error, and you can mitigate after what error said. And there is sort of a like steps. They can help you, aid you. These
Sorry to
are
interrupt you, Usman.
Sure.
Sorry to interrupt you. We are just running out of time. So could you please wrap it out?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay.
You can. You have around 4 or 5 minutes. You can continue.
Okay.
Thank you.
So the service is in progress. It's already created. Great. So let's just import the data. So we'll be using the sample data. Like we have a short time, but like this is a turnkey solution. We don't have to spend much time for this demo. So sample, we have two samples available. One for Cosmos DB, and the dataset is available in Cosmos DB and Azure SQL. So I'll be using this real state sample. So here comes the part we can enable the cognitive skills. So I have this service available, cognitive services set available service. So I'll be using that. And for the enrichment part, so remember I told you earlier we can enable text based AI and images. So since we don't have any images available, it would have been popped up over here, and we can sort of like face detection and other stuff. But since it's already it's all text, so we have these sort of capabilities available. And then if you want to store that, you can use later on. It will store in the knowledge store. So let's skip that and let's go for the target, creating target index. Okay, so I'll stick to the default settings quickly. If you want to search, you need to click the retrievable and search. If you want to filter them, you have to check any sort of information you want, and again sort and filterable. So it depends on you and the solution or the like use case which you are catering. So let me create the index. Since it's the sample data, if again the data keeps on updating. So you can set up the scheduler, hourly, daily, or custom. So it will keep the data up to date later on. So since it's a Microsoft like maintained sample, so it will keep the data set up to date. So okay. So I'll be needing like 2 or 3 more minutes just to demo the Query Explorer. I already have few queries written down, so I'll be just copying, pasting, and quickly wrapping up. So I know I consume my slot, like just not to consume the other ones, the speaker slot. Just 2 more minutes, I believe. Okay, great. It's being set up. You have the notification after this is imported. Like we can see we have the index set up, so we can go for Query Explorer. So here is the Query Search Explorer. You can test these queries, or you can here you can see you have this URL available. You can use that in your application. So let me just like quickly go through few queries. So if you type *, it will like filter all the, like it's a wildcard. It will pop up all the data. I believe the data is still being ingested. So let me go to, since we have short of time, so I have already set up a demo. So let me just utilize that for this purpose. I believe it's there. Great. So Search Explorer, the whole steps are same, which I did. So it will give you the whole data set. You can perform your queries. So I have already few data indexes already set up. You can like perform simple text search to. Okay.
Usman, we are running out of time. I'm so sorry. I'll have to cut you out here.
Okay, so
Thank you.
I have attached all the demos in my deck, so you can share that with the audience. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Perfectly fine.
Perfect.
We will share that.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So for day to end, our last speaker would be Ehsan Elahi. He has a decade-long experience in research, network systems, and backend software development. He's currently associated with Telecommunications Software and Systems Group TSSG Ireland as Senior Software Research Engineer. He also has been a cloud engineer, research engineer for 5G networks, and protocol developer in Linux. He has huge interest in research, and few topics include energy and carbon-aware intelligent load management in the cloud, machine learning, future internet architectures, and mobility management. In this talk, he'd be sharing his experience of working on various 5G and related projects and give some idea on how Pakistani developers and researchers can collaborate to win funding on such projects. Over to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Let me share my screen first. Okay, can everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Oh yeah, we can.
Okay, perfect. As already introduced, my name is Ehsan Elahi. I'm working as research engineer at Telecommunication Software and Systems Group, Waterford Institute of Technology, Ireland. My talk today is less technical and more motivational for those who has some novel ideas in their mind, but don't have any clue about the starting point. So everybody, you might have some ideas, but you don't know how to start, where to start. So my today's talk is clearly divided in 2 parts. In the first part, I will present some of R&D projects I have been personally involved in. And this will give you an insight on how simple ideas can be transformed into a very big commercial projects. In the second part of this session, I will briefly tell you how you can get involved to tap millions of euros funding opportunities waiting ahead of you. So let's start with the very first thing, which is thinking. I would like to start with a very interesting project idea which attracted millions of euros funding in past 6 years. This idea started from a very basic thinking. So let me tell you the problem first. This is the very basic internet protocol stack. The internet nowadays is built upon this TCP/IP protocol stack, which has an incapable core architecture design for the scale it has grown into. So 50, 60 years ago, it was fine to think like this with this design, but now it has grown a very huge scale, which has drastically different requirements. This typical internet architecture does not have any inherent security mechanism. There is no quality of service available. There is no mobility management. These are all emerged problem, or you may say emerged requirements, which were not in mind of researchers who developed the initial internet 50, 60 years ago. To solve these emerging problems, more and more building blocks were added, and a very complex solution is the current result. So today's internet is very slow and bad performance, bad security. It is hard to build and maintain, and the configuration cost is the roof high. So in this respect, our TCP/IP is not unlike the Leaning Tower of Pisa. Now you would have realized the importance of foundation in any infrastructure. Because of its unstable foundation, the Leaning Tower of Pisa started to sink at the second floor, and it took 3 phases over 200 years to complete. It has a numerous very costly structural renovation during its lifetime, and the straightening of the tower from just 5.5 to 4 degrees completed in 2013, which costed more than 30 million euros. On the other hand, ancient Egyptians used their knowledge and past experiences to build the Great Pyramid in less than just 20 years. And it was the tallest building in the world for over 3,800 years until 14th century. And its structural integrity is still intact today. So you can imagine the importance of foundation. The weak foundation in TCP/IP networks actually resulted in very complex architecture. So you might be thinking about what could be the solution to that. So there are many solutions available in internet to solve these current internet problems. RINA, recursive internet architecture, is one of those on which I worked on, and I'll share my knowledge on this. RINA uses a very structured and scientific approach to networks. There are only 3 types of network nodes: host, interior, and border routers. There is no need to add middle boxes like firewalls, NAT, IDS, IPS, etc. The recursive internetwork architecture provides communication to the applications by using a very single type of layer, which is called as DIF. It is called a distributed inter-process communication. So the basic concept is, just like within an operating system, as 2 processes can communicate with each other, like using the inter-process communication mechanism. So we just extended this IPC, inter-process communication mechanism, to extend it over the network. And that IPC facility can be customized to inherently equipped with quality of service, inherently equipped with security, inherently equipped with mobility management, and you can adopt as many services in those layers as you want. So this is totally customizable layers. So you can adopt those services, and for example, like TCP, you are bound to have sequence delivery, you are bound to have acknowledgements, everything. But if you don't want if you don't want a sequence delivery, you can just skip it out. So there is no TCP, no IP in this. So this is one of the very huge project I worked on in last 5 years, and it is a huge success. So next, I'll discuss a few more ideas. There are 2 other projects aiming at minimizing the energy consumption. As the host introduced me, that my interest is energy consumption in 5G networks. So these are 2, you can say, my brainchild projects, which one is I worked on already, and the next is starting in January 2021. So these two types of projects are aiming at minimizing the energy consumption and carbon emission in the cloud radio access networks. Our aim is to change the cloud radio access networks, so this CRAN into GRAN. So C to GRAN or vRAN, so virtual radio access networks into GRAN. So that we can make these kind of networks to with minimum energy consumption and minimum carbon emission. The idea is 5G radio access networks are actually expected to handle a huge amount of data. Just last week, I attended a seminar in which a presenter who was working on a driverless car project. She mentioned that all the sensors in an autonomous car generates more than 50 terabyte of data in just 8 hours. So from this figure, you can imagine how much data radio access networks need to handle in future. So there are peak times, there are off-peak times, but the network operators have to over-provision their network to meet the user's demand at any time. So maybe not at any time, every time. So this results in just wastage of resources during the off-peak hours and wastage of energy and ultimately the money. So these two projects actually exploit the power of machine learning to auto-scale the available resources based on upcoming demands for the network, for the resources. Apart from auto-scaling, which involved horizontal and vertical scaling of virtual machines. So horizontal scaling means that you spin up new virtual machines as there is a resource requirement emerged. And vertical scaling means that you actually give more resources to the single virtual machine in terms of CPU cores and memory, other resources like that. So this project involved in horizontal and vertical scaling. And the virtual machines can also be migrated from one geographical location to another geographical location where renewable energy is available or the energy cost is less. So we experimented in one project. We given the proof of concept in C2G RAN and in last year 2019, and we won another project which is its extension called V2G RAN. It is going to start from 1st of January 2021. So this will be there will be more thorough testing will be involved for geographical migration of virtual machines and horizontal scaling. Let me share another very good project, which is an example of a very simple idea turning into a potential commercial product. I worked on this project this year, and it completed in October 2020. It was a use case implementation of the idea that machine learning can help in classification between healthy animals and the lame animals. According to the Irish law, because I'm in Ireland, so according to the Irish law, if an animal become lame or animal has to be on antibiotics, their milk and meat cannot be used. So their milk needs to be wasted, and the animal cannot be went to the slaughterhouse for meat production because of its antibiotic side effects. So farmers has to spend a lot of money every year to avoid animals becoming lame or animals becoming ill, to avoid the wastage of milk and to avoid the keeping them in their farm before sending to the slaughterhouse. So we selected 3 different forms of dairy cattle tied up with radio controlled pedometers on the cow's legs. So I want to be more brief because I have very less time. So these pedometers actually monitor the cow's activities for 24 hours. The cow's activities include total number of steps they walk in 24 hours, total lying time in 24 hours, and standing time, and swaps between lying and standings. So this data then received at the database every midnight, where our machine learning algorithm classify the animals based on their activity from the past 7 days. So the particular animal's activity will be then compared with the total herd activity during the past 7 days. And if one or more animal is identified as lame because of their different activity or deviation from the herd mean, then those animals will be identified as lame, and an alert will then be generated to the farmer's mobile app. For this purpose, we have developed an app for both iOS and Android platform. So this was a very successful proof of concept, and maybe in future this is going to be a commercial product, or maybe it will be handed over to any commercial company, or it will be sold as its intellectual property rights in future. So these are very few ideas of projects which very simple ideas which actually transformed into a good commercial projects and can generate multiple funding. So there could be many ideas which came into your mind, and if some ideas came into your mind, you can share with us. We can collaborate, we can make a consortium, and how we can tap funding opportunities from the European Commission. So this is the second part of my talk today. Pakistani companies can collaborate with any European SMEs, research organization, or any academic institute like us, and can apply for funding. Many funding types are available. However, I would discuss only these two types of funding. Horizon Europe is the upcoming funding program from next year that succeeds Horizon 2020 program, which started in 2014, and before there was a framework program up to 7th framework program, and ended this Horizon 2020 is now ended this year, and the Horizon Europe will be starting from next year. 100 billion euros have been allocated for this program. I will talk in detail about the cascade funding. Cascade funding is more interesting kind of funding opportunity, and many Pakistani SMEs, small organizations and medium organizations can tap this opportunity, and this is obtaining this kind of funding is pretty much easy. So who is eligible? Fortunately, Pakistani organizations can apply for funding in these types of European programs because Pakistan is considered as a third-party partner in these programs. So if you want to apply to run a standard research project, you must be one of the from the registered. You must have a registered business. You might have a charity organization, or you may be a partnership working with any European organization, and you must have, or you may have a research organization with its legal standing. So, but the catch is that you must form a consortium with other members of this status, like from the same kind of organization, but they have their presence in European Union, in any country. This is very important point. The European Commission will evaluate your proposal based on inclusion and diversity parameters. So you need to be part of a larger consortium with majority of members from EU. These members should be a mix of academic institutions or universities, research organizations, SMEs, or large corporations. So now come to the cascade funding, which is pretty much easy to tap and get the funding. As I mentioned earlier, that my main focus on this is on cascade funding opportunity, which is easier to win with very smaller ideas. So cascade funding is now also known as financial support to third parties. It's a European Commission mechanism to distribute public funding in order to assist beneficiaries such as startups, scale-ups, and SMEs for the development of digital innovation. This funding method aims at simplifying the administrative procedures, creating a light SME-friendly application scheme by allowing that some EU funding projects may issue in turn open calls for funding. For their funding. These open calls from EU-funded projects are usually competitive and aims at selecting tech startups for acceleration or incubation purpose. They also aimed at supporting pilots, demonstrations, or experiments on a specific innovation technology or framework. The support offered by these open calls usually consist in funding, typically in range of 20,000 euros to 200,000 euros. So they are usually shorter duration projects as compared to Horizon 2020 project, which typically run for more than 2 years. So the duration, this duration for cascade funding projects is typically from 3 months to 1 year. There is no need for a huge consortium. The small teams belonging to just 1 or 2 organizations are enough to apply. So cascade funding is not directly given by European Commission. European Commission gives funds to large Horizon 2020 projects or Horizon Europe projects. These projects then announce open calls for funding with some specific topics. The most important thing in cascade funding project is that your proposal must be consistent with EU project under which the open call under which you are submitting your proposal. For example, in an NGI related project, the open call would be related to 1 or more NGI related topics. So you should only submit proposals surrounding these NGI related topics. How to apply? You need to keep liaison with different research groups and institutes and follow this website. All the funding opportunities for cascade funding open calls will be available on this website. And the other tip is every open call have different template for proposals, so not same proposal can work for every open call. So you need to customize or tweak your proposal according to the open call, and you need to follow the submission instructions. You need to read the complete call text very carefully. If you could arrange a direct call with the open call coordinator, they will be happy to assist you. You can present your idea to them very briefly, and they would give you some tips and guidance on how to submit. They're usually happy to assist in shaping your proposal. The review process is not much tough. Typically, the open call coordinators have a pool of evaluators who review your proposals independently. Each section of the proposal has different scores and weightage. The reviewer has a set of guidelines from the coordinators on the scores. Each proposal is reviewed by at least 3 reviewers. The winner are then selected based on the average scores from 3 reviewers. So reviewers actually look certain parameters, including industrial and scientific innovation, motivation, clarity, and methodology. How clear you are in your proposal, and what methodology is your methodology is authentic and provable methodology, and your proposal is relevant to the open call text, and you should indicate the future follow-up as well, that this project is sustainable. You should indicate that the sustainability of your project, and it also depends on your team skills, experience, and quality as well. So which team will be executing this project. So this is also very important. Funding process is, as I said, very simple. So open call announces, and then you submit your proposal, then the review process, and when you get your results, then the contract negotiation stage started. So you need to be bound with a legal contract. So you need to sign your contract on one side, the funding agency will sign the contract on the other side, and then the project execution start. Submission of deliverable is then after, when you on your contract, there will be a schedule of deliverable that from this month onward you will be due on first deliverable, second deliverable. Then you need to submit your deliverable. After the approval of your deliverable, you will be completing your project. So let me share one of the open call which I am coordinating these days. This is a Horizon 2020 project. It's called as ngatlantic.eu. So you can visit this website. Third call has been announced. So first open 2 calls are already expired, and first open call projects are on the way. The second open call projects results are just announced, and we are on the contract negotiation stage. for the third open call, the due date is 26th of February. And if you the maximum funding available is up to 150,000 for just 6 months project. The topics of interest are privacy and trust enhancing technology, decentralized data governance, discovery and identification technologies, strengthening internet trustworthiness with electronic identities, and my favorite topic, greening the internet, a sustainable and climate friendly NGI. So if you have any idea surrounding around these 5 topics, you can share it. Maybe you don't want to share your idea, but you can just share briefly something about that, and I can find you some company, organization in European Commission and European Union who can you can make your consortium with them, and then you can apply for this open call funding. So just I finished my talk for today at this stage. So if you have any question, you can ask your question anytime. My email will be there with the presenter. My phone number is there, and you can also ask your question if you have any question about ngAtlantic.eu project of open calls. So you can visit the website over there. You can ask question anytime. So those questions redirect directly to me, and I would be happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a question from Ata. Ata, please step forward.
Yes, Ata. Thank you very much. Well, we are not talking about any programming language. We should consider or think about the difference between a commercial project and a research project. During a R&D project, the development work is much less as compared to a commercial project. And you also in R&D projects, you will skip much of the software engineering principles like testing, like daily sprints or agile kind of development, but because R&D project has its different dynamics. So it all depends on when you have some idea. After that idea, you will see when you think about or discuss about its methodology of execution, then you decide that which programming language would be suitable for this particular project. For example, I shared implementation of internet working architecture. That architecture we implemented in C language because we have to modify Linux kernel. We modified Debian kernel at that time, and we use C language. Then I shared auto-scaling project in cloud radio access networks and machine learning and for lameness detection in animals. We used Python language because machine learning was involved, data analytics was involved, and Python is best for that purpose. So it all depends on your idea. So whichever language you want to use, it depends on your idea and the requirement of the project.
Thank you. And so here's the next question from RK. RK, please step forward and ask your question. Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? I think.
Now we can.
All right. So my name is Rahil Khokar. Hello, Isan. I am talking from Islamabad. You can blame my ignorance for this question, but as they say, no question is a stupid question. So I'll go forward with that. So there's a lot of gossip about 5G while it is being implemented here and there. because they say there is probably injuries to health because of the frequency rate it will going to be operated upon. I mean, please enlighten us from the technical perspective. Is it anywhere near to true?
I would say no. I'm not a real hardware person or a radio person on physical layer. My most of the work is on data link layer and from the above. But as I work on 5G, I would say this is just a rumor because when you increase the frequency of a radio signal, its penetration power reduces. So there is a bell-shaped curve with the penetration power and the frequency of a radio signal. So at a peak time, like say for example, let me give you a very simple example. At my home Wi-Fi, I was using 2.4 gigahertz, and I got in every corner of my house, I got the signals. There was a problem with my network, and I called the service provider and the help support over there. They said that I should transform from 2.4 gigahertz to 5 gigahertz. I should just switch from to 5 gigahertz. So I double the frequency. When I double the frequency, the signals reduces, and I could not get signals to every corner of my house. So it means the penetration power reduces. So when the penetration power of a radio signal reduces, its damages to health also reduces. So this is very simple principle. So for 5G, there is not much authentic study available at the moment for health hazards, but I would say it is just it is not that like which is rumor that it is injurious to health or anything, because in my lab we are working on terahertz. Terahertz frequency is very close to light frequency, and its range is just maximum 10 centimeter to 15 centimeter, but its data transmission speed is in terabytes per second. We have experimented with that, but its penetration power is nil because of its higher frequency. It is 6G. You can say it as 6G and beyond. So maybe in next 5-10 years you will be having some terahertz devices at your home as well. So it is near to light frequency, but its range is very simple and it very short, and it needs line of sight as well. As I said, it's a bell shape. So as you go above a certain range, the penetration power reduces, and the health hazards also reduces.
Here's another question.
Yeah.
I have a question that will also Pakistan be signing any contract with Starlink for satellite internet coverage?
I have no idea about Starlink and satellite internet coverage. I don't know because I'm not a satellite guy or anything. But if Starlink is funded by any European Commission or any Horizon 2020 projects, or in future Horizon Europe project, Pakistan is an eligible country. So let me tell you, let me disclose one thing, that in cause project like lame detection project, which I just presented few minutes ago, there were 2 farmhouses from Israel. Israel is not part of European Union, and we worked with that. They have more than 1,000 cause, and we fixed pedometer over there, and we worked with them. So Pakistan is also part of the 3rd countries list, and they are eligible for that. So if Starlink or if it is a project, then they could be eligible, but I don't know much about this, so I won't say anything about this. Sorry about that.
No worries. Thank you so much. We are done with the questions, and thank you so much once again for coming and spending some time for us.
You're most welcome. You're most welcome. Thank you very much for giving me opportunity. and keep in touch. And I would just say once again that Pakistani companies, SMEs should come forward. This is huge opportunities are available. Billions of euros have been allocated, and Pakistanis have brilliant talent. They should come forward. Any idea can work. Any idea can work. Just the thing is that you need to tap opportunities and you need to make your idea into existence. So if any idea in your mind come, just step forward. Yeah.
Perfectly fine. Thank you so much for
Thank you very
sharing
much.
your words. Thank you. So I would like to thank every speaker and our audience for making this day successful. And tomorrow we will be starting our second day of the DevCon conference at 9:30 a.m. sharp. And for closing notes, I would like to call Nabil Ilyas to share a few words with us. And Allah Hafiz, thank you from my side. And Nabil Ilyas, please continue from here. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Kainat. That was a very productive day, and this is our first time that we have done this event virtually via team, and we got a quite good, response from our audience, and we have quite good questionnaires from our audience as well. So event was very great, and we are expecting we have some Pakistani speaker as well as international speakers in our uh, uh, conference, and we have a couple of more speakers in our conference as well. So let's hope for the best, and let's hope that we have same audience or maybe some more audience tomorrow as well. Thank you very much. Let's call it as an end of the day. Bye, everyone.
Thank you and bye, everyone.